"fuck it, we ball" becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into "fuck it, we live." And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, there, bitch. Yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Fucking hell. Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9 to 11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What up? How you doing? No, it's not Nike. If Nike wants to reach out and argue his case without going into a 35-minute rant about calling someone a racist because they called someone a monkey online when everyone online is a monkey because we know no one's actual race, sure, I'm more than happy to talk to him. I'm more than happy to talk to anyone. Also, there, that position in queue, that's actually an extension that's supposed to like read how many people are waiting for the stream to start. I've got to fix that, it's broken. So, today's going to be a very special stream because I've been thinking about the entire drama that's been happening with the Guild Wars 2 embedding, like a lot. I've been thinking about this near non-stop while I was trying to do my job today and failing miserably to write anything worth actually putting into a script for my job. It was fucking miserable. I realized I've got a really big problem, and it's my boss, the guy I work with, is so fucking exceptional at writing scripts that every single thing I write down feels so substandard in quality that sometimes I end up spending hours just sitting there staring at what I'm writing, being like, this is not good enough. How do I fix this? And having no idea how to move forward. It's miserable. But okay. Today's stream is going to be a special one. It's going to be a real special one because we've got a special guest coming in. I'm actually kind of shocked. I didn't know he was in the country. But he messaged me and he told me like he'd be happy to come on stream. So he's kind of like, you know, he's kind of chilling downstairs. He's waiting for his moment to come up here and explain some stuff to you. Especially about the whole Muckluck drama. But before anything else, right? I have to give an apology to someone. You'll see, Jimmy. So, I have to give an apology to Joe Experience. Because I think he subbed while I was still streaming, and I didn't see it. So Joe Experience, thank you for the sub last stream. I think it was last stream, I'm not sure. But thank you, I appreciate it, and I'm sorry if I missed that. Nike would never come here. Oh, yeah, no. I think someone like Nike is probably too terrified to come to a country like this. That soft lily white ass he's probably got. You get off the airport and it's over. It's over for him. So, today's stream is going to be focused around a few things. First, the Ashes of Creation 2 Alpha. It's coming out on Friday. I don't want people spending money on it. Someone was nice enough to go and spend $350 to give me... Start a poll. I don't know. I wouldn't even know what to put in the poll, Jimmy. Honestly, I wouldn't know what to put in the poll. So, I wanna prep myself for the Ashes 2 Creation Alpha. I want to see if I can do any pre-downloads. I want to figure out what we're looking forward to, how bad this is gonna be, how much of a joke it's gonna look like. I genuinely hope for the Ashes of 2, the Ashes Alpha 2, that it's a good MMO. And that this alpha shows me that there's potential for this to be a lot better. Like I've said before, I'm a mega ultra. Yeah, I know I can do /poll, but what do I put in it? What do I actually put in it? Tell me what I should put in it right now, Jimmy, and I'll do it. Tell me what options you want, because I have no goddamn idea what to even put there. Right? So... Ashes. I want it to be good. But I'm an old, jaded man who's seen this dance happen before. So, I fucking know that like my personal simpage is not something I should put on anyone else. No one in their right fucking mind, even the guy who spent $350 to give me Alpha 2 access, deserves to spend any degree of money on a fucking alpha. To put it into perspective, in the past, video game studios had to pay people money to test their game in an alpha phase. Now, they're making you pay money to test their fucking game for them, which is insane. It's mentally insane. So no one should spend any money on Ashes. I'm saying that right now, despite me like super simping for this game. Second point, I got a lot of reacts to catch up on. I wanted to do them tomorrow, but we went down a rabbit hole of embeds, and I need a goddamn final verdict on this shit. Okay? I need a final verdict so that I can move forward and explain something. Okay, you know what? I'll do it just for you. I'll do it just for you, okay? Right? So, we're going to start with the Embed drama. That's where we're going to start today. What I want you to understand is that Muckluck has responded to me. He has fully responded to me. He said a lot of things, and it gave me some idea of some stuff I need to point out, right? And I'm fairly impressed with how long his response was. I think he showed me some stuff. More than just his penis. He showed me that too. That was pretty cool. He's pretty hung for a white guy. Didn't expect that. He keeps it well shaved as well. That shit was polished. Man, I saw it glistening. But his response was a pretty important one. And I know there's a bunch of other drama going on, but I don't really care. I know that all of Hassan's doing the Hamas tactic of hiding behind women, and all his mods are getting banned on Twitch. I don't care. I think, genuinely speaking, Twitch is overzealous with banning people for having shitty opinions. I think Twitch needs to stop it with this. And everyone is celebrating these people getting banned, but what they don't understand is that this is just more controlling of speech. Right? I think it's the dumbest thing in the world, because when you don't limit people's speech, you get to find out exactly who they fucking are on the inside. Right? What's gonna happen now with that Frogan person who seems to want US soldiers to all have PTSD and die and whatever else? What's going to happen now is they're going to be far more careful with the way they say things in the future. And they may then be able to manipulate people into thinking there's someone they're not. I think they shouldn't be banned. The same way I don't think that Asmongold should have been banned. I think all of this controlled speech bullshit on Twitch is really, really irritating and really annoying. I think if you're not doing incitement to violence, that Twitch's TOS around speech should be the exact same as the US Constitution. They shouldn't be banning people off of their platform. I understand from a business perspective that that's not a very smart thing to do, and you want to keep your platform out of drama, blah, 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 but I'm saying this from the point of an idealist, right? I would love to know exactly who these people are. I would love to know their opinions. Let me put it to you this way, in the form of a story. This is something that actually happened, right? I've said this before. My parents used to be very involved in the medical industry. My dad being a doctor, my mother being a transplant coordinator, right? And when I say a doctor, I mean a surgeon. Now, there used to be a guy who was a surgeon, right? Who was like a full-blown Nazi supporter in one of the hospitals down here, right? I'm talking, he had a swastika tattoo. He used to walk around with a chain around his neck that had like it had some symbol on it. I don't know what the fucking symbol was, but basically what happened was the hospital, because of this guy, the management got on a panel and decided they're going to make a rule that you're not allowed to show any religious or political ideology stuff on your body or yourself. If you are a surgeon, you must cover it up. No patient should be able to tell what your background is. Now, that sounds fine, right? It sounds good. It sounds great in theory. And they decided not to go through with this when my dad made the argument where all he had to say was, okay, cool, we're not allowed to show religious beliefs, we're not allowed to show political beliefs, we're not allowed to show where we show, well, like what we are. He said, okay, what happens if that one guy who's like very open about being a flat out Nazi and stuff, what happens when one of his patients, the people he's supposed to perform surgery on, is Jewish? What happens when a Jew gets in there and by management standard, and this will happen, by management standard, they assign him the Nazi surgeon? Do you think if a Jew went into a hospital for some kind of like surgery or something like that, and they saw like this Nazi iconography on this guy, do you think that they wouldn't be like, yo, I'm gonna die on this table, let me just let me get another surgeon, please, I'm requesting a different one, right? That seems reasonable, right? But if he hides all his iconography and what he really believes, and he knows that the patient's a Jew, what do you think's gonna happen on that operating table? Yeah. he's gonna have a fucking kill rate. He's gonna be wheeling this guy into an oven instead of a fucking operating room. So, I think, personally, it's always a bad idea for people to have to hide their opinions and do this ghost shit in the background. I think that's a miserable idea. Mostly because it means you don't know who someone is. Oh, whoops. Oh, I reattached the Jewish dude's foreskin during the surgery. Whoopsie doodle. Like, obviously that guy who was a Nazi, who was like spouting this iconography, he didn't have a job for very long. But the point still stands. If he was hiding all that shit from everyone, and he got a Jew as like a patient, how is that going to work out? Not too good, right? What happens when a white supremacist in this country, and there are some white supremacists in this country, what happens if he's a surgeon and all his patients are black? My country's like 90% black people. So what the fuck happens when he's out here being the fucking angel of death for every black dude in a hospital? Exactly. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. You want to know who's going to be a problem before they're a problem. So I think it's really stupid for anyone to be forced to get into this situation where you're hiding people's opinions and you never get to know what they really think. I think it's great. I think they should just let these people go off the fucking hinges. That way you know who they really are. So, like I said, I got some DMs from this person. Now we're going to go into exposing Muckluck, right? Now, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to show the DMs that Muckluck sent to me. That would be a terrible idea. Why can't we all just agree that censorship is bad again? This is why, Fox. People can't agree that censorship is bad because when it's happening to people they don't like, then they support it. When it's happening to people they do like, then it's a problem. Censorship is only an issue to most people when it's against the thing that they support. That's why I keep saying, I even posted this on Twitter. I was like, you gotta see the bigger fucking picture here. This just means the more people that support this, the more people this is gonna happen to. And eventually, they're gonna come for you. You're gonna say some shit that's gonna get misinterpreted. You might not even say something that's gonna be misinterpreted. You might just make a baseline fundamental assumption. And you might say something like, I think that it's a really bad idea that all these politicians can send your average human being off to war to die in a fucking ditch somewhere. And that'll be like, oh, okay, so you support this team instead of that team. That's racist. And then get you banned because the mods at Twitch are ultra lefty or ultra right wing or whatever the fuck. And then they ban the people they dislike for having opinions that they disagree with. Remember, that pendulum swings. Sometimes it's the right-wing people, sometimes it's the left-wing people. For the last decade or so, it's been the left-wing people who are all the mods in the background, all the people who are pushing certain narratives, and anyone who disagrees with them, gone. Get the fuck out of here. And when it swings the other way, it'll still be a problem. You should have the right to know exactly who people are. Always. Only time I'm okay with censorship is when they're doing something blatantly illegal shit, like telling people to go out. Yeah, that's not... so that's covered under the First Amendment in US law. That's not freedom of speech. That's called incitement to violence, Jimmy. That's like inciting violence, getting people to go out and do shit under like actionable things, right? That is not covered under freedom of speech, as it shouldn't be. So that's why I keep saying the application of Twitch's TOS for speech should be no different than freedom of speech. You want to say racial slurs online? Fucking say them. Say them. Let me know exactly who you are. Would you say censorship of porn to minors as a valid form of censorship? Yes, but that's also covered under freedom of speech, right? Because you're not considered a full adult, right? And that's adult material. right? Again, Super God, that's like 100% fair censorship. That's like you are doing something illegal by giving porn to minors. You should pay the price for that. That's already covered under the law. Twitch adding all these extra rules and bullshit on top of it doesn't make things easier, it makes things worse over time. I agree, we shouldn't ban censor all the titty streamers banging and naked. You know what? We shouldn't ban them, then aside, we should give them their own category. You know why? All those, like, all these streamers, they do this thing where they bitch, they're like, my viewership is suffering because people are watching the titty streamers instead of me. Right? Those people jerking off to the titty streamers are not gonna come over and watch you stream a fucking game for 5 hours instead of jerking off to some chick jiggling her ass cheeks on stream. They're gonna fuck off and find a different porn site. They're not translating over anywhere else. So give them their own 18 plus category. Give them their own porn category. Make Twitch Hub. Make Twitch Hub a thing you've got to sign into and show your age. Make it an actual thing. And on top of that, best part about it, if there was an 18 plus category to Twitch, right? Like Twitch, imagine Twitch Hub was a thing, or only Twitch. There you go. OnlyFans dies overnight. OnlyFans is dead overnight if there's a porn site on Twitch that you have to be 18 plus to be a part of. Because now, all of a sudden, why would you leave the platform if what you want is right there? OnlyFans dies. All these titty streamers are on only Twitch or fucking Twitch Hub or whatever you want to call it, making their porno content. And Twitch has now solved their revenue issue. The problem is Twitch is not, they don't have the ball sack to do this because they're still scared of advertisers. Because advertisers and any like money transfer site is run by a bunch of fucking boomers who are, they're like still Puritans that came over to America. Those guys, they're still the ones in control. They don't understand how the modern world works and they're scared of anything that's 18 plus. So that becomes a problem. Hold on. You said something. There's an argument I've made in the past. If a company is using public utilities in any way to operate their service, then they should be beholden to the Constitution. They should be, but they're not going to be, right? It's an unfortunate reality that they won't be. Good luck proving your age without other identifiers. You should have a bank account. You should have to put in your bank details to prove that you're 18 plus. That way, little bully's stealing his mom's credit card. When his mom sees that little message pop up on her phone saying little bully spent $5 on slam ass cheeks into camera.com link to Twitch, little bully's getting his ass beat. Little bully's mom is fucking destroying that kid. He's not going to sit right for the next year. So simple issue, these things already exist. There are ways to verify this. It's just they're not being used like in a valid way, right? Same as OnlyFans, right? Before you see any creator on OnlyFans and shit, I found this out when I was talking to Muscle Hustler, right? In order for me to even just DM the guy, to message him, to see any of his content, I had to put in my bank details so I could message him for that interview I did on my speedrun ban.
Little Billy getting his ass cheeks slammed by the belt.
Damn right he should. Yeah, you know what? Damn right. For that kind of behavior, little Billy should be getting his ass beat. Kids should not be doing that shit. And I promise you, Twitch would make so much money. If Twitch had a competitor to OnlyFans, they would make so much fucking money. Solve all their money issues in a day. And all they have to do is separate it out. They have to apply segregation. Hot take, segregation is good. Segregate the normal content from the porn. And the porn people will like probably solve all of Twitch's like money problems in a day. So, like I said, special guest coming in today to explain the whole Guild Wars 2 embedding drama. I think they know a lot more about this topic than I do. And I think it's that's how you get misquoted. Thank you, Ninasai. So they're gonna come in here and they're gonna explain the whole embedding thing. But let's not hesitate anymore. Let's just get right into some of this stuff. Right? I've also just realized something. I've made a mistake. I've made an error. There we go. Error solved. So we're going to go through the final part, the final saga of this Guild Wars 2 embedding drama that's been linked to Muckluck, that has people ass mad as all hell, that's got people blaming him for a bunch of shit. Right? And I've thought about this long and hard. My arm is sore from thinking about it that much. And I think I've come to a final conclusion on this instead of sitting with a fence up my ass. Okay? So, first thing I think we need to take a look at again is obviously Muckluck's channel and Salinome. What we discovered, quick recap. What we discovered about Muckluck's channel, about what he's doing here. If we look at his chart, is that there's this little bump over here happening, where his viewership is like stable from here to here, and then there's this bump, and then it stabilizes at a higher rate over here. Right? We know this. We looked at the Wayback Machine last time. I could prove using the Wayback Machine that this is exactly when the embed went live, right? And this is a very, very important thing to note. Muckluck lied, right? He didn't lie in the DMs to me, but he lied when he made a response. But this is where it gets interesting. This is why I say I wasn't so ready to give a verdict yet. Muckluck lied because he genuinely thought this went live a lot earlier than it did. Right? As anyone knows, Guild Gen is not run by Muckluck. Guild Gen is completely separate. Muckluck genuinely thought, when he had this conversation in January, that this shit was going to be up by like somewhere February, March. And so in his head, he was like, oh, okay, so there's no viewership change. Cool. That means the embed's doing nothing. It's not malicious. It works as good advertising for my stream. I see no problem with it. But what actually happened is Guild Gen popped up his embed right here, right over there. You see that? Like all the way over there. This bit here. That's when it actually went live. Day before, day after. And thankfully, Muckluck is pretty consistent with his streams. So this chart's pretty decent at telling us what's going on. He didn't know this, and he fully admitted this to me. He was more than happy to say, yo, I fucked up when I said this, because it didn't go live when I thought it was live. And Guild Gen only put it up way later. And that bump matches with what he was doing. That's the first thing to know. Right? Next thing to know is if we look at Muckluck's channel. Where is he? Where's Muckluck? There he is. We look at the videos he does. He's been doing a bunch of variety content, right? He does a lot of Guild Wars 2, that's his mainstay game. But he's been jumping from game to game to game to game way before that chart went live, way before this. It's not like he was playing Guild Wars 2 and then the embed went live and all of a sudden he was like, I can dominate every single fucking category out there. I'm gonna start doing variety streams, right? So that's not how that works. As we know, if we take this all the way back here to like 2022, 2 years ago, he was playing other games. Riftbreaker, Crown of the Magister, Supreme Commander, Bloons. Fucking Bloons, come on, man. Assassin's Creed 2. V Rising. He was playing a lot of other games way before the Embed was live. He's been spreading his cheeks across all of these games. And every now and then he goes back. It's like he has a side piece, and every now and then he goes back home and says, "Honey, I'm home," and starts playing Guild Wars 2 again. What? Oh yeah, okay. So, he's got limited time. My guest. Yeah, no, just give me a second. He's gonna be here to explain to you this entire situation that's going on. And I think it's going to be rather interesting, rather unique take on things. I'm just going to open up the valid sites that match so that he can go through this entire drama. And explain to you exactly what the hell's going on. Right? Not the wiki, god damn it. So, my opinion on this, my statement on this. Muckluck explained that he depleted Guild Wars 2 content, which is understandable. Yes, right? There's limited content when it comes to Guild Wars 2. It's an MMO. He needs to wait for updates, so on and so forth. This is his job. XYZ. He's going to come back wearing... God damn it. Okay. So, his embed is here, right? His embed's there. It auto plays when you go to the site. Muckluck's own personal website is here. His embed is there. It auto plays. Right? I've tested this on mobile. This does not auto play on mobile. Right? They went the Fextra Life route. We're going to get to that. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Right? But this is the point of what I'm doing. This is... Oh shit, I just remembered I didn't actually send this out. There we go. Okay. When it comes to embedding, my final verdict on this, my final look at this, before anything else, is that what Muckluck is doing is non-malicious. Muckluck had a conversation with whoever the fuck runs Guild Gen. I don't know who that is. And they were like, yo, can we embed your stuff? And he was like, cool, do it. They gave him a date. The date was wrong. The embed went up later than he thought it would. Guild Gen. Okay, so the person's name is Guild Gen. Okay, that's perfect. So Guild Gen had the embed up later than they thought it would be. And this all matches up with that little bump in traffic that you see on Muckluck's kind of site. So I'm gonna go get my special guest, and he's gonna explain to you exactly why what Muckluck is doing is not malicious. And he'll say it in a way that makes you understand that if this was going to be malicious, it would be far more malicious than what you're seeing right here. Right? So I'm going to be right back. I'll see you now. Let me just get him. Yeah, no, don't worry. It's all set up. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna be downstairs, so if you need anything, you can just like ask me. You just like you know, yell my name and I'll come there. That's all good. No, don't worry about it. I mean, yeah. Look, thanks for doing this. I know like you only have limited time in the country. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. We need to. Okay, just yeah. Yeah, no, it's good, Okay, just sit here. Don't touch the microphone. Don't open my porn folders. And now you can explain it to them. Yeah, just press that button and you'll show up on camera. Yeah. Oh, you want to change the music? Okay, we'll change the music. Is that better? Okay, cool. Okay, whenever you're ready. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Evil Muckluck. And I'm here. Yeah, you may know me from such videos as how to sexually harass people in Guild Wars 2 and not get banned. As everyone knows, I'm the top Guild Wars 2 streamer in the world. You know, Muckluck's kind of my counterpart. He's like the good to my bad. What everyone doesn't know is that back in the past, we were kind of split as children. We got, you know, stuck with an evil scientist, and you know, he got all the dark features, I got all the light features. Obviously, he's like the lesser version of me. But yeah, I think I do need to explain some stuff because people seem to be confused, including that streamer guy who was here just now. He's got no clue what the fuck's going on. So let me explain how this all works, right? So, as you all know, I'm a faulty fucking embedder. So I know how all of this works. I'm so much more accurate, so much better. Got a six-pack, unlike Muckluck. I've also got a child, but unlike him, I didn't, you know, go through the drama of getting a woman pregnant. I just kidnap mine off the street, keep them in my basement. So let me explain to you how embedding works and how to be a pro embedder. And maybe if I do this, you can understand why good Muckluck, or Muckluck as most people have gotten around to calling him, why he's just not as good as me at doing this, right? So, why do we embed? What's the reason behind embedding? Why would we go down the Fextra Life route? And by the way, Fextra Life's like my favorite streamer. I love him. He's amazing. He does incredible work.
Just a reminder that Rose was a game journalist when he played Black My Wukong. That's true. That's true. That was actually my favorite part of watching him, is his really, really retarded takes on Black Myth Wukong, because spreading misinformation is the most fun thing I've ever seen. So, if we're going to embed, what's the point of embedding? The point is to get a bunch of fake viewers who don't want to be there, who are not actually interested in our stream. And it makes us look really, really good in the Twitch algorithm, right? We want to take our viewer count from 2 to 2,000. We want to bump what we're doing from 25 people to 25,000. Now, if we wanted to be like a real piece of shit, I think he said Paint was here, you know, so we're going to use Paint to explain this a little bit. Let's say you are your average good boy streamer, and you're sitting here. How many views do you think you're getting? Let's say you've been streaming for Yeah, we'll go with the numbers of my counterpart, Muckluck. You've been streaming, you've been working on content, you've been doing Guild Wars 2. That's how you're supposed to feel, Ilgi. Let's say you've been doing content, Guild Wars 2, you've been building a community for the last 7 years. You expect to have anywhere between 200 to 500 people watching you, right? That makes sense. Those numbers are dog shit. That's not the top of Twitch. What a disgusting thing to do. Fuck. It's pathetic. It's worthless. If you want to be a pro on Twitch, if you want to make this your goddamn job, if you want to steal money from sponsors, do you think they give a shit about some fucking no-name 200 to 500 streamer? No, of course not. They need to know that you're the next Dr. Disrespect. They need to know that you touch down on children on the regular and that you DM them in Twitch whispers. They need to know, they need a guarantee that they can blackmail you with information later so you'll do and say whatever the fuck they want. So, unlike my good counterpart, here's me, Evil Muckluck. Now, tell me something. If I'm gonna embed, why the fuck would I embed on my own personal site and then on one Guild Wars 2 site, which is the main game I play? How fucking stupid do you have to be to think that's gonna get you anywhere? What you should do is you should make your own site, and your own site isn't about Guild Wars 2, it's about porn. And the embed is in the bottom right corner, all the way at the bottom. Then you go to the Guild Wars 2 sites, all of them, not just one, not just two. You go to all of them. So all of these sites, and what you do is you've got a few methods to get them to embed on your site. The first method is the most common, it's pretty good, works out real well. You threaten them. You say to them, hey, if you don't put my embed up, I will spend hours on my stream talking shit about how bad your site is. I will purposefully go out of my way to review your website and tell everyone who uses your website to kill themselves. And instead they should go to my site. And if that doesn't work, you get on your knees and you beg them and you say, please put my embed on your site, please, I'll pay you money. And you pay them either a lump sum or a monthly fee to put an embed on their site. That way, instead of being available in only 2 places, you're available in 25 different places, bare minimum. Now this is still baby shit. What you do then is you go to a third site, a third ton of sites, MMO general sites. So you've got your own, you've got the Guild Wars 2 sites now that you've threatened. Then you go to the general MMO sites. Then once you're done getting your embed set up there, whether you have to pay them, bribe them, threaten them with a bad time, kidnap their children, send them photos of their wife in the garden, whatever you got to do, you get them to put that embed up there. And you make sure it doesn't autoplay. Next thing you want to do is you go to the general gaming sites. Now this one's going to be a hit and miss, right? You go to the gaming sites. All of them. Every single one of them. Even the Guild Wars 2 wiki. And you get your embed thrown up there. In as many as you can. Some of them will say no. Others will say fuck off. If they live in your local area code, I mean, it's pretty easy to get some photos. Hire a private investigator. Threaten their families. You know, anything to get the job done. Now all of a sudden, you are on not 2 sites, not 25 sites, you're on like 250 sites. Website traffic to those sites is going to be somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 in a month total, probably more. But let's stay with low numbers. Let's say you're a complete loser and you can't get people to do what you want. So there's only about 500,000 people visiting all these sites. Guess what? All of a sudden, you're running a 5,000 viewer stream. There's 2 people talking in your stream, wondering, yo, what the fuck? Why is everyone lurking? But now you're a baller. Now what you do, instead of just leaving this alone, and which is pussy shit. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Good Muckluck, my counterpart, that's pussy shit what he's doing. I mean, what a little bitch. Only embedding on 2 sites and then not going to sponsors? Come on. Come on. I've seen less gays at a pride parade than behaving like that. So now we take this number and we go find sponsors. We don't wait for sponsors to come to us. We find sponsors. And we don't tell them about any of this. That would be the dumbest thing in the world. Why would you do that? No, you just tell them this number. And you say, yo, I've got 500,000 people watching me a month. Every single stream. You lie about the number too. You inflate it even more. Then, they give you money. They give you $100,000 to push their product. And if you need to sell dildos, you sell dildos. If you need to sell anal lube for all those people making fucking videos crying about the fact that you're just better than them because you're so good at embedding, that's when you do them. Yeah. And you know what you do? So, this is step number 3. You're now making bank. You're now stealing money, which is based. Everyone knows that Robin Hood stole money, so that makes me better because I'm a better Robin Hood because I'm stealing it on a monthly basis instead of like once a year from some rich noble in a fucking carriage. Right? Now people start making videos about you. They start bitching, shitting, pissing, crying. They start getting butt fucking mad at you for just being better than them. Because like Super God said, you're applying the principle, the overlying principle. A, B, C. Always be cheating. Cool. So now we always be cheating. People start bitching. They do some pussy shit and they try and drag your name through the mud just because one time you used a gamer word to describe your black neighbor and you recorded it and put it online thinking it was going to make you famous. Just because you were drunk driving that one time on stream. Just because, you know, you accidentally hit a little bit of a sig heil when you visited the Auschwitz Museum. Yeah, that drama, it's not a bad thing. You see, only human, like only pathetic, weak people, right? So this I've got to explain to all of you, right? So only people with a conscience, only the weakest people in the world care about what other people have to say about their moral compass. You see, other people will call you a psychopath, but I prefer the term predator. Because you are the alpha. You are the top tier, and no one can touch you. And because we're on Twitch, and we know it's full of children who are too fucking stupid to do anything, you are the #1 child predator out there. But anyway, people now start bitching. They start complaining, "Wah, this guy's better than me because he's embedding. Wah, I wish I did it, not him." So what do you do when these videos go live? You push them. You make them make more about you. You make them make every video you can. You fucking insult their mothers. You message them. You DM them. You try to phone their parents in the middle of the night. You take drugs so you don't have to sleep anymore, just so you can spend more time phoning their families and harassing them. And what are they going to do? They're going to make even more videos of you. And do you know what that is? That's called free marketing. Then, it's going to hit a peak. It's going to hit a pinnacle. It's going to hit the mainstream. People are going to know how much you've lied. People are going to know any of this. Like all of this. They're going to know every single piece of this. So do you know what you do then? There's one word of advice. Once this hits the peak, once it hits the pinnacle, and this is now spread into the mainstream, what do you think you do? I'll give you a chance. What do you think you do at this point? in order to be the ultra top tier streamer who's making bank off of sponsors who are too fucking stupid to read anything but a number. It's one word. It's all you got to do. Just to make this blow up even more. It's free marketing. You lie. You lie like a bitch. You tell everyone, I'm not embedding. You tell everyone, I didn't embed. These people just put their shit on their site. I didn't ask for this. They did that of their own free volition. I didn't even know this was happening. How was I supposed to keep track of 250 websites out there that have decided that I'm just such an awesome person that I'm now going to embed? How was I supposed to know that was happening? I'm actually morally correct. And what's going to happen is this is going to now divide the community. This is going to now put people on your side, and it's going to put people against you. And this is the best time to shut the fuck up. Do you want to know why? Because you don't have to do a goddamn thing. Your simps who like you and the pussies who hate you are going to fight against each other endlessly about what reality is. Endlessly. All the while, you don't care. You're over here. You're still streaming every day. 500,000 viewers every day without pause, without fault. And do you know how you take advantage of this? Do you know what the best way to take advantage of this is? What you do is you go to a website. You go to a website like Salino. You go to the games. Right? No, this is still my weaker alter ego self. Hold on. There we go. You go to games, and you go to the trending games. And what you do is you look at this list, and you decide, if I can get 500,000 viewers in a stream, why the fuck would I ever go and play some dead game bullshit that no sponsor cares about? What fucking idiot embeds and then goes and plays a game no one gives a shit about? Sponsors aren't scrolling down this list. Sponsors are looking at these, the top 10. Chained together. You go play Chained Together and you play it alone to 500,000 fake viewers. You go play Throne and Liberty to 500,000 fake viewers. You go and play Kings League. I don't even know what the fuck that is. That sounds like a political thing. Who knows? Virtual Casino, top tier, best sponsors in the world. Virtual Casino, getting children addicted to gambling. That's the best shit in the world. You go play FIFA. Who cares if you suck? Your viewers don't, because they're not real. But to a sponsor, they are. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought, you pussies. You see this man right here? You see my alter ego? You see this man, Muckluck? You see this bitch of a man? How dare he think he can even come close to embedding? How dare this man think he even knows what he's doing? Going and playing games no one cares about? What a fucking idiot. Man, what a dumbass. To be embedding to only 2 sites related to the main game he's embedding to, instead of going into all the popular game categories, dominating the top games, and then getting sponsors. Only a retard wouldn't do that. So I just want you to remember something. The next time someone tells you that Muckluck is embedding, I want you to know. I need you to know. He's not embedding enough. He doesn't have enough fake viewers. He's playing all the wrong games in order to get sponsorship money to steal from the weak pussies who are going to be free marketing when they bitch about you online. That's the worst thing you can do, Natsu. Imagine trying to enjoy video games. Video games are not for enjoyment. Video games are for making fucking money. Okay? What pussy goes and makes Guild Wars 2 of all games their main game to embed on when it doesn't even make the top 50? Jesus Christ. I know we got split as children. And I know good Muckluck and me, the smart Muckluck, got split as children when an evil scientist got a hold of us. But I didn't realize I got the fucking brain too, and he didn't get any of it. It's pathetic. Exactly. Now, I've got better things to do, so I'm gonna leave. Right? I've got children to go harass at the park today, and it's only about 11:30, so there should still be some there, especially if they got my DMs through Twitch Whispers. So I'm gonna let this other fucking loser who's only got like, I don't know how many viewers he has, who's only got like 40 viewers, I'm gonna let him come back on here and explain to you why he's a pussy as well, because he needs to fucking embed. God, what a loser. Can't believe I did this. Can't believe I went out of my way for this. For you fucking losers. You needed to know this, though. Maybe one of you, somewhere in this chat, will understand. Maybe one of you gets it. Maybe one of you will be on Twitch like me. Not a psychopath, a predator. A child predator. Getting kids to watch your stuff. But anyway, I'm out. See you later. That was rather rude of him. He just left. He didn't even say bye. He just he didn't even let me open my gate to let him out. He just climbed over the fence and ran away. What was he talking about? I don't know what his eventual point on that was. Right, but I think I can give my hot take on this as well. Right? So, looking at the way Muckluck is embedding, looking at the way he's doing things. What the fuck this music is? God damn, you put EDM on. Okay. Looking at the way Muckluck is doing things. This is not malicious. This is not even useful. Right? I hope you enjoyed the special guest, by the way. I hope he was of some use to you. I hope he helped you understand why this and this that Muckluck is doing is non-malicious. And Muckluck's looking at this from the perspective of, hey, how do I find people who are interested in the game I play the most online and get them to be a part of my community? But you want to know what the biggest problem with doing this is? Especially if you're not a psycho. The biggest problem that Muckluck is facing with embedding is all the fucking harassment that people are now calling him the world's biggest piece of shit. So it's probably not even worth the harassment doing this for him. Your chat scroll is broken.
Your chat scroll is broken.
How is it broken? Oh, you mean the multi-chat? Yeah, I'm not sure what the fuck's going on there. Let me just fix that quick. Let me see. Yeah, I noticed that. That means Caster Labs has probably gone down. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the special guest. Let me just fix this in the meantime. See if I can do a reload on this. I see it's been ignoring all the YouTube messages. I heard him mention it when I had his stream open for a bit earlier. Is he getting it that bad? Yes, he is. He is, Frazzles. He's getting quite a lot of harassment. So I'm going to open Muckluck's DMs here, just so I can tell you exactly what he said. Yeah, you see that the multi-chat I have is fucking broken. So I'm going to just restart that quick, and hopefully that fixes the issue. I need to find a far more stable multi-chat. I really do. And I'll get there eventually, but it's not today. So, Muckluck's facing a lot of people DMing him, messaging him, you know, going out of their way to call him a piece of shit, harass him, make him look like an asshole. Now, think about what that does for a niche streamer who's trying to grow his community, right? He is actively facing more backlash for doing this than it's worth doing this for. The backlash would be worth it if he was monetizing the shit out of this, if he cared to do that. But that's not what's happening. Yeah, multi-chat's broken completely, sorry. I'll pop out the YouTube, messaging, just so I can see both messages right against each other here. Sorry about that, the multi-chat's fucking busted. Their servers went down by the looks of it. So I'll have this open next to each other so I can read all your messages and I don't keep missing shit. So what we can say for sure is Nike is a piece of shit. I think Nike is probably so far down the rabbit hole he can't see the forest through the trees. Right, let's think about the video we watched about him complaining about Muckluck, right? It was 2 minutes of valid points and 39 minutes of personal attacks that didn't really lead anywhere. So that in the data usage, though, that appears to be Gilgen's fault. So he's fixed the data usage issue, right? Maniacal Metal, when I checked it on my phone, it wasn't autoplaying. It wasn't showing the embeds. So I completely understand that what he's doing is he's trying to build a community. This is a business. And do you know what was really interesting when I talked to Muckluck? I'm actually going to open his DMs so I can quote some of what he said, but I'm not going to show it to you because that's a dick move, right? That's actually a really dickheaded move if I'm like leaking DMs and stuff here. I don't feel comfortable doing that. Muckluck said that he's tested this. He's tested how many people are in his stream. Now, he's had to do some napkin math as well. Why'd I change the song? Because the Down syndrome guy in the last song was like throwing me off a little bit. There's only one Down syndrome person allowed on this stream, and it's me. That's why, firm. So, Muckluck has had to do napkin math because he doesn't have access directly to how many people are being syndicated over to his stuff based on who's coming through Gilgen and who's coming through his own website. The best way he said he has to test this is when he goes live, usually there's a few people waiting for him to start streaming, right? But even if he doesn't have anyone waiting for him, the highest number he's seen is somewhere around 75 people. Right? So maybe there's 75 people coming through on embeds, right? Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm lying. The number he said that's the highest seems to be 90 here, right? So when you start a stream, you start my stream, no one's there. You start his stream, maybe there's a few people waiting, but most of them are probably coming through embeds, and that's about 90 people. Now here's why that's not damaging, right? This is why it's not doing anything. If he wanted to go and leverage his embeds, he would have to embed way more than that, because 100 people doesn't make that much difference to a sponsor. He needs 1,000 more people. Do you know what he needs to do? He needs to go do embeds the way some of the New World streamers are doing it. He needs to do embeds the way Fextra Life is doing it, not the way he's currently doing it. Right? And he was 100% willing to admit, without hesitation, mind you, he said, yeah, people are coming through on the embeds, but it's not my main community. And I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this. If you want to look at what he did as malicious, then by the same token, him knowing in the future, God damn it, why won't this fucking, okay, I'm going to show this, right? He showed me something. If you want to look at his embeds being super malicious when he's taken no sponsors from this, he's got no deals from this, he's not getting any money from this, as we know, embeds don't get you ad revenue, none of that shit, then you have to look at this and say that what's happening here, where Muckluck has 33k viewers because he planned an entire stream ahead of time knowing that he was going to be featured on Twitch's front page. This is considered malicious then as well. When in my head, am I going to do Clock Tower? Absolutely not. I've got like a bunch of clips I need to do for the video that's taking forever. And if I do Clock Tower, I'm going to be here until next week. One day I'll do Clock Tower, but not today. So, this right here, he knew he was going to be on the front page. So he planned his ass around this fucking stream like an animal. Because guess what? This is him doing this as a business choice, right? He knew ahead of time this was coming. And so he took advantage of it. Then, by the same token, that's just as malicious. Which, in my head, it's not. Right? That's called being smart. That's about the same as going out of your way to plan for a good time. And what happened from that is he had 33k viewers and he got 9k new follows. And some of those 9k new follows then stuck around on his channel and are still there to this day. Yo, Kalkam would have been a better name. Soundless Fern. It would have been a much better name. God damn it. That was a missed opportunity. You have until the 5th to do it, so yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I actually will. That'll be a horrendous stream, though. Let's see if there's anything else that we can say about Muckluck stream and why, if he's doing this maliciously, he's got to be the dumbest person on the planet because he's not doing it in the right way to be making any money or revenue off of what he's doing. First, if he's going to embed, he shouldn't be embedding and playing Guild Wars 2. He shouldn't be embedding and playing these games that are dead and that have 12 viewers when he leaves the category, right? He's not affecting any of these guys because they're all playing dead games that no one cares about, right? If I go and play a dead game right now, no one cares about me. If I go play a relevant game right now, no one cares about me. But if I embed and I go play a dead game, no one cares about me. But if I embed and I've got 5k viewers and I go play a relevant game and I bump everyone down and all of a sudden I look way better, well, then we got a problem. So, on a personal level, to end this off, right? I don't like embeds. I never like embeds. I think there are very niche and unique use cases for embeds. I don't think they're all bad, but I think the majority of them are bad. And yes, that is 2.4 million ads blocked. That's why I use this browser. Right? It even tells you the bandwidth. That's the more important figure. If I look at embeds as a whole, I think they're overall a bad idea. And there's a guy in one of the YouTube comments on the previous stream who made a very good point, right? That embeds are bad, not because embeds are bad, but because it becomes this fucking slippery slope. The second you open the door and you allow this behavior, people start getting really, really creatively malicious about this shit. It's Brave browser, don't worry about it. So what's happening now with embeds is like the proto-amoeboid stage of embeds. But in the future, embeds are going to be way more malicious. And if Muckluck was going to use them in a malicious way, he's doing the worst job in the world in doing it. And what's actually happened here is that Muckluck thought this was a good idea. He thought, hey, I can get more people to maybe enjoy a stream. I can get people to come in here and have a good time with me. But he stubbed his fucking toe, and now everyone's accusing him of being a bastard, right? because he's being accused of being a bastard, now it's turning people against him, and he's getting harassment for it. So it's not even worth the embed trouble of doing it for him. And he's considering, he said he's still considering, based on the controversy, that he's gonna completely take them down, because it's just not worth his time. It's actually just not worth his time to do this and deal with this, which is fair. Let me see if there's anything else he said. Any bullet points I missed? He fully admits that there are about 70 to 90 viewers coming through embeds, but in the categories of games that he's going through, this is not something he said, this is what I'm saying. The categories of games that he's streaming in, 30 to, I mean, fucking, it could be double, it could be 200 viewers. That's not enough to be of a valid time to keep doing this and not expect backlash. Like I said, if he wants to do this properly, if he was really going to do this maliciously, he needed to get like 5k viewers. He needed to hit the 1,000 mark consistently all the time, and then take that to a sponsor. Do the stop clock tower someday, as the paper bag helmet skins are hilarious. I will, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm straight up scared of jumping puzzles because I'll get lost in them. And that's exactly right, Overin. That's exactly why I'm gonna start embedding on OnlyFans and Pornhub. That way I can finally be relevant. At least fake relevant. Now think about this. There's one last thing to think about when it comes to this, right? Yeah, what the fuck is all this? What did this dude put on my... Okay, I don't know what this guy was talking about when he came in here. We're just going to delete that. Think about... I want you to tell me. Why is embedding for someone of Muckluck's size a really, really, really fucking bad idea? Right? Why is embedding in a malicious way for someone who's got 200 to 500 views? Why is it a really bad idea? There's one reason, and it's happening to him right now, which is exactly why he's considering taking all of that shit down. Because it doesn't help and only... Okay, so you're like halfway there. Before you do it, open some bags. Wait, you open the wiki and you get stuff? It's not other than drama. Okay, so the biggest problem and why this is incredibly damaging is because Muckluck, this is his job. He does this every day. This is his fucking life, right? And if he was out here to make as much money as possible, I'm sorry, but I don't mean this as a mean thing, but if Muckluck is doing this to make money, he is the fucking dumbest person on earth to be sitting in Guild Wars 2 and doing this. That's just the truth. He's got to be the stupidest person on the planet if he's going to embed and think he's going to make a ton of money on Guild Wars 2. So what's the key word we're looking for here as to why this is more of a problem than an assistance to him? Streaming Guild Wars 2 is a self-sabotage. It absolutely is, Doverin. If you're running a business... Yeah, you're right. Those are two words. Shut up, Yogi. God damn it. You don't need me to look like more of an idiot than I already am. If the point still stands. The point still... You're throwing me off. The point still stands. If Muckluck is doing this, thinking it's going to make him filthy rich, he's the dumbest human being on the planet. No thanks, we'll pass on that one. If he's doing this, all he's doing is he's setting himself on fire. Because when you fuck your reputation up, you can't get it back. There will always be people against you when you fuck it up. And the more he fucks it up, the more people will start damaging his reputation for him. They'll spread lies, misinformation, they'll manipulate this and X and Y and Z. And he's just making his life more difficult on himself. He's not Logan Paul. Outrage marketing is not going to work for him. If he was going to do this shit, he needed to be in a way more popular game. Did anyone even know before people started? Wait, I don't know when. To be fair, nobody really gave a fuck when Nike cried about it on Twitter. But he is friends with hard-stuck people, so some of them kind of covered it afterwards, and then people noticed. That's fair. Yeah, so Nike, I still think Nike is a pussy for not just saying Muckluck's name in his Twitter post. If you're gonna shit on people, at least have the dick and balls between your legs to call them out by fucking name. I'm not sure if this has been pointed out yet, but the numbers they throw around are inflated. Those numbers also include people that actually watch the stream but aren't logged into Twitch. Having said that, I think both sides are acting in bad faith. I don't think Muckluck's acting in bad faith. I think Muckluck, he made a fucky wucky. I think Muckluck didn't register fully, entirely, that this was going to happen the second anyone saw an embed. Because everyone is already preconditioned to fucking hate embeds because of someone like Fextra Life. And I'm no different. I'm no different. I think embeds are pure fucking shit. And the way you can use them in a good way is so limited. Such a small niche thing that those small niches of using it are almost worthless. Right? This has caused more problems for Muckluck than it's ever gonna assist him. He's not making money off of this. He's not taking sponsors because of this. And I've yet to see someone prove to me that he's taken a sponsor from someone else who would have been sponsored instead of him. And he's wasting his time. I think, like, I'm saying this from a project management point of view. Muckluck is wasting his time on this embed shit that's not helping him, right? It is a waste of his time to embed because his community's still there. People watch his shit. And the embeds have done nothing but be a burden on him and turn people against him. If he was going to embed properly, he would be everywhere. Also, yeah, Sneb's pretty good. He's a cool guy. I like him. As someone new to this all, it's only his own site and guild gen. Yes, Soundless Fern.
I just want this on record. After some of the other Arabic streamers got their temp bans after Asmongold's, I realized something. This is specifically about the fat Arabic female streamer.
That's
With the
Frogan.
hijab on Islam has managed to accomplish a miracle. They finally made the pig halal.
Incoming ban for me next because you said that, Jimmy, and I laughed. Hot take. I don't think she should be banned. I don't think Asmongold should be banned. I think people should be able to say what they want. But yeah. Muckluck doing this. Muckluck's embeds. He's only on 2 sites, which is the dumbest fucking way to be malicious about embeds. If he really wanted to make money, Muckluck should be trying to get his embeds on every single fucking site possible. Why would you go to some site that's so fucking niche about Guild Wars 2 for 90 extra viewers? It's not even changing the decimal place, not the decimal place, the significant figure of where he is in terms of viewership. Him having 300 viewers versus him having 400 viewers is not doing anything for him. It's not changing shit. And I realized this as well. If you go to Twitch right now and you go to Guild Wars, right? Right now. Right? There's Loranity at the top. And Muckluck would be right here if he had 200 viewers.
Let's say these people are right. He has 500 viewers. You subtract 200. You subtract 250. He's right here. He's still on the top line. Right? You scroll down. You don't even have to scroll down more than once to hit the bottom of the fucking Guild Wars 2 page. I scroll once and I go from the top to the bottom. That's how few people are in this category. And if he's being malicious with fucking streaming, I'm changing my opinion entirely on this part. If he was being fucking malicious, why the fuck would you go and play a bunch of dead games that no one cares about? That's like the dumbest idea ever. Man, I'm gonna go dominate this fucking low tier category with 500 viewers in this game that no one cares about. That would be fucking retarded, man. Because do you know why? The viewership doesn't match. If you go, we'll do it right now, okay? So let's go back to Muckluck's right here. We'll find one of the games he was playing. Total War Warhammer, right? We go to Total War Warhammer. Look how many people are playing Total War Warhammer right now. If I started playing this shit right now, me, a literal nobody, I'm at the top of this fucking category. I'll be at this category. You see this guy in this bottom corner here, this dude. I'm taking my pants off, right? I'm taking my pants off and like smacking him in the face with my dick. Because he's got like, what, 13 viewers, right? What damage can you do in a game that no one cares about? What sponsor is going to the category where there are 2,000 viewers and thinking, man, this is a great place for me to advertise my product? Oh, man. You know, I'm trying to advertise to people who speak the English language. There's a sum total of what, 20 people? The fucking $500,000 ad spend? That'll definitely be worth it. He's poaching, yeah, that's it, Dovran. He's actually poaching non-streamed games. He's playing shit that no one cares about. If you're gonna embed, if you're gonna be a piece of shit and embed and have thousands of viewers, guess what you go and do? You go and play a game that people give a shit about. You go and play a game that's got a way higher viewership. You can go and play something that, I mean, fuck it, New World has more viewers. New World has more viewers right now than Guild Wars 2. Any of those niche games he's been playing, except maybe Diablo 4. And guess what happens? If he's embedding and he's playing fucking Diablo 4, it's not worth it. Because it's an old game, no one gives a shit about it. All advertisers, all sponsors want to sponsor either their new fancy game that's going to have drops on it. People already have an established group of people that they want to watch when it's Diablo 4, or anything that's that top-down third-person experience, like Path of Exile, for example. It's not worth it. It's of no value. So by saying, yeah, sure, I don't mind if you embed on your site to guild gen, all Muckluck's done is stub his toe in the fucking morning and hurt himself. Why would you do that? Can I get a quick fix? Okay, just for you, Wojciech. Just for you. Right? So I need you to all answer to me right now. If you have an argument about why Muckluck is malicious, if you have a valid point, if you can prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that what he's doing is somehow benefiting him and damaging others, you need to tell me now. Because what I'm seeing is if he's embedding for malicious purposes, he's not doing a very fucking good job, and he's got to be the dumbest person on the planet. Which is why I don't think he's doing this maliciously, and I think he genuinely thought, this is my opinion, I genuinely think he thought, hey, maybe I can drive some people who actually like Guild Wars 2 and like what I'm doing to my content, and they'll stick around for a long period of time. This might shock you, right, to hear,
but sometimes you stream, especially if it's your job, you stream because you want a lot of viewers. And you want a lot of viewers because you want to entertain people. And you want to entertain people because in return you get attention for that. And when you get attention for that, you get a little stuffy in your pants and you feel better for the day. Yeah. I disagree. Hold on.
Now do the
Now
helicopter.
there's a huge message there. Now do the helicopter. I'm gonna give you the Pokemon line to answer that question. There's not enough PP left for that move. First time watching the stream and I did not expect this POV. I'm setting up more cameras. When I can afford it, I'm setting up more cameras. Do the hangman. I haven't transitioned yet. Yeah. When I transition, I'll do the hangman for you. There was a huge message there. I saw someone say they disagree. I still don't know why Nike is crying about this. So Zerfrost, Nike is crying about this because he got kicked off all the partnership programs and blah blah blah. So he's got a pretty decent reason as to why he's very emotionally butt mad about this. He also dislikes Muckluck. They've had a chimpanzee shit throwing insult across different VODs at each other. And that just downward spirals into people hating each other even more, not wanting to listen to each other. He seems also very trigger happy in calling people racist, right? Nike seems very, very determined to call everyone he hates a racist. And that's a pretty smart tactic if you think about it, because being called a racist it can be a death sentence if you're online and this is your job and stuff like that. So him getting kicked out of the partnership has nothing to do with Embedded. Him getting kicked out of the partnership is because I think he did something, genuinely, this is my honest opinion, I think what Nike did by impersonating a Guild Wars 2 officer on Twitter was actually really funny. I think that was entertaining, and I don't think he should have been kicked out of the Guild Wars 2 partnership. But guess what? He got kicked out because of that, apparently. That's as far as I understand the situation. They saw it as a problem. They had a panic attack. And that's why. Also, I did see a sub there. I'm still waiting for it to tell me your name. And thanks for the follow, Spellberry. It's just saying your name's undefined. So whoever subbed on YouTube, thank you. No, he got kicked off way before that. Okay, so you see, I don't know the full story behind Nike. I just know the guy fucking hates Muckluck, right? I have no opinion on Nike, except that he made me sit through a 41-minute video where he made 2 valid points, and the rest of it was just him throwing a temper tantrum. That's it. Also, thanks for the sub, Dispunity. I appreciate it. That's it. So I have no opinion on Nike, right? I think some of the shit he did is funny. But guess what? I'm very low tolerance, like very high tolerance when it comes to people trolling. I think it's entertaining. I think every single community deserves to have a villain in it, because that makes it more memorable. That's what I think, personally. Why'd you put me in the job interview scene? You motherfucker. Fact, Embed's still on, autoplay still on. Yes, the facts are, the Embed is still on if you're on PC. The autoplay is still on, but it does no value. It adds no value to his life. If he's embedding for malicious purposes or to make money, I'm sorry, but then Muckluck is like, he's too fucking IQ. He's doing this in the dumbest way possible if he's trying to make money and be malicious and be the top of the categories. He's a fucking idiot retard if he thinks that, if he is doing this maliciously, which leads me to believe he's not. He can't be that fucking stupid and figure out where the start streaming button is. If he was, he'd be streaming on Kick. Now, there was someone who said, I disagree somewhere up here. I've got to read that. I disagree. Muck failed to address the fact that he's got a boost on other games from views he basically gets from people that visit a Guild Wars 2 site. You're right. Shroot, he gets a boost on other games. Other dead games. Why is he playing dead fucking games that no one gives a shit about? If you go into a dead game with 1,000 viewers, guess what? You're still nobody. You go into Total War Warhammer right now,
and you're a streamer and you've got 1,000 views, guess what? Still no one gives a fuck about you because you're playing a dead game that has no value added to what you're doing if you're trying to make money off of it. Also, while he doesn't acknowledge the location of the embed on Guild Gen is iffy, he basically said that it's out of his hands, that it's up to Gen to change it. No, wrong, Shrewd Prude. Wrong. Do you know what he said? He said he's currently talking to Gen about this, and he either is going to have it fixed at some stage, or he's going to have it removed. He kind of just wants this whole thing to go away, because now people are messaging him. It's damaging his reputation. This is his business, and if people fucking hate him, guess what? He's now radioactive and no one wants to go near him in his niche little game that only he cares about. And him and his small community. In no way defending Nike associates, he should have been permabanned ages ago, and I avoid any... I don't think he should have been permabanned. I don't think Nike should be permabanned, but maybe I don't know the entire situation. I haven't seen him molest a child on stream, so I wouldn't know. Also, thanks for the sub, Vladimir Turov. So my final verdict on the embedding thing. Muckluck's not doing this maliciously, and if he is... he's the dumbest person on the planet for doing it in a way that's not good enough, that doesn't bring in enough fake viewers, that doesn't do a good enough job at boosting him way above, that he's playing all the wrong fucking dead-ass games that are not going to get him anywhere if he's doing this for money reasons. And, like, God, he's got a fucking embed everywhere else to be better than this. Basically, everyone involved is a fucking idiot. Good talk. Yes. Welcome to the internet, Jimmy. I have a high tolerance for funny, but Nike overdid it for me, though. That's fine. Yeah, you see, I don't know all the things that Nike's done, so I'm not going to sit here and judge him on stream. I just think he acted like a little girl. Like a high school girl. Yeah, I'll pull up his tweet. Right, I'll pull up this tweet. Just to drive this point home. This, to me, right here... Ugh, that man's got cockroaches on him. Where is it? God damn it, where is it? He said it somewhere here. There we go. It's beyond embarrassing. This tweet right here is the most pussy shit I've ever seen. Right? It is the most weak-willed pussy shit I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. You know what? I'm glad my Twitter feed is that fucked up shit, Super God, because opening up Twitter on stream is actually a risk, because every now and then you just see someone's like fucking asshole that you didn't want to see. So, it's beyond embarrassing that one of the top Guild Wars 2 streamers is embedding. That right there is pussy shit. That right there is bitch behavior. That's how a high school girl argues in class. Not mentioning names, but it was this person. Why don't you just say their name? Say their name, bitch. Stop acting like a fucking high school girl. If you're gonna accuse someone of some shit, why don't you just fucking say it? Right? This kind of behavior, this whole flip-floppy, oh, but I didn't mention his name, that's just pussy shit to me. That's what that is to me. That's just outright pussy shit. It's really passive-aggressive. It's pathetic. It's worthless. If you're gonna go after someone, go after them. Show your teeth. Fight back. Bare your fangs. Fucking put your hands up. Catch these hands. Talk shit, get hit. None of this backwards ass, let me just hide behind some words shit. I fucking hate that. I'm sorry for your lack of ears and comprehensions as a response to something I have not seen or heard. Okay, I don't know what that relates to.
Love your take on the whole situation. Thanks for bringing your excellent guest, for giving us the facts. Anytime. He said he would be back later, maybe, in the country. He said he was just here to buy drugs and happened to catch the last stream, and then he was like, he had a hot take on this. Apparently, he's going to Japan next, and he's going to be running a bunch of streams where he yells about Hiroshima and Nagasaki at Japanese people in the street. He says he believes there's still an audience there, and that the Somalian guy who was doing it didn't really do it right. Nike vs. Rose in a React shit talk would be beyond hilarious. I honestly, with the way he's behaved with the whole Muckluck drama, he gave 2 good points in an entire video, so I expect him to go after everything when he comes after me, and none of it relevant to the actual topic. He argues like one of those psychotic women who like have 5 divorces and can't keep a story straight. Now, but he did, I will give him this, he did make 2 valid points. Muckluck was happy to address them. He said, yeah, it's boosting my viewers. He didn't lie to me. He said, yeah, it is boosting my viewers. I open up my streams and there's like 70 to 90 extra people in there. But think about this logically, it's not enough people to make a difference. It's really not enough people to make a difference. He needs to be fucking playing Elden Ring. If he wants to be good at this shit, if he wants to make money and steal money from sponsors, he needs to go full Extra Life. He needs to play the top tier games. He needs to make dog shit misinformation guides on his own personal website. He needs to make it look purposefully like a misleading wiki, as opposed to this site is about me and all my shit. This is the wrong format, the wrong layout to manipulate people. He needs to make a clone where this is what he needs to do if he wants to get embeds right? He needs to make a clone site of the Guild Wars 2 wiki. He needs to then go to Google and pay them ad sponsor money so that his website that looks exactly the same as the Guild Wars 2 wiki is posted right above theirs. Clone the site, make a fake one, remove a letter here or add an extra I in there somewhere, and then drop his embed on the bottom of the stream. Oh, I mean on the bottom of the wiki, the fake wiki. That's how you do it properly. What he's doing right now is more damaging than useful, right? It's causing more harassment, more annoyance for him than anything else. Sounds like Nike should bitch less and maybe work on something worth watching. So really this is purely a skill issue. This is Ayla, and I'm going to show... sorry, I thought there was an L. Aya. This is, and I'm in response to this, I want to show you something. This is a video I've watched before. This is about another controversial streamer. Someone I've had, or not streamer, YouTuber. Someone I've had direct conversations with. And I want to explain why the stupid fucking drama shit is pathetic. Because this is not new to me. None of this is new to me. Where was it? Aya. I don't see Aya. Where's Aya? I don't see Aya, Super God. Don't bring that name in here if you're not going to show her. Not Aya. Aya. I don't know how to pronounce that fucking Guild Wars 2 name. You're going to swing by the Suicide Forest too? No. But that's not a bad idea. One of these days I'll have a Suicide Forest background. So, I'm going to show you a video now to give you some context on just how fucking pathetic this attacking other streamers drama is. Or streamer, content creator, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Aya is pronounced air. Then why didn't they put an A there? I would accept ear. I would still accept ear. Because it's Norse. Then the Norse need to figure out how to speak English. So, there is a creator I've seen go through something very similar to this before. Someone who is very fucking hated. Particularly in the Albion Online community.
someone who makes pretty decent guide videos, and I've double-checked his work because I wanted to see if he was full of shit, and guess what? It turns out he wasn't. Right? He's pretty decent with all his stats and his work and the stuff that he does in the background. I've double-checked this. And you know what happened? When I was making an Albion Online video, a bunch of people told me, don't fucking go near Swolbenji. Fuck that guy. He's a piece of shit. What a manipulative asshole. Blah, blah, blah. All of this bullshit, right? I had to have one conversation with the guy, and it turned out he was a pretty cool dude. He's like, yeah, use whatever content you want. I'd appreciate a link, but you don't have to, because he puts a watermark on his stuff, because people have just stolen and re-uploaded his stuff before. He's been pretty solid. But if you search his name, what do you see? Swolbenji. Albion's most hated player explained. Albion Online, how a new player... Okay, so that's Swolbenji's video. Unhidden Truth of Asmongold Swolbenji. People hate this guy. This whole front page, when you used to search his name, was just hate videos. Of other creators saying he's a fucking liar, and this is bullshit, and blah blah blah. But guess what? I did the one thing all of these other guys, these other content creators in the Albion Online space didn't do. I just had a conversation with the fucking dude. Guess what I did with Muckluck? In order to get a better opinion of what was going on, I had a conversation with the dude, and he didn't lie to me. He didn't try and manipulate me. He showed me screenshots. He posted his stats. He told me the information he does and doesn't have. And at no point was he ever avoidant of it. He even explained to me that he said that it's the embedding he's doing is not against the Twitch TOS. He didn't say that as some kind of cop-out. He said this specifically because he was trying to explain he was trying to do it in the right way, and that he doesn't run the Guild Gen site. And he said if this keeps causing drama for him, he's going to take it down. Did you try and catch Muckluck? No. Super God. I didn't try and catch him. How you catch someone is you just be honest with them about your opinion, and if they start being snaky, that's how you catch them. Right? Playing these mind games and shit just makes you fuck up. And then you gotta remember a bunch of lies you told as well. So I just had a conversation with him, and I would have caught him out if he started fucking lying to me. And he didn't. Not once. Now there's a video somewhere, I think it was done by Mogden. I think it was Mogden. And I want to find this video specifically because he came out saying how much better than Swolbenji he was going to be within the space of a year. If Benji's here, he knows exactly what video I'm talking about. Snakes do snake shit when pressed. Not be honest. Yes. Muckluck is one of the best content creators of any games. It's a shame he doesn't have any more viewers, really. He's entertaining and likable. I like Muckluck. I'm going to be honest. I have a bias. I do like Muckluck because I've seen his content. I think his content's entertaining. The worst thing I can probably say about Muckluck's content, like the actual content he makes, is that it's very PG friendly, and I'm not. Right? I'm a spicy person. I like spicy takes. Right? I like people who make funny jokes that are not serious, where people are like, I can solve the Israel-Palestine conflict with 2 nukes. And America needs to do it because they've had the practice of dropping the sun on people before. Shit like that. I think that's entertaining. I like spicy takes. But Muckluck is running this as a business. He's running this PG. He couldn't even watch my PvP video that I made on my main channel because he knew that would fuck things up for his channel. So that's how careful he is about this stuff. Now, if he's that careful, do you really think that he's gonna go and embed and fuck up his reputation if he saw that coming?
You really think he's going to embed if he's a snake and he's thinking all about the viewership and the money? No. It will be the dumbest thing in the world because he's not thinking about that. Yes, I am the guy that my wife's friend asked her if I beat her. I know my lane. So I think it's this video. There's a video somewhere out there of a guy talking to Swole Benji saying, I'm so much better than you. I am gonna outperform you. I'm gonna do so much better than you. And I need to find it to make my point. If I can't, I'm gonna be really sad about it. Maybe it wasn't Mogdon. I don't know. If Benji's in here later, I'll show that video. Do you think Nike did this because Muck is probably more popular and to ride his coattails, like the drama would get him attention too? Absolutely, Roxy. Yes, absolutely. What's a better way to grow a community than to find someone who's big, who's naturally going to have people who dislike them, because no one 100% is going to like you, and then give them a reason to dislike them, right? That way you've automatically got a bunch of people on your side. And that now boosts your ability to get up. And people fucking love drama. I'm sorry, they do. They fucking love drama. And I bet you it boosted his viewership. I bet you that a bunch of people probably were like, damn, I like this Nike guy because, well, he hates Muckluck and so do I. Of course, if we were playing an attention game, and everything online is an attention game, then yeah, if you're going to do that shit, you do that shit to make sure you get attention, especially if you occupy the same space as someone else. I don't know why you'd be willing to bet none of my money on it because I don't have any, but okay. All of it's very taxable money. Fuck. You just reminded me on Saturday I got to do my taxes again. Hold on. He can't. Guild Wars 2 is very small on Twitch. 95% of the community that knows Nike avoids him like the plague unless he's on tea time. He can't even help himself from popping up in random Reddit posts and insulting anyone that disagrees with him. He's done. He's been for years, just refuses to admit it. Now, here's the thing, right? The same thing, Shrew-Proot, that you're talking about that's happened to Nike is the same thing that's happened to Swole Benji. The same thing. They fucking hate him on Reddit. They keep banning him from games. They mute his shit. He's done a bunch of shit, and it keeps on getting him banned. But I want you to look at the difference between this and this.
I'm going to teach you
Hold on.
the best possible.
Hold on. Got a Nike here. Fucking named himself after a shoe. He made this difficult. What do you think the difference is between Nike's content and Benji's content is? Why do you think that despite being fucking hated by the Albion online community, why do you think Benji's doing so well and Nike is a literal nobody just like me? Why do you think that is? There's two reasons. And these are not moral reasons, these are niche reasons. Category you exist in. Video interest. When Benji buckles down and makes a fucking video, right? Look at his average viewership, 6K, 5K, 5K. Not good. Objectively not good. But guess what? It's a video a day, right? Benji does a video a day in his niche. But guess what? Every now and then, Benji buckles the fuck down We're going to go back here. And this happens. He gets 186k because he gives people value. He adds a direct line of value to the largest group of people. Become OP early. Tier 3 in 2 hours. Fastest leveling and best early gear for once human. He timed the video right. He gave people the value they were looking for out of the video game. And his information was good. We go to Nike's channel. Overpowered Herald open world solo build. How many people within the Guild Wars niche are going to do that? Let's see if he's popped off in the same way. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has popped off. Maybe he has a video that's got 180k views. But I'm not seeing it. God Mode Warrior, 40k. That's the closest I'm seeing. Here we go. Tier list fun in PvE. That's a generalized video. That's a good video idea. Still, 67k. The interest in what Benji is doing is far better than what this guy's doing. That's why every now and then Benji hops out of the Albion Online category and releases a fucking banger of a video. His currently, Benji's start video for Baldur's Gate 3 is still one of the best start videos I've seen with the most information. And guess what? About 30% of that information is outdated and the video is still valuable to this day. Benji's targeting the search algorithm. Nike is stuck in Guild Wars 2. Yes. Nike is playing a game inside his own head. Nike is playing with himself here. And not in the fun way where he gets to come at the end. Benji is playing with everyone else against their consent. And that leaves a long-lasting scar on their mental state. So both of these people get shit in their own communities. But this guy's adding value. And this guy's rambling for 41 minutes and insulting fucking Muckluck non-stop and then giving 2 valid points in a video that could have been 2 minutes long. That's the difference. So, final verdict. Muckluck, in my head, Muckluck is not guilty of doing this maliciously. If he was, he would be doing a much better fucking job of this, especially if this is his main form of income. I think that I'm going to give my hot take now as well. If I was in Muckluck's situation, I would probably go to Guildgen and say to them, look, can you either move on your site, on your website, on Guildgen, can you please God, take this and move it somewhere up here on the right, please. Make it a floating embed so that people know exactly where it is and put a nice big red X so they can immediately close the stream, please. Or ask them to not have it autoplay. Or if he just doesn't want to deal with the drama anymore, leave his embed up here on his personal site and take this shit down, because the drama and the harassment's just not worth having an extra 90 people that does nothing to your viewership, that does nothing to adding value to your community around you. Nike is stuck in the Guild Wars 2 category, which is why he's worried about Embeds and other people in the same category. Overall, Embeds piss other content creators off and will see it as cheating, which is why he's speaking up. Yeah, probably. Taking this from Nike's perspective, of course he's going to be fucking pissed off about this, because he sees it as, how does this guy have more viewership than me when I'm streaming purely through Embeds? This is unfair. How dare this happen to me? So from a personal perspective, yeah, of course he's going to be pissed off. But from a larger macro perspective, it's not even worth it to do these Embeds, especially in such a niche game like this. It's just not worth it. Muckluck just doesn't know any better about Embeds. There's huge drama behind Embeds as a whole. Gathalion was recently calling out Throne and Liberty and New World streamers over it, and he's a huge channel. In reference to Embeds and New World streamers.
Yeah. So I'm loving this. Hey, remember when they told you that New World doesn't have any bugs anymore? Remember, this game is bugless, right? People love this game. Amazing. You know what's a really good indicator of embeds? Malicious embeds? Look at the significant figure. For those who don't know what I mean by significant figure, what I mean is the number, right? I don't know if this guy's embedding, but I would assume, just based off the fact that he's got 4 significant figures and this guy's got 3, that maybe he is. Right? If you've got a bunch of people that are sitting at a generalized 100 to 200 and then there's just one guy popping off in the thousands, that's either a gigantic content creator who's got a huge following on a different platform, like Asmongold does whenever he goes onto some niche MMO, but he's got like 1 million people on YouTube, or it's someone embedding. Maybe Sequisha is one of those gigantic creators. I don't know. I would have to investigate into that. But generally speaking, the first thing I look for when thinking about embeds is the significant figures. You could try using that add-on that Darren showed off. You know what? You're right, but I don't trust that embed. I mean that add-on. Do you know why I don't trust that add-on? Because it can't be tracking real-time figures if it's showing 119% on some people's streams. It can't be tracking a real-time number. That's just impossible for it to be doing. If it's telling you a figure that's over 100%, because that should be impossible. Which means I severely doubt the accuracy of those percentage numbers. I severely doubt them. Those numbers are probably very sloppily collated over multiple streams on a back-end site that does things like twitchtracker.com or Sullynome or something like that, and then just adds it to a number here on Twitch. I don't think it's actually tracking an API. 116% of your viewer base is logged on. Yeah, where's that extra 16% coming from? Is that God watching my stream? Only way to really tell is to look at chat. Look how active yours is compared to that with someone. Yeah, exactly. If Baggins got 5 people talking and 3,000 viewers, then you know it's embedding. It's pretty obvious. It's not that obvious when I go into Muckluck's chat, and he is embedding. Because the proportion of embedding is not big enough to make any significant difference in anyone's life. Darren says a follow-up video where he talks about the add-on works. Okay, link it. Maybe I'm about to fuck myself and be completely wrong in what I said. Link it. Because his test on mobile was not a very good one. And apparently with nothing on his CPU, with him just sitting idle on his desktop, it runs at 79%. Yeah, this is going to be a long stream, Super God. I got a long way to go. Yes, it does. Please don't do that, Dak. Wojciech, what you'll notice is Twitch is very poorly fucking optimized. Same with Kick, same with any live streaming platform. Maybe not YouTube, I don't know, I haven't tested YouTube. But if you open multiple tabs, it'll bump up the viewership, and it's really fucking stupid. I hate that. This is why I say, on a personal level, I dislike embeds entirely. Personally, I think they're fucking stupid. I think they're just more reputational damage than they're worth, and the people who are validly using them to cheat, like an asshole, right, are assholes anyway, and if embedding wasn't a thing, they'd find another way around this. I think a bunch of people have a very altruistic perspective where they're like, I'm a Guild Wars 2 content creator. I love Guild Wars 2. I would really love my stream to be on this other person who also loves Guild Wars 2, because maybe someone doesn't go on YouTube that often. Maybe someone likes written guides, and maybe I can be of value and they hop into my chat and ask a question. That seems like 100% altruistic view of thinking embeds are going to do any good, but I think it's a really fucking stupid idea because it's just painful. It's just 100% painful, and it's going to damage your reputation, and people are going to hate you. So, okay, we got a follow-up explaining the add-on.
Around my latest video I have released hasn't very disappointing. The amount of people, even content creators that are
over, and I'm still recovering from the fucking stroke that I was given from that new Vegas video. Maybe next week, after I've seen a doctor, and he can tell me exactly how much brain damage that did to me.
Are resorting to personal attacks instead of the real arguments around the issue is staggering.
I 100% agree with him. 100% agree with him. Darren's is 100% right. People are just devolving into personally attacking people as opposed to worrying about the actual fucking issue. Thanks for stopping by, Wojciech.
This is unacceptable. Completely unacceptable, and it needed to stop yesterday. The video was made in order to talk about a real issue that is affecting a lot of people, viewers and streamers.
Now, here's the thing, is it's not affecting a lot of people, because for an entire category of video game, 90 is not a lot of people. Okay, mate, okay, I'm wrong. 90 is a fuck ton of people if you're playing Concord. But it's not for an average game, an average MMORPG.
Not to attack any creators in particular. There's no space for any personal attacks in this conversation. So please, everyone, be civil and focus on the actual problem that is happening here. It affects viewers because those websites become a bit slower and eat up your data without you knowing, as the embed is obscured.
True. I agree. It does chew through your data. Right? That's exactly why Muckluck went out of his way to make sure that it doesn't autoplay if you're on mobile. I think...
Skibbity toilet, no cap mogging Riz. Check Costco cookie. Dap me up 100 chatham, I cook though, free pal world.
Now you're gonna have to watch this video like this as punishment. We can watch this video like this now. God damn it. God fucking damn it.
And this can be very bad in terms of mobile and, of course, metered connections. It also affects streamers because embedding becomes a slippery slope as you're either forced to engage in this same practice or resort to other potentially harmful practices to compete with the viewer count spike. Those are the things we should be focusing in and nothing else. I don't want anyone to be cancelled or anything along those lines. I want them to realize why Embed is bad and why they should not do it. There's also...
So, I agree with him that embeds are bad. I 100% agree with Darren's on this. I don't like embeds on a personal level. Like I said, I don't think they're good. I think if you are using them to a degree that it's actually affecting viewership, it's a really bad idea. If you are not using them to some degree of effectiveness and you think it's actually doing something for you, you're just damaging yourself reputationally.
Some information about the embedding that needs to be corrected. The other day, Emmy.exe was streaming with a very low percentage of real viewers. This made a lot of people think that this was also embedding, or the extension was in some...
You see this extension? I don't trust it because how does this person have 21%? This has 105. This is 110. This is 113. That's not how percentage of viewers works. This can't be a real-time number. It's impossible for this to be a real-time number if that's the case with this extension.
Some ways flawed. This is not true. The reason why this happened is because she was in the Twitch front page, which is
there
an embed. Just
there you go. Okay, so that explains it. So if she's on the Twitch front page and her shit is auto-playing on the front page of Twitch, now she's going to get accused of embedding and viewbotting and all that shit when the reality is she was just on the front page. So now, actively, you've got misinformation and you're going and targeting someone who doesn't fucking deserve it. Brilliant. Still plan to finish the Guild Wars 2 series? Yes, Devlin. I'm currently working on the last finale video for Guild Wars 2. It was 3 hours long. I cut it down to 2 hours long. I'm trying to get it to under an hour.
Actual Twitch site. What the extension does, it uses the API of Twitch to know how many viewers there are logged in the chat with an account.
Well, then Twitch's API is either fucked or the extension is fucked in misreading things if it's using Twitch's API. Because why is it over and under reading?
When you're embedding, you do not enter the chat, so the difference of viewers will be the amount of embed views you have, the difference in the percentage of the extension. This is obviously okay, as this front page shows you in the middle of the website that you're indeed watching a stream. This is actually also unmuted, and there is no obscuring of the actual embedding, and the viewer can instantly decide whether they want this embed to keep going. That's without even considering the fact that when you go to Twitch, the point is to watch a stream. You're not going in there to get some other kind of information and having an embed that is hidden from you at all times.
Exactly why I think that this niche use case that Muckluck's got on his personal site, there's nothing wrong with this. If you go onto mucklucklabs.com and you don't expect to see a stream here, you probably, your mother drank a lot as a child when she was pregnant with you. If you see this one as a problem.
There's also some criticisms over the extension showing numbers that don't correlate correctly with the actual average viewers creators get. Of course, there is some room of error. There might be new viewers that are watching the stream for the first time that do not have an actual Twitch account. This would...
Isn't the higher percentage from people who use stuff like Chatterino? Detoxing, if that's the case, that means that the app is the extension is entirely invalid because it's reading extensions and bots and everything else. And that's even worse, right? So what you care about, think about this from a perspective of black box analysis. And no, that's not a racial term, but maybe it should be, right? Think about how this works, right? Black box analysis is something you can do on any system that you actually don't give a fuck about the process of, right? What happens is you've got your input and you've got your output. No one actually gives a shit about how you get to the output X. But what does matter is that output X is valuable, is correct, is the right output, the correct output. No one cares how you get there as long as this is the correct output. If it's reading extra extensions, if it's adding in values, if it's giving variation above 100%, guess what? This is invalid. Therefore, by corollary, whatever's happening inside the black box here is bullshit. Also, what's up, Noxy?
Contribute to the percentage being lower. This, of course, is a number between 10 and 20%.
See, look at this. 173%. 173%? You're telling me that the variance on this being incorrect of 100% of people in a stream on a guy who's got 102 viewers, you're telling me that the variance is fucking 73%? So what this percentage here is supposed to be saying is it's supposed to be telling you how many of your viewers watching currently are logged in. How do you have nearly 2 times the amount of people logged in than people actually watching? What this is saying is there are 200 people logged in and watching, logged into this guy's stream right now, but somehow only 100 of them are watching. How? That's error. That's error. That's shitty error. That means this output to me is invalid. Now, unless there's an actual explanation besides, I don't know, maybe it's raids or something. If someone can show me the variables inside of the black box that's coming to that output X, I won't believe that extension works whatsoever.
Most giveaways also contribute towards a lower percentage by making giveaway bots or new accounts more likely to go into the giveaway stream. Of course, these people or bots will leave after the giveaway is done. That being said, the numbers on the extensions are very accurate. As you can see
Very
here, you
accurate.
can see the app.
The numbers on the extension are very accurate, but it overreads by 73%. Plugin is super unreliable. I don't know why people use it to prove proving things, even when the plugin maker said before that it uses some calculation to come up with the numbers. Then the calculation's wrong. I'm sorry, the calculation's wrong. His variables are off. If you've got a variance in your output of 73%, fuck me. If when I was an engineer, if I told some of the people I did work for, hey, by the way, this technology I'm working with has a 73% variance, I would have been fired on the spot. Jesus.
Average viewers in Solinome from a balloon. And you can see there's a huge spike before the embed and the actual embedded stream. This whole graph here before this spike is when Balloon just streamed normally without their stream being embedded in the Guildgen website. And everything after this is after the actual embed was implemented in there.
Fine, that's fine. I 100% believe him saying that, because as we showed, when we looked at the Wayback Machine, we saw that same jump, but the jump was not as drastic for Muckluck as what I'm seeing here. This guy apparently went from fucking 100 and something viewers to 600. Muckluck went from like 400 to 500.
You can see that the average viewers here was 90 to 120 to 180, 70, this kind of numbers, right? And then as soon as the embed is actually activated, you go to 800 average viewers, 500 average viewers, 400, 600, 300. It's a huge, huge spike. And yes, this could actually be explained by some other things, like, I don't know, drops in Guild Wars 2 or
drops being put on the front page, giveaways, deciding to change something about your content. Maybe you made a post on Twitter. Maybe you helicoptered your dick around on stream last time. You got banned for a day. You got put back up, and everyone was like, hey, let's see what the guy who helicopters his dick was about. There's like 95 different fucking variables or more that could cause a spike like that. When Fextra Life had the drama, I remember someone or the plugin maker said it's not correct. It's supposed to give some sort of estimation only, but it's not correct with any numbers. It's similar to the YouTube dislike plugin. So then why are people fucking lying about its accuracy if even the guy who created it is like, yo, this is an estimation, not an accurate figure? Uses numbers of who else has the plugin and presses dislike. Yeah, so it's like, fuck, so this is just an estimation. And if your variance in estimation is off by 73%, it's unreliable. Sorry, it's unreliable. If I saw a maximum of 102% and not 170 something percent, maybe I'd believe this was like that valuable. I think people forget you're an engineer. Of course they do. I speak like a fucking sailor, dude. Of course people forget that, because engineers are supposed to be little dorks in rooms with glasses who've got like arms like pencils, who say nothing mean, because if they do, their wife's boyfriend might beat them up. That's the way people see engineers, unfortunately. It might also explain why I didn't fit in too well there. Sounds exactly like the PCR test inventor when he said the test was not for diagnostic purposes. Yes. People misuse shit all the time. And then they get so definitive and vehement about their answers that they never actually look at the fact of something. I hate to sound so behind on the conversation, but it's my first time hearing about embedding. We can see the before and after here, right? So how did embedding come about? Is it something the user is adding to their stream? So there's two ways that embedding works, right, Vectal? Either the user, the streamer, owns a website that people go to for information. What he does is he puts an embed using HTML code or whatever code he wants on his website that then auto plays his Twitch stream while people are looking for information. If he hides that stream at the bottom of the page, the guy on the website doesn't know he's being counted as a viewer. But on Twitch, it looks like he is a viewer. If you want to do it the most malicious way possible, you can look into the way Fextra Life did this. The other way this happens is you are a person who runs a website for a certain game or certain batch of information, and you know that there are streamers who have a valuable community that will add to your website, and your website can add to them. So it's a mutual exchange. So you as the website owner, go to the guy who's the streamer and say, yo, is it acceptable if I embed your content, your live stream on my platform? That way, if people who prefer written guides come to me, they might see your stream and you'll be able to answer a very niche question for them. And people who see your stream, you can tell them, hey, if you want written guides instead of listening to me talk because you hate the sound of my voice, go to this website. So it becomes a mutually beneficial thing. But a lot of the time, people hide the embed. It's not done in a very sensible way. It's not very logical. Right? It's done maliciously. It's done to boost viewership. It's done to make people feel like they've got a bigger dick than everyone else. Right? If you're doing this the most malicious way, you get as many fake viewers in your channel through embeds as possible, and you go play the biggest game you can, where you can dominate the category. If you're doing this in the altruistic, I don't actually know what the fuck I'm doing, you keep playing your niche game that you love, you get embedded on a site, and then someone starts shitting on you and destroying your reputation. This is why I keep saying embeds are a bad idea. If you're a niche creator and you're not looking to be a malicious sack of shit and steal sponsorship money, it's just a bad idea because it's damaging your reputation. That is my personal opinion, right? If someone is looking to grow their Twitch channel and they have a website that's full of information, yeah, do it. I get it. You want more people. Here's a good example, right? I'll give you the perfect example. Do any of you know this guy right here? Also, thanks for the resub tech support. Do any of you know who this guy is? Disguised Toast. What made this guy a streamer that popped off? For those people who know him. What was he doing before he was streaming? Before Among Us. Even before that. What built his foundational community? What he started doing was he had sucking schlong. Okay, that's just a standard. If you're a Twitch streamer, you're sucking someone's schlong, okay? I have to suck my own because I smell bad and no one wants to come near me. But, okay, aside from sucking schlong, what he did was he had a website and he used to build graphics around Hearthstone where he would have like all these things of this is the win rate percentage of this card. This is what the popular people are using. This is the decks that work really well in competitive play. He wasn't even streaming yet. He was building shit and posting it on Reddit and posting it on the website. And then he started streaming. And all these people who knew about his stuff that he was doing online was like, oh, that's the Hearthstone stats card guy. And then they jumped into his stream. And that built his foundational community. Right? So that's a smart idea. That's how you grow as a streamer if you're trying to make this a job. That's a really good idea. He added value to people's lives, and then he went and streamed, and those same people he added value to went into his stream and started asking him the questions. And they'd be like, hey, I know you said this card has a 55% win rate, but what if you pair it with this other Hearthstone card? And then he was like, oh yeah, that obviously works, but remember that there are these 4 other decks that people like playing that actually counters that play. And I mean, what's the percentage chance that you're going to have both of those cards in your hand at the same time, so on and so forth. So they got even more value by going to his streams. He then built his stream off of that, right? So he got something, he did something that added value. He re-syndicated those people. So it makes sense for a Guild Wars 2 streamer to embed on a Guild Wars 2 website, right? If he's trying to grow his community and, keep his employment going and be able to do his shit, that makes sense. Now, I do think that this is a shitty thing to do, to hide it all the way here at the bottom. But it does make sense to me that Muckluck has an embed on a site about Guild Wars 2. That does make sense. I just think there's a much better way to do this than let's hide it at the bottom of the thing, and the guy who's in there doesn't actually know he's a viewer, so on and so forth. I think having this here just puts a target on, whatchamacallit, just puts a target on Muckluck's back. Did he respond to your message? Yes, Ashura. He 100% responded to my message. He didn't lie. He didn't say anything manipulative. He 100% said, yeah, there are people coming into my stream. There are viewers coming from Guildgen and from his own website, and every time he starts up his stream, there's like an extra 75 to 90 viewers there. He didn't lie. He didn't hide. He didn't fucking, worm his way around it. He just fucking straight up said it. And he said the reason he did this is because he was looking to grow his community, like any good Twitch streamer who's trying to turn this into a job would. And he thought he could add value to people who come to a website like this, which is not that different from what this dude was doing. Right? His problem, his biggest problem, is this shit and this position right here. The fact that it autoplays, the fact that it used to take people's data on mobile, that's a problem. That is an issue. This is why I say that this is more of a headache for someone who's not trying to be a bastard and have 25,000 fake viewers in a channel. Right? If Muckluck was doing this maliciously, I'm sorry, he's got 2 IQ because he's not doing it maliciously enough. He needs to be much worse if he wants like an actual malicious way to do that shit. Much, much, much worse. Where's that video? Where's that fucking video? There it is. Nike was acting like Muck was doing some heinous shit. I want to see proof. If Nike can show me proof that Muckluck stole sponsor money that would have gone to someone else because of his viewership, I want to see it. I want to see it today. Hearthstone voice line vids. Yes, that's as well. Soundless Fern, you're right. It was also, he did these little Easter egg Hearthstone voice line vids, and then people started jumping into his shit and seeing what this guy was about. He built a foundation and then turned it into a stream. And now the YouTube's working, but not the Twitch on my multi-chat. Fucking magical. Incredible. Man, I gotta get a better multi-chat system. That's why I changed my mind on this. The last stream I said, this is starting to look malicious. Muckluck's going into all these small little games and dominating the category. He's pushing everyone else down because he walks into a game with 12 viewers and has 500 viewers. Obviously, he's always going to be at the top. But think about this logically. If he was doing this to make money, that's the dumbest thing in the world to do because he's playing a dead game. He's objectively playing a game that no one gives a fuck about if it had 12 viewers before he showed up there. If he was going to do this like a genius, he would embed, have 25,000 viewers that were all fake, and go play Elden Ring. And go play fucking Throne and Liberty right now. Go play FIFA. Go play something that's got billions of people, not billions, like thousands of people watching that shit. That's what sponsors give a fuck about. Who gives a fuck about some random single-player game from 4 years ago that's got 12 people watching it? No one. Sponsors will be like, damn, that guy must be radioactive. Even if he's got 500 views, it's not worth it.
Something along those lines, but nothing actually happened in December 21st of 2022. So obviously, and considering the fact that this is the exact moment where the actual embed started on Guildgen, you can actually obviously arrive to the conclusion that this is indeed the embedding's doing. You can actually go to the Wayback Machine yourself and check these dates as well.
We did this in the last stream. We checked this. We checked when those embeds went live. Pretty easy to spot. Even Muckluck says this. Even Muckluck realized, he said this outright to me. He said this outright when I looked at his stuff. He straight up said to me, I fucked up by not mentioning this. He said that. Where is it? God damn it, don't fucking go here. Muckluck straight up said to me, he fucked up by not mentioning that this bump was there. He didn't hide it. He said, I actually fucked up by not saying that. Yeah, but you're playing MMOs, so man, that's different. All MMOs are dead games. That's look, so man, being in the MMO category is like, it's like you know those YouTube videos that get like millions of views where someone goes into like a theme park that's been defunct for the last 25 years and starts like fucking around with it and like trying not to die of tetanus or something, and people are just fascinated to watch that because they're like, wow, look at this gigantic pile of shit. That's the same with MMOs.
Muckluck also got a big spike out of these embeds. You can see here their numbers. Here is a huge spike because of a Guild Wars 2 patch. Then 300
Wrong.
viewers average.
Not a Guild Wars 2 patch, that's his giveaways. And a Guild Wars 2 patch. That's why he has these massive spikes here. So you take out the outliers from that.
200, stuff like this. Of course, also being affected by the fact that he streams other games as well. As, you know, he plays Guild Wars 2 and gets a lot of viewers, and other games, not as much. But then as soon as the actual embedding starts right here, in
exactly. So this is the same point that Nike made that's actually valid. This does alter things for embedding. But guess what? It doesn't alter things enough. If he wanted to embed and this change his life forever, this needs to go from hundreds of viewers to thousands of viewers. He needs to sit here at 3,000 consistently. Then people care about him.
April 22nd, the actual average viewers go insanely high.
Insanely high. Listen to the language. Listen to the adverb someone's using. Insanely high. If I have a 2-inch penis and I gain 1 inch, is my dick now insanely big? Soft. No, I'm talking about fully erect. Full chub. Is my dick now insanely big because I got 1 inch on me?
To 400, 300, and so on and so on. Now, we can't really
probably not, but I'm going to tell everyone I've got a gigantic cock now.
We know the actual date, but as you can see here, the actual change is around April 22nd. Wave Machine actually shows your embedded earlies into 26th of April. Snapshot of 18th of April does not have you embedded, so April, not May. Even if the extension were to be 50% off, which it isn't, by the way, the numbers will still be insanely high. The left number is the amount of viewers that Balon embeds in this particular.
Also, Angora Gaming, you're saying they're both in the wrong, and from a personal perspective, like I've said, I fucking hate embeds. I think they're a bad idea. They're a niche use case when they are used in a good way, right? But what I think here is Muckluck is being accused of being malicious, of doing this maliciously. I don't think he's done this maliciously. I think he thought this was a great way to get people to like his content off of YouTube, off of Twitch, so that he is more discoverable. What he didn't count on was the massive amount of backlash he was going to get for the shit. Right? If he was going to do this maliciously, there are way better ways to do it than what we're seeing right now. Is this some kind of ego drama? This is all about embeds, Daniel. We're talking about the fact that Muckluck has been accused of being the great Satan of Guild Wars 2 for embedding on a Guild Wars 2 site. His own and another Guild Wars 2 site. And this is why I say I don't think Muckluck did this maliciously. I think Muckluck actually just fucked up by having a conversation with Guildgen asking if they can embed his shit on their site. I think Muckluck fucked up by saying yes, because the reputational damage he's suffering from this, the harassment, people annoying him with this shit, is infinitely worse than any bump in viewership he's getting. It might be worth it if he wanted to get like another 1,000 viewers. Anagra. Oh, sorry, my bad. I read Angora. That's my bad. Thanks for correcting me. Gotta go Ashes of Creation guild meeting. Are you fucking serious? You've already got a guild? So, man, yeah. Send me a DM. Send me a DM. I want to say racial slurs to your guild, please.
The problem with ePopal is that they are pushing the right fight to the wrong person. Just like that one incident you have done with a specific VTuber also. Muckluck is going live.
Exactly. Exactly, Koitar. Right? I fucked up. And what's the thing I said? I immediately made a video next stream and I said, I fucked up. And I did it in a wheelchair. Right? I even said in that video, I stand by my statement. I stand by my statement that shitty VTubers are probably leaving the avatar up and fucking off. But Iron Mouse is not doing that. Iron Mouse is there every day. She was not the right target for that shit. And worse over, she's an actually talented singer, which makes it even worse. And even funnier.
For instance, and the right one, Mucklucks. This is all in my previous video, and you can go check it out how those numbers are acquired. But of course, getting more than 150 viewers out of an embed is an insanely high amount.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's an insanely high amount. No, it's fucking not. It's an insanely high amount if you were in the 100 viewer category and you go to the 1,000 viewer category. An extra 100 viewers at that size doesn't change shit. Yeah, okay, cool. Embeds, you don't make ad revenue off of embeds. If you're embedding and the person who's a botted viewer, quote, doesn't even see your stream, doesn't sub, doesn't do anything, how does that help? How does that grow you monetarily? The only argument you can make is that a sponsor sees a higher number. And does a sponsor give a fuck if you go from 4 to 500? Or does a sponsor give a fuck if you go from 400 to 4,000? He keeps using this word, insane, and I don't think he knows what it means.
And of course, anyone who embeds in the Guildgen website will get the same amount of boost in viewers than the other.
Insane compared to the views they're getting themselves. That's a fair point. But you know what beats that? You know what beats their current viewership? Making a better fucking stream. Being more entertaining. Being funnier. Doing something more special than the guy who's embedding. You think you can't outcompete 90 viewers with a really, really good stream? Of course you can. It's been done a million times on this fucking platform.
Creators. There is one last thing that I want to talk about, which is that Twitch had to take a hard stance against Vextra Life, as their streams were completely empty other than the actual embed viewers. I was under the impression that they achieved this by making a blacklist of their site's embeds, and that's it. But that is actually not what happened. Not the only thing that happened, at least. Twitch actually changed the TOS on embedding when this happened. As you can see here, it says, we encourage you to use the Twitch embed autoplay feature, where the embed is positioned as a focus of the user experience. Twitch.
Yes. Yes. Hey, guess what Muckluck's doing on his own channel? Hey, we encourage you to make it a focus of the thing so you're not being full of shit. Hey, we encourage you to put this somewhere so the guy on your website knows exactly what you're doing. Ta-da. The only thing Muckluck can do at this point is go to Guildgen and be like, yo, take that shit down or put it somewhere that people immediately see it when they open the website, please. That's all he can do. That's all he can do. Otherwise, it's just infinite reputational damage for nothing.
Which may disable autoplay when the embed is not relevant or related to the user experience. Meaning, if the embed is hidden, obscured, or located at the bottom of the page, and or where a primary purpose of the embed placement is to inflate viewer count on a Twitch channel. Now,
this is a problem. We can agree this is a problem, yes? We can all agree that doing this, just like in the Twitch TOS, is a problem. Yes? This should either not autoplay, or this should be placed somewhere else. But guess who doesn't own this site? Muckluck. He had a conversation with Gilgen. Gilgen and him were like, yeah, okay, we could put an embed up. But this is have a conversation with Gilgen and ask them to change something. Because Muckluck doesn't own the site. All he can do is have a conversation with this person and say, it's not worth the drama or the hassle that I'm getting. It's causing me reputational damage. And it's not boosting my viewership through the fucking sky and making me look like the Guild Wars 2 god. So please take that shit down, or please move it somewhere that people immediately see it when they go onto the site, please. That would be that's all he can do.
This is not very well enforced. I think there's a lot of actual people that do this. So, but it is against what Twitch considers fair and accept. This, of course, means that in Gilgen's website, this is obviously not correct. It is indeed obscured and at the
I agree. 100% agree with Darren's on this. This is not the right thing to do.
Bottom of the page while autoplaying and also muted. That being said, I didn't even know about this change. I think it's a very weird change that they never really advertised, and the only way that I knew is because there was actually a clip of the CEO talking about this in the latest year, last year's TwitchCon. So,
does he realize what he just said? Tell me if you catch this.
It's indeed obscured and at the bottom of the page while autoplaying and also muted. That being said, I didn't even know about this change. I think it's a very weird change that they never really advertised, and the only way that I knew is because there was actually a clip of the CEO talking about this in the latest year, last year's.
Did you catch that? It's not been advertised, but there's a clip of the Twitch CEO himself talking about this. It's not been advertised, but the guy who's the CEO of the website spoke about this, and I was able to see a clip of this, so I knew that it was happening. Maybe it's the stroke I'm still having from seeing that Skibbity Toilet New Vegas video, but is that not telling people about the changes? Also, the booba cam doesn't work on that camera. I'm still setting that part up. Right, maybe he didn't catch this. Look, no one's perfect. Maybe he didn't register what he said there. But like, that sounds off, what he just said.
TwitchCon. So I don't think it's really fair for any of the creators that are using this practice to actually know this part either. With that said, that's all I wanted to talk about today and clear up. I really hope this is the last video I have to make about this. I would have loved to actually answer this in the actual Reddit thread, but it got locked. And I had a comment ready to go, but the mods locked the entire thread.
Yeah, the mods locked the thread, and as far as I'm aware, Muckluck couldn't even use it to reply.
I could not actually answer. YouTube also sometimes deletes random comments in my YouTube videos.
Yes,
from time to time.
That's literally every YouTube video everyone makes. One of the ways you can get around this is you go to the sort by feature, and sometimes you can, sometimes, not all the time, sometimes if you click newest first, newer comments will appear. But if you go to top comments, that just doesn't show them at all. That's a YouTube fuck up problem. Sometimes they just don't appear whatsoever.
Time and have no solution to it, and this actually happened to Muckluck's comment. So I had to go in. And post his response here and the pinned comment, as otherwise you could not really express what he wanted to express. If any of your comments gets deleted, just post it again. Or
the mods in Guild Wars 2 Reddit are gay and retarded. You could have just said they're on Reddit. You wasted energy typing out words. You could have just said they're Reddit mods. That's all you had to say.
Or say God deleted, or just DM it to me and I will read it. Please, 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 everyone be civil. Do not use personal attacks. I only
Agreed.
want people to actually talk about the real issues at hand. Nothing else.
So I can respect him for saying that. I'd give him a like, but I don't know why my fucking thing's not allowing me to do that. Thanks, YouTube. 2 big problems with this video he made. He's telling me that his extension that he's using to see who and what is good and bad has a fucking variance of over 70%. First issue. Which means that to me, that extension is worthless. Because it's not tracking things accurately. Second thing, an insane amount of viewers is not going from 400 to 500. An insane amount of viewers is going from 400 to 4,000. Change the significant figure. Then we can talk about insane. Reddit doesn't care because mods can do whatever in their subs. Of course. Of course. Reddit is the most dialed in bunch of retards who think they're all geniuses. And the mods are 10 times worse because if they know they're wrong, they'll delete the response that proves they're wrong just to feel good about themselves. Muck is getting the blame when clearly it's Gilgen. Look, Muck is getting the blame because he's the streamer. No, that's why he's getting the blame for it. Gilgen, someone needs to be like, yo, Gilgen, both of your embeds, fix them. Whether that's Muck or someone else or the community, that would be fair. If people went out of their way to message this person and be like, please just change them. Not call them an idiot, not I don't know, insult what they look like, not call them, I don't know, some, I don't know, fucking racial slur or some shit. Just go to them and be like, yo, you need to fix the embeds on your site. Please, please fix the embeds on your site. You are damaging other people's reputation by leaving them there at the bottom. But yeah, as a Twitch streamer, you should know better to hope Twitch telling you changes of their rule on their own. If you're a Twitch streamer and you've made this your job, guess what? Part of your job is figuring out the TOS. That's part of your job now. That's part of your responsibility. So yeah, to me, honestly, this video changed nothing. This changed nothing. This didn't add value. Your extension's wrong if it's got a variance of 75%. That's not valuable information. Right? I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know about Valen. I know zero about the dude. So I don't know what angle he's coming at this from. But from the angle I'm seeing Muckluck coming at this from, I think he's stubbed his toe. He's fucked himself up. He reversed his car, didn't look in the rearview window, and ran over an old lady in the street. His mod shadow banned Muck's comments explaining the points on the video with timestamps on YouTube and Reddit. Not surprising. Not surprising. Yes, 75% variance, Daniel. 75%. Like I said in the beginning, black box theory. If your output on any system is incorrect by 75% plus or minus, guess what? Your output is dog shit. Your output is fucking trash. It's not worth even considering. And you need to go back in here and whatever equation or API that you're tracking, you need to fix that first. Before anyone bothers using that as evidence. It's insane. It's nuts. So that added no value. Like I said, Muckluck fucked up. Muckluck fucked up by saying yes to Let's Embed. Thinking altruistically, yeah, this is a good idea. And he didn't try and hide that fact from me. When I DM'd him and I messaged him about it, he didn't hide it from me. He didn't lie. He didn't try and do some snaky shit. He was just flat out honest with me. I thought it would boost my viewers. I thought I could help more people in the Guild Wars 2 community. I thought it would be really cool if people had a question that wasn't answered on a website, that they could come to me and just message me right there. That's altruistic thinking. That's a problem. What you gotta do, Muckluck, what you gotta do, I'm sorry to tell you this, but every now and then, when you're gonna make a decision, and I'm saying this as a project manager, I'm saying this as someone who's been a systems engineer, a project manager, someone who's had to walk into companies and try and help fix them at points in time. Sometimes you've got to sit down and think like the biggest piece of shit imaginable. And if you can do that, it becomes infinitely easier to understand how people are going to misuse whatever you do. Also, what's up, Iconic? How you doing? So, that video added no value. I see no point in going further into this. I think the only thing that Muckluck can do from this point is one of two things. Either let this bullshit die, because it actually literally changes nothing, or get the embeds taken down. Yes, you have to think like the villain, Super God. Now, here's the one problem, right? If he gets the embeds taken down, what happens to Muckluck now? What do you think happens to Muckluck when he gets those taken down now? What do you think the next video Nike makes is? What do you think the next video that Darren's makes is? Think about this. Think about this like a piece of shit. What's the next thing they do? See? I was right. Now he's trying to hide and run away. God, I was right all along. And the only reason he changed it is because I said something. That's what happens next, if he takes it down. And then he's either got to roll his eyes and say, fuck these retards, or now he's got to respond and say, actually, I learned a lot about this. I decided it was a bad idea. People were harassing me about this. That's why I took it down. And what's the video that's made after that? See, now he's running away. I'm right about everything. Follow me instead. I'm gonna talk about the Jews in my next video. That's what happens next. I'm so lost on this topic. What? Iconic, you stumbled into the very end of all of this. We were talking about the embedding drama in the Guild Wars 2 community. It's old drama now. It's like a month old. But I only discovered it. I went down a rabbit hole. I went down a rabbit hole like 2 days ago. And I spent 6 hours on this shit. And the conclusion I came to was I don't have enough information. So I DM'd Muckluck. He explained his side of it. He didn't lie to me. He didn't manipulate. He didn't use weasel words. He was just outright. And he showed me screenshots. He posted screenshots of what happened. So I see nothing wrong. You know how, like, think about it this way. Imagine you're a Russian guy and you've moved your entire life into the US. You've started working in the US. Do you think you're going to get a fair shake of things? In the US, do you think your average US citizen is going to be fair and balanced in talking to the Russian immigrant who just got there and opened a business? Probably not. He's just some civilian. But guess what? He's going to have the fucking worst time of his life dealing with the locals. That's just how it is. Darren and Co are content creators at the end of the day, and drama sells. Yes. Daniel, you're 100% right. Drama sells. Rage sells. Emotional baiting sells. It gets you views because people want to see the drama. They want to see a shit fit. You tell me right now, you go right now to the zoo. Are you going to look at the parrots that are just sitting there? Or are you going straight to the chimp enclosure, throwing a chip between two of them and watching them have a jungle mixed martial arts match, flinging shit at each other and attacking each other? Which one do you think's going to have more people gathered around it? It's not the fucking birds. Certainly not the birds. Apparently people that come into this country get a free house and thousands of dollars a month from the government. Yeah, but you gotta be below a certain skin tone for that. You gotta be from Mexico for that to happen, Iconic. I hear they give you a free cat to eat if you, you go to a certain area as well. Also, just saw the emotes, fuck me, how did some of those get approved? I have no idea, Doverin. I have no idea. If you're from North Africa, it works too. I wouldn't know, I'm not from North Africa. By the way, fun part, I understand how this knee-jerk reaction works because I got to travel when I was younger, and I can tell you firsthand, I've been in different countries, and more times than not, I've been accused of being a white supremacist. My favorite one was being in the US, where they think that, like, we're still slave owners down here. And they don't register slavery, there was no slavery of, like, blacks in South Africa. When they first got here, they did have slaves, but they were from Malaysia, right? You couldn't enslave the blacks down here because they fought tooth and nail for that shit. They fought you at every turn. That wasn't gonna happen. Wait, you aren't a slave? Shh. I'm trying to build a cover here, Iconic. Don't blow my cover, goddammit. So, to me, that's this fucking drama settled. What Muckluck chooses to do or not do with this, he's gonna get shit. He's up shit creek right now, and it doesn't matter which direction he turns, someone's opening their asshole and trying to blow it out on his face. Probably Nike, maybe Darren's. Right? That's all I could say, but to me, this is settled. The embed is not worth doing. He's wasted his time by doing this. I think it's caused more reputational damage than it's assisted in anything. And if he could probably go back in time, he should probably have spoken to Gilgen and said, you know what, I don't think this is a good idea. But this is how we learn. We fuck up. We fuck up over and over again. Could you maybe mention about the third and fourth biggest political parties and what they would do with us whites if they had actual unquenched power? Oh, that's pretty easy. I don't know about the fourth one. This is these guys were a threat, but they kind of become a joke. No one cares about them anymore.
This South African song has been igniting quite the firestorm online.
This is my country.
Once deemed a struggle chant, modern adaptations of it have kindled cries of white genocide. So why is this song so controversial?
So a really fun fact about the song is the amount of white people who get murdered in my country always spikes after political rallies where they talk about shooting and killing white people. But yeah, here you go. So yeah, these guys get in power. I'm fucked. But the best part about this is these people are too stupid to organize. They couldn't organize a fucking piss up in a brewery. So I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the state of my country economically though. Just identify as a darker skin tone. I'd do that, but the problem is then I'd get banned off of Twitch. I'm a light skin, yeah. But yeah, okay, to me, that's the whole drama settled. That's the final word on this. I'm exposing Muckluck for being an idiot by saying yes to embedding, not for being malicious. I identify as an alive bitch there, not a dead bitch. And that's an important distinction. Tomorrow you're voting. Are you going to vote for Donald Trump? Time to play jumping puzzles. God, no. I told you, jumping puzzles is for, like, when I'm ready to commit suicide. I will at one point in time just do Guild Wars jumping puzzles. Right? I'm going to have, like, just a stream where I'm doing nothing else but that. But I have a plan for today. And the second part of my plan is catching up on some of the videos that have been sitting in my Discord for the last 4 weeks. You already know who I'm voting for, not a cuck for Harry. Yeah, fair enough. You're voting third party. You're throwing your vote in the bin. I know. Politics is a game of fuckery. If you want my opinion, it's all a joke. Doesn't matter who you vote for. They just give you the vote to keep you quiet, so they can blame you later and say, yeah, but you didn't vote hard enough this time. Maybe you should vote harder next time. So Nike is a build and PvP content creator. As far as I'm aware, Villaboss, yes. On an objective level, embeds make sense. People have misused it, though, and put a heavy bad stigma on it. Like, oh, this links to my stream and it shows my stream. That's a good idea. Yes, you're right. On an objective level, on an idealistic level, on a theoretical level, embeds sound like a great idea. But nuclear fusion also sounds like a great idea. But instead of building power plants, we build bombs. Happens all the time. When I was an engineer, I was assisting with the performance metrics of drones. You know what I was using those drones for? Surveillance of land in Central Africa so they can farm. Do you know what happened to those drones? My data and the team's data got taken away, stolen, and used for war purposes. You try to do a good thing, someone else sees a good thing, and they can use it for something bad, and they'll do it. Because it gives them an advantage over other people. That's how it works. Welcome to the real world. You have a good idea? Someone has a bad idea about your good idea. I vote to make God Emperor of the World. Yeah, that's a bad idea. You see, that's a really bad idea. That's how the Chaos Gods win. Wait, not the 40k one, but the worm one. Well, I'm fat enough to getting close enough to at least cosplay that. I'll give you that, Devilus. They're trying to charge Trump for buying votes by paying for people's McDonald's order. Let's be honest here. They're not going to the voting polls. They're going to McDonald's again on the day of the vote. They're not going to vote. They'll be like, yo, where's that Trump guy? Get him to give me another fucking McDouble. If he tells me the ice cream machine's broken again, I'm gonna kick him in the nuts. They're not going to vote. They're voting for a fucking burger. And not wearing a hairnet while working. Well, his hair's fakes, right? So all you're getting is a piece of plastic in there. If Muck wants to do it properly, he should just get a load of bots to inflate his numbers. His wife is Russian. She'll have the know-how. Exactly. Get a bunch of bots. Boost the shit out of your channel. And then we can start to think about it. Then we can start to think about doing it in the scummiest way possible. Now, let's see if there's any value in here. If you see a dick, I apologize for nothing. That's your fault. There's a bunch of shit I have to catch up on. We watched this last stream. This is... I've already... not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Already fucked up there. Watched this off-stream and on-stream last time. I should watch Thongs of Liberty. I'm simping for the Dune MMO, so I'll watch one of Forces.
It takes...
I don't know why I was linked that at 694 seconds, but okay. We'll save the failures for another day. I'll watch Foreskin. 5 spoken.
Amazon.
Oh, it's a video game donkey. Okay, that makes sense. I always feel bad about watching video game donkeys because I feel like I add no value to this content. The man is so fucking dialed in on shit. Verbal tips for ashes. Ashes of creation. That's valuable. We're going to be watching Ashes of Creation because I want to prep for Ashes of Creation when it comes out on the 25th. And we've got Muckluck, the great Satan himself, as described by everyone. Everyone knows that Muckluck's the worst person on the planet now for the embedding. No one disagrees. Obviously, objectively correct opinion is he's getting insane numbers. I heard that tomorrow he's going to interview Trump while playing Guild Wars 2 because his numbers are just that big. If you want politics, there's a great video about why Discord was banned in Turkey. It's probably because they can't read. Isn't the economy collapsing? I'm joking, by the way. Thanks for the sub, Bath83. Appreciate it. Thanks for wasting your money when I say the most fucking racist shit imaginable. We'll start off here. We'll start off at the end, where Muckluck had a dream about embedding. And then we'll work our way towards the Ashes stuff. Prime money's still your money. That's how it is. Did you see the Democratic Party are now telling minorities how they're supposed to think and sending Obama to go and reprimand them for being sexist and not voting Kamala? Oh, so like nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Yeah, welcome to politics.
Data leaks.
No one's better than anyone else. Okay, we'll also go through the banned in turkey, banned in chicken. We'll go through that one as well. But we'll start here with the great Satan of embedding himself.
Oh man, I just remembered something stupid. All right, chat. I am the kind of person. I got a little story for you guys, and we certainly have the time for it. I am the kind of person that has a dream.
Have you ever had a dream?
Confirmed. He's Martin Luther King.
Once a year, maybe, that I can remember. Like I do not normally dream when I'm sleeping, and
because he's too busy embedding. That's why. It's his conscience weighing down on him and his embeds.
And I had a dream the other night.
Was it about embedding?
Now I have streamed every single day for over 6 years, and you would think that at some point in that time I would have a dream that related to streaming, and
it's about embedding.
Answer is no, not until now. So I had a dream that I was streaming, and for it's some craziness, Noxy was streaming and managed to get on the front page of Twitch, and Noxy had
Muckluck's worst nightmare. It's like when the Sith apprentice becomes the master, because it means he's getting murdered.
13,000
cigarettes.
I remember, that was the number. It was 13,000 viewers. And then at the end of Noxy's stream, she very kindly rated me and dropped them all on me.
Nice. That's how you do it. That's how you make someone have a fucking panic attack. I know, because I had like a mild fucking panic attack when Terrorizer did that to me. Someone fill me in on what's going on. I just popped in. So we went through the embedding drama. Listen. I've decided Muckluck's not done this out of maliciousness. If he is somehow doing this out of maliciousness, he's the dumbest person on the planet, because he's not doing it maliciously enough. Right, but embeds are a dumb idea. They're a really dumb idea because they just damage reputation.
And I was like, oh my god. And I started to be like, oh, Muckluck talked this, but I thought it'd be original. And do my intro, because, I got these people don't know me. I got to get their attention. You got seconds to get people's attention before they flake out. And I started choking on nothing. When like a breadcrumb materializes in your lung.
He was asleep when this was happening. You know how your sensations in the real world interact with when you're asleep? It's confirmed his wife put the dildo in his mouth while he was asleep. She got it all the way to the back of his throat. He just doesn't know it.
And you're just like, You're like, and you like can't talk, and I just start dying, chat. I am choking for real. I'm choking both metaphorically and physically.
Very nice.
So I'm just like coughing up a lung, and I just like, you know, like grab like water, and there's tears going down my face. I'm like choking so bad.
That's actually a really good idea for a stream. Dying on stream. That's a really good idea. Peak viewership, and you don't have to be around for the drama afterwards, because it's no longer your problem. That's the ideal stream.
And then finally, like, when I get to the point where I can function once again as a human being, I look up and all 13,000 people have left.
Cool.
Like, not a single...
His viewership drop was still more people than watch me. Holy fuck. His failures are my successes.
One is still there. Like, every single one is gone. And I'm like, yeah, like, oh my god, what an opportunity. It's gone. Oh man. And I woke up, like, right then, just like sad. And I'm like, what the hell? That's it. That was the freaking dream. Got a huge raid. A lifetime, like, opportunity of a lifetime to, like, grow the channel. I choke and then just die and wake up.
Hey, that sounds like what happened to me with Terrorizer when I was wearing that Asian hat and playing Black Myth Ding Dong.
What do you mean dream that happened yesterday? Uh-huh. Pretty sure I raided Noxy yesterday. Chip was just sitting on your face while you were sleeping? Maybe.
Someone might have been sitting on his face while he was sleeping, but I don't think it was the cat. It was a different kind of feline. I accuse something else of being on his face, causing that choking to happen. Remember, he was drinking liquid in his dream after choking. That means something was there. Something liquidy was there. Man. Words from the embedding king himself. Muckluck. 13,000 viewer embeds. I didn't know Noxy was in on the scam as well. Embedding a whole 13,000 viewers. That's the kind of thing I want to be on my face when I sleep. This is the kind of thing we all want on our face when we sleep. It was me or Nike. Yeah, fair. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, this one's the most off topic, so we'll start here, and then we'll move towards thing. Wasn't that how Too Mad went out? I think so. You might be right about that. I think he I don't know, actually. I just know Too Mad. Wait, Too Mad died, right? Or am I thinking of someone else? Am I thinking of Etika? No, but Etika didn't die on stream, I don't think. I don't know, my memory's fuzzy on this one. If his wife sat on his face while sleeping, I'm sure it would explain the suffocation, but not the waking up part. Waking up sad part. No, that he might have woken up sad because there's you know, latent homosexuality brewing inside of him. You know, I mean, it's just how it is. If you stream on Twitch, you got to be a little bit gay. That's just the rules. That's just how it is. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is, dude. Not to fuck off in Mamiya. All right, thanks for stopping by, Koita. As a Turk, I want to say this before you start. The situation is wild, and the incompetence of the government is wild. What? No. A government is being incompetent? Never. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. What? Government's incompetent? That's wild. I would never believe that. Let's see how they got bombed.
Extortion, and 3 dead. This is the Discord incident and how one man got Discord banned in the entire country of Turkey. Now, this whole story is an accumulation of problems that happened throughout Turkey's recent history, and pertaining to this video, the most important problem with Turkey right now is femicides. Turkey, as well as...
Is that like... You know how you use herbicides and pesticides to get rid of, like, bugs in your garden? If, like, a woman enters your house, do you just, like, spray her with that and then she's gone?
a handful of other countries have an increasing problem with violence against women, specifically murders against women, which are known as femicide.
Why can't we just say murdering bitches? Why we gotta make new words up? Why can't you just say they saw the titted creature and they disliked its words and so they killed it? Okay, they could have used home murder, woman killing, femicide. Damn. Why we gotta get fancy with the language here?
In fact, in just August of 2024 alone, 33 women were murdered by men and 24 died under suspicious circumstances in Turkey. And the reason why this is such a big problem
Three or four times, maybe. I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
problem is because back in 2011 there was something called the Istanbul Convention. Now, the Istanbul Convention is the first legally binding instrument which creates a comprehensive legal framework and approach to combat violence against women. The Istanbul Convention is designed and focused on preventing domestic violence, protecting victims like providing women and children with specialist support services and shelter, and finally the last thing of the Istanbul Convention is that it's focused on prosecuting accused offenders. And
so like this is what's really funny to me, right? Turkey sounds like one of those countries that probably needs like a dose of feminism to it, right? Because I bet the feminists over there are not complaining about men like widening their legs on a fucking train. I bet they're like, yo, stop murdering us, please. That would be nice if you didn't fucking stab me in the face. This is always the most infinitely funny thing about like movements in the first world, is they are so desperate to force others into a position of submission. But when real shit like this starts happening, they are dead quiet. They are silent as the fucking grave. When it comes to the shit that actually matters, nah. But they'll throw a temper tantrum that some dude farted in a locked cabin because he had beans earlier and this was an attack on femininity or whatever. They'll have a fucking temper tantrum over the dumbest shit. But the stuff that matters, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck at all.
The way that they prosecute accused offenders is that they make stuff like stalking and psychological violence all the way up to sexual assault and honor killing all criminalized. So when you sign the convention, you add these as illegal things that you cannot do. And the thing with the Istanbul Convention is that back when it was signed in 2011, Turkey was actually the first country to sign the convention. Now, taking a look at this map, these are the countries in Europe that have done something with the Istanbul Convention. The countries in blue have signed and enforced the Istanbul Convention. The countries in purple have signed the Istanbul Convention, but they don't actually enforce the policies. And any orange or gray countries did not.
So the purple are the ones that pretend they care, but then they go home and beat the shit out of their wives. The blue ones, those women are wearing the pants in the household. And I don't know what red means. But the gray ones, they're just like, I don't give a fuck. You don't give a shit. You think you can stop me from beating my wife? Give it a try. Stop me, I dare you. I'll beat your wife too.
Sign the Istanbul Convention. And you'll notice that Turkey is in red, and it's not for a good reason. Because on the 20th of March 2021, Turkey has unilaterally withdrawn from the Istanbul Convention. According to the current president of Turkey, the Istanbul Convention, which was...
It's the only time that Turkey is ever going to be withdrawing from Istanbul. So take what you can get.
Originally intended to promote women's rights, was hijacked by a group of people attempting to normalize homosexuality. The Turkish president is saying that LGBT people are brainwashing people with the Istanbul Convention, and being part of the LGBT group is incompatible with Turkey's social and family values, which is
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Why we decided to withdraw from protecting women as a whole, because apparently all women are gay according to Turkey. And Turkey withdrawing from the...
All women are gay. all women are gay in Turkey. You heard it right. You're a man and you date a woman? Fucking homo. Yeah, I bet you want to go do gay shit, like hold her hand. I bet you're going to help her pick out dresses. You gay bastard. What are you going to do? Go make consensual loving motions with each other? Fucking disgusting. Gayest shit imaginable. Thanks for the follow, Raffle.
Istanbul Convention didn't make anything better, and that is the kindling that led to the incident. On October 4th, 2024, 3 people died. We have Sami Chalik, who is a 19-year-old male who worked as a butcher. We have Aisha Nush Halil, a 19-year-old girl, and we have Iqbal Uzunaj. My pronunciations are horrible. I apologize. So on this day at around...
Yeah, I don't blame him. I couldn't say those if I was Turkish. I probably couldn't say their names correct.
Around 3:30 p.m., Semi went to Aisha Nush's home, and after entering the home, he killed her by slitting her throat. Now, shortly after the first murder, Semi met with Iqbal near the historic city walls in Fatih. Now, there are images of...
What do you think it is about serial killers and their ability to attract women? Yeah, you have this fucking miniature Jeffrey Dahmer ass looking motherfucker. This guy looks like he's still going through like a fucking phase where he's trying to decide what gender he is. He's like, looks like he's that kid who's telling his mom that he's going through an emo phase and it's not a phase, it's how he is on the inside. This kid looks like he watches anime 23 hours out of a 24-hour day, and the other hour is spent jerking off. How the fuck do these people get a hold of women that easily?
What is it that Ilge said about woman that comes to mind?
Damn, you're right, Super God. Ilge's base takes about women. About how they're weak and stupid. I remember those. Yeah. I should have registered. Maybe there's something to what Ilge keeps saying. About how women, you can do anything with them because they're just dumb and stupid. That's not me saying that, that's Ilge. That's Ilge's take on it. Him and all video game journalists who believe that they need to turn women into men. He might be rich. I don't know about that. If you're sticking paper to your wall and that's what the fucking drawings are, I don't think you're rich. I don't know what the Turkish standard is for rich. Man's also got a nose that looks like a cricket bat. So maybe he is rich.
He killed her by slitting her throat. Now, shortly after the first murder, Semi met with Iqbal near the historic city walls in Fatih. Now, there are images of Semi at the top of these walls that circulate around the internet, and what happened inside of these historic walls is that Semi decapitated and dismembered...
God damn. You just kill her. He fucking chopped her head off. And dismembered her body. Fuck me. Dude. What did you do? Did you show her your dick and she laughed? You know what? Actually, I understand. I get it now. Do you know how she ended up in this situation? Right? I'm gonna explain how this happens, right? This is like a PSA for women, so that they know to avoid this happening in the future. So this is what happened beforehand. So Cricket Bat Nose and this chick were obviously talking, right? They were talking to each other, messaging back and forth. And what happened here was he obviously sent her a dick pic, right? And her response was, and then that's when he decided she needed to die. This was the moment. It was right after she sent this text. Yeah, that's the moment.
Iqbal's body. And as we will later see, this is fulfilling some sort of fantasy that Sami had. But after dismembering the body, Sami called the 19-year-old Iqbal's mother, claiming that her daughter's phone had fallen from the city walls. And
sorry. Okay, so now we've got more context. Now we've got more context. So, the first message is when he decided she was going to cut her head off. The second message was when he decided he was going to dismember the rest of her body too. Now it makes sense. Okay, I get it.
As Iqbal's mother arrived on scene, hoping to retrieve the phone, Sami, with the decapitated head in hand, threw the dismembered head at Iqbal's mother, and then Sami soon after followed suit by jumping from the walls himself. During the investigation of this double...
See? This is the interaction that went down. And then he registered, damn, this didn't make my dick any bigger. Oh well, GG no on respawn, maybe I get a better RNG round. Off the cliff he goes.
Murder-suicide. It turns out that Sami had a history of psychological issues and...
I mean... So would I. So would I.
Some disturbing drawings. It turns out when the authorities were looking into this murder, Sami had a history of psychological problems and had been hospitalized 5 times over the past year due to mental health.
Damn, they tried to extend his dick 5 times and failed?
Issues. And according to a police statement from Sami's father, he said, "When I entered the room, I saw drawings that resembled satanic figures. When I asked about them, he said, 'You wouldn't understand. Our generation's ways of thinking are different.'" And while police were searching the...
That is the most boomer line I can ever imagine. Satanic figures. That right there is the most boomer generational line ever. Any old person, they got that hardcore religion in them. Doesn't matter if it's Muslim or Judaism or Christianity. They've got that hardcore religion, and everything that's bad is satanic. Everything they don't understand is satanic. I feel like his dad didn't try and understand him. And you'd think with the fact that the dad's probably got a dick like a thumb too, he would be the one person who could understand his son.
Chalik's resident.
Also, by the way, I will actively mock and deride anyone who's a murderer like this, who goes around killing and like that, because it's the most weak pussy shit imaginable. It's like the most pathetic shit imaginable. I bet you if school shooters in America were mocked and derided and laughed at and were seen as a fucking joke, there would be less school shootings.
They found a notebook containing disturbing charcoal drawings of dismembered human figures.
That's a penis.
Which eerily resemble how he committed the murders. Sami Chalik even had 3 prior criminal records and worked as a butcher, including these weird drawings, and also attempted self-buy-by before. With all of the...
Oh, cool. So he had practice.
These previous treatments at mental health hospitals, this was easily preventable. And instead of doing something that would actually protect women, they banned broadcasting the story about the murder, but it caused a public outrage. And on the next day, a whole bunch of men and women...
Also, Sin, I just saw your message now. I don't know why it took so long to get through there. There will be another Guild Wars 2 video. I'm trying to get it out before the end of this month, but we'll see. It might be the beginning of next month sometime. It's currently 2 hours long. I'm trying to make it a reasonable time length, but still entertaining, and not turn it into like 3 hours of me just bitching about the Zaitan fight. But yeah, I've also got a job to do. I'm trying to be consistent with everything I'm doing. I'm currently in like the recording and editing phase of it. That's why later when I'm playing Guild Wars 2, I'm going to be trying to match my level and what I'm doing to what I did on my first run, so that I've got all the clips I require when, you know, actually doing the shit.
And protested in front of the walls, claiming that Turkey needs to do something about the increasing femicide rates. And just to give you even more perspective on the situation, during this protest, 2 other murders happened against 4 women total. 6 women got murdered by men in a span of like 2 to 3 days.
You know, it's at times like these that I keep wondering, What do these Turkish women keep saying to their men? What did they say? Thanks for the sub, Raffle. You picked the worst timing for that sub. What did they say to that guy before that shit went down? Anyone killing anyone is a problem. Yeah, I know. I know, Super God, but it's just like, I gotta make light of the situation. I gotta make some jokes here. I can't be serious about this shit. I've said this before. I'll joke about anything. I'll joke about all the suicides in my family. I'll joke about anything. Nothing's off the table.
It's clear this is a pretty big fucking problem. And as tensions were rising...
He whipped off his pants. Devilous, I'm just imagining this now. He whipped off his pants for a first-time sexual experience, and the Turkish chick just whispered under her breath, just a little bit too loud. She was like, damn, the circumcised ones do look better. That was it. That was the end of her life.
Things got even...
Yeah, you did, Nvidia. You missed the Muckluck law.
Worse, because it turns out during the investigation, it was revealed that Semih Çelik was in communication with people called incels on a messaging app. After the incident, the
Oh, cool. He was a Twitch viewer.
Police decided to launch a major surveillance nationwide after there was a whole bunch of supportive and praising posts that were spread on the internet. But what this showed people is that there's not just one completely batshit insane dude out there. There were groups of people who were batshit insane thinking that violence against women because they're women was completely okay. Given that...
I mean, honestly, let's look back at human history. Right? Let's look back at how closely related human beings are to the violence of chimpanzees out there. Doesn't matter where you are on the planet. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Any woman in their right mind, like any woman out there, is insane. Mentally insane. And it's not their fault. They are biologically programmed to be mentally insane. Because all the sane women died out in the first generation. Because there is no woman on the planet who is mentally sane who decides that I'm going to go and spend my life with this thing that's got like double my upper body strength and half my emotional control. Women are programmed to be biologically insane because if they weren't, our species would die in a single generation because you got to be fucking crazy to want to date a man. You got to be some level of nuts to want to be near a dude like that. What was that? Like they're actual incels hating incels because they just heard an enemy word. Of course. You've got to categorize things, right? Think about it this way. You can't look at this person as a fucked up individual. They've got to be in a category, right? That's just how it works. Everyone likes to categorize things. So you have these nice, neat little groups that you can then lean towards either hating. Oh, you don't like them? They're a racist. They're an incel. They're a this. They're a that. Right? So you put everyone in a category. That way you don't have to make a judgment call on a bunch of individuals. You can instead just say that, oh, they're all the same monolithic structure, and now I don't need to worry about it. People do that all the time. Works real well.
Turkey withdrew themselves from the Istanbul Convention. People didn't trust the fact that Turkish police or authorities were going to do anything in terms of surveillance and trying to find these people that are being supportive and praising these femicides. It turns out people took to Twitter to share information and try to figure out the people that are behind these incel groups that are saying that it's okay to murder women. And it turns out the people...
Hold on. It was revealed that... okay, I can't read that. That person and that person from the gang that calls itself 901, and the majority of whom were detained, made fake police reports live. Okay?
that are doing this would record them doing it and stream it on Discord. They are recording themselves committing a crime, and then it would be shared on the internet. There are videos of them calling the authorities, basically swatting someone, where they intentionally get a massive police response at someone's house to either scare them or try to get them murdered by a cop. There are also videos of them directly calling victims and extorting them. There's videos of these people getting minors to get nude on camera and say things for some sort of sick, twisted sexual fantasy. They forced a minor girl to pour alcohol on their private parts and then set it on fire. And it turns out...
How do you convince someone through a webcam to self-immolate their own pussy? Are Turkish men just the most, like, persuasive human beings on the planet? What the fuck? It's funny you say that because I read that lesbian relationships have more domestic abuse than straight and gay ones percentage-wise. Yeah, okay. So let's say that statistic is true, Devilish. What happens when you meet a lesbian who doesn't do that shit? Right? Let's say I don't know what the statistics are. Let's say 1 in 3 doesn't beat the shit out of each other. Doesn't go all mixed martial arts on each other's asses. Is it fair to judge the individual by the group at that standard? But I mean, by another standard, I mean, I kind of understand. If you had to spend all day around a woman, and maybe some percussive correction will fix that shit right up. I'm joking. That's a joke for legal reasons. You're going to love the fact that you can buy a Turkish person's personal details online for 4.5 euros. That's terrible. Damn. Imagine your whole life is worth 4 euros. Shit. I don't care that they buy my details. Fuck, at least sell it for more. Man, no wonder that guy was trying to kill himself. His whole life was worth 4.5 euros. Shit.
The way these people got extorted and the reason why these victims were following these orders from random dudes on the internet was because the Turkish government completely failed to protect these kids. Because it turns out back in 2016, there was an article talking how Turkish authorities are probing a huge ID data leak. Now, not much came of it until a couple years later, where Turkish citizens' data harvested from government portal are being sold on March 8th of 2024. Turkey had this kind of government portal thing.
I can't believe the government fucked up. I can't put no. How do we get you? I don't know how we got you, Spellberry. I got linked this, and I've got videos to catch up on that have been sitting in my Discord, and someone linked this, so we're going through this first because it's the least relevant one.
Where you were required as a citizen to upload information.
Oh, fuck. Of course, you were required to do it. Holy shit. Hey guys, I know we as the Turkish government are really, really good with data collection. We're going to make it illegal for you to not upload your stuff, and then we're not going to protect it. And by the way, that's your fault for having it stolen. You should have been more responsible about that. Fuck. Don't speak back to me, citizen. Give me your data. That's just a Turkish government POV.
And someone hacked into it, stole all of that data, and started selling it to people. It would be sold in a Telegram group for only 150 Turkish lira, or about 4.6 euros. And the data that you could get from buying this data breach are phone numbers, addresses, health records, bank information, business records. And the most worrying part about this is that this is not like a breach that happened. The data was being updated in real time, being actively harvested from eDevlet, which is Turkey's online government portal. And from the report, they said there was data that was shown as late as October 2023 on its homepage. And what malicious people would do.
Okay, so a way around this, right? This is the way I'm thinking that you get around this, right? This, the data and information is usually stored in a CSV file, right? We know this because governments are pathetic and useless, and they're working off of tech from the Stone Age. So if your data is being harvested and stored in an accessible CSV file that the government can then use against you, what you need to do is you need to, whatever you name your kid, you just put a few of these bad boys in it. You put a few of those commas in it, and that shit's solved. Right? They think it's 3 different people. Fucks up the CSV file. Or you just name your kid Null. A lot of Turkish babies being born with the name Null soon.
Do is they would use this information to extort people with it. For example, with a phone number and address, these people would call individuals, tell them that they know where they live, and if you don't do what I say, I'm going to come to your house and kill you. But they'll also just say very simple stuff like, I'll call your parents and let them know what you're doing on the internet. That is enough to trick these kids into doing things like hurting themselves, or hurting others, or hurting their animals. And the worst part about this whole entire situation is...
Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Fuck me. Yeah, my kid's not getting on the internet. You know what? My government does this shit where they want to harvest all this data. Guess what? My kid's I'm gonna boogaloo out, and she's living in a fucking bunker. Fuck that.
Is that by a pretty big Turkish YouTuber. There was a video back in December 2022 talking about this data leak and how people are selling data and using it to extort people on Discord and on different social media platforms. He also showed that these people did credit card fraud, bought a whole bunch of fraudulent iPhones to resell them. These people were cyber criminals through and through and were found 2 years ago. But the problem just got worse because there was one video that was released that got the attention of almost everyone in Turkey. Just a day after the initial 2 murders, when everyone was shocked about all this happening, there was a video released on social media of a girl saying that she was blackmailed and her identity was compromised on Discord, which is why she harmed herself. In fact, this video was posted on Instagram. I'm here struggling to live and they come and threaten me, saying things like, I'll swat your house or something. They say, if you don't cut yourself, I'll send everything to your family. I'm trying to live with this fear. They constantly threaten me, saying that if I don't cut myself, then they'll do this or that.
You know what you got to do in this situation? I'm going to be honest with you. If someone is threatening you with this kind of shit, right? It's already too late. You're already compromised. Your data's out there. Do you think if you do one of the things they ask, they're going to leave you alone? Do you think it ends at thing number 1? You've got two responses to this, right? It's either pick up your life and move, right? Or you say, do it, pussy. Do it, bitch. Do it, you silly little cunt. Come on. Follow through.
Elon Musk just put his money where his mouth is. For every person in swing, states that signs a pledge saying they support the First and Second Amendment, he is picking a person each day to give them $1 million. He has already given it to 3 people.
That's interesting. I wonder if that it counts as some kind of election fraud, though, or manipulation of results. Because if he's already actively shown support for Trump, people are immediately, the people doing that shit are going to be the people who lean to the right and are going to vote for someone like Trump. I wonder if that'll get caught up in legalese debates where they're going to try and fuck him over as hard as possible. I mean, look, election manipulation happens on both sides. Anyone who's delusional enough to do this thing where they think it's only happening on one side is retarded. That shit sounds like he's putting himself in the line of fire. You gotta be careful with that. Blackmailing never ends, especially if they get proof that you're willing to do what they ask. Exactly, Barando. If you buckle, you give these people what they want. They're not going to leave you alone after they do the thing number 1. They've got a list. Anything they want, they will get you to do. Send money, fuck yourself up, mutilate, kill your dog, anything. Under threat of words. The only thing you can say is do it, pussy. Do it. Follow through. Because you're already fucked. Right? So either you pick up your life and you move and you leave for 4 euros to get a new identity, or you meet the threat. That's all you've got. Because I promise you, if they're going to come and kill you, That's better than you torturing yourself first beforehand, and now you're trying to deal with this person and you're fucking disabled because you chopped your hand off because they told you to.
They are not going to arrest an African businessman.
You may have a point, Devilis. But if he's gonna get away with that, Elon Musk better break out the shoe polish real fast. He better dip himself in the blackest of black shoe polishes that he can. He better be invisible in the dark. Elon $1 million thing is part of the PAC and that backing Trump, so it's kind of sort of blatantly trying to nudge voters with cash. Yeah, no, it's election manipulation. I think it's all bought and sold and paid for. I think he's putting a target on his back, but maybe he's doing it on purpose because it's good marketing. Remove morals from this situation. Maybe it's just good marketing. Keeps him relevant, keeps people thinking about him. You know, all of that shit.
And just when you thought you had everything figured out, it turns out this video is completely fake. The person was allegedly part of the community. In fact, they tried to use this video and the murder of those two girls, the violent murder of those two girls, to try and advertise their Discord.
God damn! Oh my god, imagine what a piece of shit you gotta be. Fuck me! I'm sorry, the Turkish men missed. They missed. They were beating up those two girls. They should have been beating this one up. They hit the wrong target. Fuck. Jesus. Imagine having to, like, being that big of a piece of shit. Holy fuck. That's impressively dark. God damn. Wait, this is a man. No, apparently this is a woman up here who was saying, boo-hoo, they did the same things to me, but this was a woman who was using the death of those two and all these hacker leaks to promote their Discord. Fuck me. Jesus. She was very great for Kick's marketing department. You're not wrong, no video. You're not wrong.
Server, which they would use to extort women. The people behind these groups want to be known as evil. They want infamy. But it turns out they got a little bit more attention than what they wanted. Because according to a recorded conversation in the Discord server by one of my viewers, which translated it, which by the way, I think the viewer himself is self-snitching because he's been part of the group from a year ago, but he didn't tell me that.
Fuck. They're not just doing it, they're proud of it. They're excited about this shit. I don't know, we're still finding out, but Discord's getting fucking dark in Turkey. We're still finding out why they got banned in Turkey. Fuck, this is getting dark, dude.
I had to figure it out myself. Regardless, these people are just completely mentally fucked. Let me just put it out there.
Also, just side note, 10 out of 10 in the UK.
According to their conversation, the guy, Nico, that is talking, said, "We provided a good service and had a great time together. Recently, we've become a topic for 81 million people. The reason could be because we got a few donkeys beaten up or someone to cut their arms or legs, whatever. The loyalty video..."
Whatever. Yeah, we fucked up a few people's lives and made them mutilate themselves permanently. But whatever. They were women. Jesus.
Video blew up on Twitter, and the news broke right when we were about to start a League of Legends stream on Kick. We were about to switch to...
But at least they know where they're supposed to go. They fucking straight up self-aware. Go to Kick. Damn.
The League of Legends stream, and suddenly I saw that we were trending on Twitter and everywhere. But what's important isn't really being famous. This is how we make our money, by blackmailing people. But clearly, it bothered a few bastards, so they made us public on Twitter.
Everyone else is the bastard. Not the guys blackmailing people and getting them to kill animals and self-mutilate. The people who expose them, those are the bastards.
Twitter. It seems our work has really gotten to some people. Those who compete with us couldn't keep up. That's why we're in this situation. Like I said, no one can intimidate or stop us. Because according to a...
Hey, you know that thing that, I think it was El Salvador did? Where they rounded up all the people like this and threw them into a supermax prison? And now they've got, like, a much lower crime rate? Hey, Turkey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just repurpose the Hagia Sophia. Build a few walls. You already built some towers on each of the corners. Just a few walls, man. Make a human abattoir. You could do this. You could fix this problem real fast.
A tweet by the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Turkey. I don't know why politicians have to be on Twitter, but that's just a different day rant. Ankara Police Department has determined that the person referred to as HZ Ibu Sahil from the administrators of the group named C31K, which is actively present on the Telegram and Discord social networking platforms, is a child's name EK and has been taken into custody. The person referred to as Arda Bateman has been determined to be a child named AT and has been taken into custody by our Istanbul Police Department. The most important thing about this whole entire thing: we will not show mercy to those who try to poison our society, especially our children and youth, who are the apple to our eye with their perverted thoughts on social media. We have a score to settle with the bullies who force our children to sexually abuse, those who tend to violence against women and spread hatred and grudge. No matter which hole you hide in the cyber world, our cyber patrols, cringe, will find you one by one and bring you to justice. Now, these two people that were arrested were moderators of the C31K group, but that's on top of three other arrests that occurred regarding this incident. Because on October 6th, they revealed that the video involving the blackmail of a young girl, the one we talked about, was staged, but as a consequence, the girl, who was identified, was taken into protective custody and interviewed with the assistance of a psychologist, and the person responsible for spreading the video, an 18-year-old named TD, was arrested in Ankara. And prior to these arrests, three other individuals, TD, MEO, and FT, were also detained for their involvement with a Discord group that operated under the name Haha. I guess they...
So wait. The actual girl was just another blackmail victim? Is that what they're saying? The 18-year-old girl was just another blackmail video that they got to fake a video so they could use it as advertising, so it was technically real, but it was technically... Holy shit. Okay, I take back what I said about her needing to get beaten. These fucking guys need to... God damn. In the blender, in the wood chipper. Shit. Holy fuck. Every time I think we've hit the bottom, it just gets worse. Holy shit. They thought they had the biggest dicks, then the government whipped theirs out. Never get into a dick measuring contest with the government. Yeah, but here's the thing. Any government doesn't have a big dick. They've got a pair of scissors. So you whip your cock out, you're going to get it chopped off. That's how it works. Jesus Christ. Those guys doing this are mostly under and around 18. What the fuck is going on in Turkey that under 18-year-olds are doing this shit? What the God damn. Jesus.
They won't be laughing now in prison, but it's the cosmic irony we all love to see. Now, I have one more thing to say about this tweet, but just before I get into it, I want to say that this...
Charge him as adults. Charge him as fucking adults.
Extortion unfortunately happens more than you would think on Discord. It's not something that is impossible to find. The issue, though, is that these groups have been operating for a while. Haha has existed for at least a year, if I recall correctly from the information that I have, and nothing happened to them until these murders happened and until people got upset. Law enforcement will move extremely slow unless there's a lot of press and pressure to speed things up. So when it...
Yeah, well, welcome to the government inefficiencies. You ever heard the phrase... Go ahead, call the cops. They can't unrape you. That's because any government body or agency is not there to stop the bad thing from happening. They're there to clean up the mess afterwards and then do something about it so it doesn't happen again.
When it comes to this stuff as me being a YouTuber and picking ideas, either I cover this stuff and potentially ruin the investigation if there's one occurring, or I speed up the investigation. It's a coin flip that I don't want to make, which is why you don't see a lot of these videos, but it does happen quite a bit on Discord. On the bright side, though, the thing with this tweet that is extremely important that I want you to take away is that the people that were detained are children. A child named EK, a child named AT. These people are...
Well, they're about to be men in prison. Islam. Okay, so you blame Islam for this. That's fine for you to hold that opinion. But counterpoint to that, when I was in university, a large majority of the people I went to university with were Muslim, right? And these were not the, I'm going to put on a suicide vest and bomb a church or something like that. These were the guys that were actually really chilled and relaxed. And remember what I said about categorization? Right? It's really easy to just say this entire structure is the problem. And I'm going to give you a counterpoint right now, right, Devilis? Let's say on planet Earth right now, Islam didn't exist. Let's say the entire religion of Islam didn't exist. Do you think that those people who are currently in Islam, do you think that because Islam all of a sudden never existed, do you think they stop being as fucking insane as they previously were? No. They would probably be Christian and just insane. Or they'd be some other religion and just as fucking insane. The reality is, these people like to use that shit as an excuse for their fucking insane behavior. And then what they do is they educate other people on how to be mentally insane as well. Right? They make this worse for other people because they create like a generational path of complete fucking nutcases below them. If Islam didn't exist, they would find another excuse. If religion at all didn't exist, they would find another excuse for doing that, right? Thanks for the follow, Amber Burkers. They would find some other fucking reason to be these crazy, batshit, insane people that they are. The vehicle that they're using to express their insanity is Islam, right? But then there are other people who are Islamic and aren't fucking crazy people. Have you ever seen I think it was the Sheikh of Dubai. He spoke about this, right? The Sheikh of Dubai seems like a pretty reasonable dude. I've seen some of his interviews. I've seen the way he speaks. He's not like a fucking crazy person. He seems pretty reasonable. He warned Europe about taking in all these immigrants. He straight up says to them, we've got all these rules, these hardcore rules and shit, because we have a bunch of fucking crazy people in our country. We don't like them, we don't want them, but they are part of our nation. If you take these people and shove them into Europe, you don't know how to deal with them the way we do. You are going to fuck up your nation. He straight up said that to them. Right? So the whole thing of using what these crazy people do is they like using excuses, right? They like using religion because religion's an amazing excuse to be a fucking insane person. Let's be honest, right? All it takes for you is to read a scripture and misinterpret it, or go and fucking say some crazy shit, and then you've got an excuse to be the fucking nutcase you are. And it's like, no, it's not me. I'm just following scripture, right? Let's be honest. If Islam never existed, these people would still be just as fucking insane, and they would figure out some other excuse to use. I'm telling you that now as a fact. They would find some other reason. It's just a vehicle they use as an excuse to hide being pieces of shit.
Are minors. And initially, there was a common misconception with a lot of these extortion groups that if you were a teenager doing this, if you were a minor, you would be invincible because you couldn't be charged by adult laws. But with this...
Charge him with adult laws. I want to see some BTC. I want to see some big Turkish cock waiting for these fucking kids in prison. I want them to understand that there are consequences to their actions, and if you cross that line, congratulations, welcome to the adult world. Religion is the most used excuse for anything: Christianity, Islam, LGBTQ+, Catholicism, whatever the fucking Turks believe. Exactly. It is. It's a fantastic excuse for crazy people to act like pieces of shit. BTC was bad. I didn't even make that. I didn't even fucking think about that. It was big Turkish cock, not Bitcoin. Oh, goddamn. I'm never going to hear the word BTC again and think Bitcoin. Fuck. I just fucked myself over. And yes, LGBTQ+ is a religion. Yeah, it is. I would say it is. Every rational person. So I've met rational people who are gay, who are bi, who are trans, and you know what they all do? They all hate the LGBTQ+ movement, and they say the exact same thing you say, Super God. I've met trans people who are like, yeah, fuck those people, they're crazy, and they're using like these kinds of things as an excuse. They're using these things as an excuse
I
to
want
rape
to see
kids.
some big Turkish cock waiting for these kids. Rose MMO, October 20, 2024.
That is the worst quote I've come up with yet. God damn. See, this is why I say the stream is temporary. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. The second someone comes in here and wants to misquote me, I'm fucked.
Tweet, it's clear they're not showing mercy to these kids. Now that's just Turkey, but I have heard through the grapevine that the US is maybe starting to do the same. Once there is a legal precedent, the speed that law enforcement can move is a lot quicker, so these people can get put where they deserve, in fucking jail.
If you cross that line, charge him as an adult. Make it a legal precedent that if you're going to do something this fucking insane, you're going to be an adult now. Welcome to the adult world. Oh, you wanted to pretend to be an adult and do adult shit that was fucked up? You can be charged as one. A few months ago, something similar happened in Germany. A girl killed another girl after Googling the age of criminal responsibility. Yeah, fuck him. Charge him as an adult. You're gonna do some shit like that? I don't care. I don't care if you're 5 or you're 15 or fucking 50. Doesn't matter. Fuck him. Treat him equally under the eyes of the law. You want to do some adult shit? Do some adult shit and get charged as an adult. As far as I know, it was because of a boy. Damn. Give it, I don't know how, she was 13. I bet you 5 or 6 years from now, there will be Twitter posts with pictures of her saying, I can fix her.
Despite all that, people are still angry. The fire is just too big. And with this public outrage and this focus on Discord, there was one final straw that broke the camel's back. Because it turns out during the investigation of Sami Chalik's double murder suicide, Ecole TV released a video recording that apparently was shot a year ago. And in this video, Sami is seen addressing a person. The video begins...
Just give me a second. There's a picture of this kid. Fine. I'll go into Google Images. Management would like you to find the difference between this image and this image. What do you mean they're the same image? Damn. Fuck these kids. In my opinion, the parents share some culpability. Because they gotta keep an eye on their kids. Yeah, no, you're right. How do you fucking not know what the fuck is going on? Look, some toys come out the goddamn factory broken, right? But you can beat them correct. It's the same
picture.
Exactly. It's the same fucking picture. You know how there's women who are like unmarried in their 30s, and you look at them and they got the 1,000 cock stare, and you just know she's seen more cocks than a chicken farmer. Right? This is the incel stare right here. You see this shit and you're a girl. It's time to transfer countries. It's time to leave your school and make new friends. It's time to go somewhere else because this is not going to end well. And he's got the Andrew Tate hand pose. Brilliant. Fuck. God damn. Girl does illegal shit over a boy. This proves the quote, never trust women and the devil vagina magic. No, man. All of these people are fucked. All of them. God damn. If you want to see some fuck shit children can do and don't, mind K-dramas. You could watch Juvenile Justice. The cases presented in the show are what actual kids did in South Korea. I know South Korea has like an extreme psychotic like bullying problem. I know there's a few nations in the world, particularly Asian ones, where the bullying like problems are like so fucking insane, and they're like mentally like unstable levels of bullying, right? The stuff that happens in Western countries when it comes to schools and bullying doesn't even approach the levels that it does in countries like South Korea. So yeah, I do know about that. I am aware of that. When I traveled to Japan, I got to hear some of the stories. Like, there was a girl who... I don't know how true the story is. I was told this by a local Japanese dude. He said when he was a kid, there was a girl in his school who wanted to try and murder the parents of another girl in that same school just because she thought it would be interesting to see if she could mentally break this other girl by doing so. I don't know how true that is, but that was the story I was told by a Japanese dude when I went to Japan. So the bullying problem in Asian countries is fucking... It's on another level. The emotional, like, devastation they cause, it's on another level.
Begins with the words, Iqbal, I wanted to say goodbye to you in private. I am finally dying. After Chalik says that he apologizes for what he made her go through, he says, but there's something I have to tell you. I came to kill you the day I saw you yesterday. And then he says that he has given up on it. This dude had a manifesto video from a year ago, and nothing happened. If this was
Man, can't we go back to the days when making a manifesto was like Karl Marx, where all you were trying to do was kill the economy, not your classmates and women? Fuck me.
And the Istanbul Convention was in place, this dude would be in jail and this whole entire murder would be prevented. So then the government decided to actually do something. Instead of signing back into the Istanbul Convention to protect women overall, both online and offline, on October 8th, 2024, the Minister of Justice of the Republic of Turkey made a tweet, everything's a fucking tweet at this point, upon the request of the Ankara Chief Public Prosecutor's Office, the Ankara First Criminal Court of Peace has ruled that all publications on the social...
Yeah, I know, Super God. I know Marx hated the Jews or something like that. I know there's certain groups he wished to eliminate. I do know, I am aware of that, but his manifesto was first about killing the economy, then about killing everyone else. He had better priorities than these kids writing their manifestos, at least. There's no point in making that kind of manifesto. The economy is already off dead. Our economy is in a fucking suicide state.
Social media platform called Discord be removed from content and access to the specified URL addresses be blocked from Turkey due to the existence of sufficient suspicion that the crimes of child sexual abuse and obscenity are being committed. So to solve the problem of these femicides that are happening throughout Turkey, the government decided to ban a chat platform called Discord because apparently...
Do you know why that's incredibly fucking stupid and the wrong response? Or it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't put these people in jail. It doesn't make them pay for their actions. All it does is it makes them smarter. It's now an arms race. You could have kept Discord active and used it as a honeypot to track these people down and then destroy their lives and fuck them over. Now you've just made them smarter. Now they know not to use Discord. They'll use another platform. They'll use something that's less traceable. Now they need to learn to use a VPN. There you go. Use a VPN. Make yourself harder to find. They just started an arms race. That's all they did. They started an arms race. They slapped a band-aid on it, said they solved the problem, and now it's like making your enemy stronger. It's like the guy you're in a knife fight with. You're like, yo, these knives are pretty bad. I don't think you should use a knife anymore. Here, let me hand you a fucking sword. It's going to take you a little while to get the technique on the sword right versus a knife. But now you're way more dangerous. I solved the problem of violence.
That will fix everything. Now, if you're a younger person, you realize how stupid this is because Discord's not all completely bad, but you need to understand that a lot of the older people in Turkey are completely misled on what Discord is. According to one of
I bet most of the people, most of the politicians, I've said this before, most politicians in power are greedy, money-hungry pieces of shit who are complete subhumans. And this doesn't matter if it's my country or the US or Turkey or anywhere around the world. They are ancient, esoteric pieces of shit who will do anything to grasp onto whatever little piece of power they can in the government, and they don't understand a goddamn thing about this. They don't understand the internet. I bet they don't even know how a fucking email works. They use paracetamol against TB instead of strong antibiotics. Yeah, I'm not surprised. All these old-ass boomer fucking politicians who refuse to hand over their power to someone who knows what they're doing in the modern age is unsurprisingly leading to the most retarded shit imaginable.
One of my viewers, the opinion
saying that would get you in jail in Turkey. Well, it's a good thing I'm not in Turkey then, Doverin. My government's too incompetent to know how to arrest me yet. Give them a year or two.
Is that the ministers think that Discord and Telegram groups are exclusive and you need to be invited to register on Discord. They assume that if you want to be on Discord, you need to have a special invite link and not just discord.com/login and then you click on the...
What did I say about old stupid fucks gripping onto power? Not understanding the world around them, but they're going to make laws about it.
Register button and then you make an account. So they assume that everyone on Discord are these incel groups that hate women. And to further explain, another viewer of mine told their dad that they...
I mean, they might be right about that. I mean, they might be a little bit right about that. Better to make laws to be able to monitor these platforms. Yeah, having Big Brother watching us sucks, but I'll take the hit if it means unhinged psychos are monitored. And so here's the problem, Nvidia. You can go the Turkey way and just ban the platform, and now these pieces of shit are much worse. Or you can go the UK way, where someone expresses their displeasure about an immigrant being housed in the UK while their family starves in the street, and therefore they get arrested for saying something online in a private conversation. So there's no good end to government control here. There's no good end. It's like pick your poison, right? It's just going one direction or the other. You go to the UK and you express displeasure with someone of a different racial identity than yourself, you're going to be in prison. You make a joke online and you're going to be in prison. Right? So there's no good end to government interference here because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. These are not like 25-year-olds who've been on the internet since before they could speak, who understand the space and would know exactly how to target these people. Right? There's no measure of moderation here.
They banned Discord, and his dad said, good thing they got rid of that harmful app. In case you're not a young person and you don't know what Discord is just a chatting app. It's exactly how you can just go on your phone and text your grandma or your grandpa or just anyone. And I think the best part about Turkey banning Discord is the fact that it actually does nothing. If you block the app, you can just use a VPN to bypass.
There you go, VPN. Problem solved.
It, which allows you to still use Discord as if nothing happens. All this ban against Discord actually does is make older people
be accurate. In the UK, it's only white people expressing displeasure with other identities. You're 100% right, Dinosai. If you're white and you say some bad shit, you say something or express displeasure with an immigrant group that is non-white, you go to prison if you're white. I'm happy to admit that. I'm not trying to dodge that. You're right. You're 100% correct. They will come knock on your door and throw you in prison because you decided you didn't like that your neighbor's daughter got raped by a migrant who might have been, I don't know, from fucking some part in the Middle East or I don't know, India or some shit like that. And you'll probably have a longer prison sentence than the actual fucking rapist. That's just how it is. UK government wanted to have the US extradite US citizens to prosecute for saying bad words online. Yeah, that would be hilarious. I'd love to see that. Supergod, I know about that whole situation. I think they forgot I think the UK may have forgotten. They need their memory jogged about what happened the last time the UK tried to make the US do something. Maybe the US just needs to sail over there for a little bit and just remind them, just a little bit. I'm not talking like full blown war. I'm just saying like a reminder, like smack in the face, one on the hand. It's enough of your fucking shit, UK, and then go back home and then go back. Just a little bit of that. I think 34 years ish isn't a long time for new media. It's not. It's not when everyone in power is like a fucking 90-year-old. Actual proven pedophiles have no prison sentence, while people who yelled at cops got 2 years, and one killed himself in prison. I'm not surprised. Yeah, welcome to the UK. I've seen the stories. I've seen how fucked up their court system is. They are more interested in policing people online than getting actual violent offenders off their street. That's just an observation. That's called having a pair of fucking eyeballs in your head.
People feel safe. People that don't understand Discord now feel like things are safe, but nothing has actually happened. But that's my opinion on the matter, and I think it's important to see what Turkey said regarding the ban, because the details that they give paint a little bit of a different story on what's going on. So if you spend some time digging into this and you ask the question, why did Discord get banned according to Turkish authorities, you get a completely different answer. Because looking at articles, the Transport and Infrastructure Minister said that the nature of the Discord platform made it difficult for authorities to monitor and intervene.
Are you fucking kidding me? Did they put Grandpa in this case? They couldn't monitor Discord? You telling me they couldn't make a sock account, jump into the Discord and I mean, the FBI is on this case, feminizing men and fucking, you know, being like, hey, don't you want to go don't you want to go sit on a roof and shoot at Trump? The FBI on this case. I'm just saying, Turkish authorities, they need to start talking to some 3-letter agencies. They'll be in those Discords immediately. And the FBI will set them up. They'll be like, oh, bro, we've got this all sorted. We'll send you the package. This is how you get in. This is how you manipulate people into shooting the president. Fuck me. God damn. Turkey needs to start making friends with the US. They'll teach them how to manipulate people on Discord, how to infiltrate all these groups.
When illegal or criminal content is shared. The wording around this is making me think there's something else going on. In fact, security personnel cannot go through the content. We can only intervene when users complain to us about content shared there. And the reason for the ban is apparently Discord refuses to share its own information, including IP addresses and content, with our security units, and as a result, they were forced to block.
So what Discord probably said is, we're not going to give you every single piece of user information that exists on the planet because we can't store it all, because our servers are not that big, so things get deleted over time. And they went, how dare you? And then that's why they decided to block it. This is probably a bullshit answer and gives no nuance in what actually happened between the Turkish government or the Turkish authorities and Discord. This gives you no information. Is probably a bullshit answer. Also, thanks for the follow, Bundy, bro.
Access. Now, the interesting thing about this is that there's actually a case very similar to this Turkey one that happened in Brazil. They had a case of extortion communities where kids were being extorted to visit other people's houses, and then there was the resulting horrendous crimes that occurred after that. But I covered all that in a previous video, and the thing that's important about that is that Discord gave a bunch of information regarding these users to Brazil. But
so why would they do it for Brazil but not Turkey? It's probably because Brazil was like, let's have a conversation about this so we can understand who these problems are. And Turkey probably had a heavy-handed answer of just give us everything or fuck you, because they were too stupid to understand the nuance of the situation. Discord's probably got certain regulations about data protection and data breaches of individuals that they have to protect. And so complying with Turkish law is probably a really bad idea for Discord. And hey, I'm not going to give you every single user's information on the planet. Have some nuance. And these boomers were probably like, oh, yeah, they hate us now, ban it. Just a heads up, there's been a bunch of Discovery Bank FIC compliance scams, Sims going around. Yeah, that's not new. That's always happening, Super God. I got my second one in a week. So, the FICA compliance issues. Yeah. Discovery Bank is something you want to be very careful of in our country, Super God. Discovery Bank is not reliable whatsoever. It's new. It's got a lot of issues. This is an insurance company moving into the banking space because they're just that greedy. It looks fancy. It looks new. You got to be careful with them. Be very careful. There's a reason why it's very difficult to start up a new bank whenever you're in our country.
Why, at this point now, is Discord not helping Turkey regarding their situation with extortion? Well, to answer that question, you need to understand how Discord works with law enforcement. But generally speaking, there is a government request portal that any government can sign into to try and get
My God, they're so nice. They even give people a request portal. Jesus.
Get information on Discord users. You need to have a government email. You need to fill in required fields in a web form. You need to make an application to get someone's information, and you need to upload a copy of any relevant documents. So a subpoena for information or a search warrant. A very important point that they have is that they will not comply with overly broad or vague requests.
What did I say? What did I fucking say? Turkey refused to play by the rules. Give me a second. My wife's calling me. All right, we're gonna continue this fucking psychotic downward spiral of a video in a second, but my wife needs help with our kid quickly. This shit is insane. Turkey needs to figure out what the fuck they're doing. Enjoy the music in the meantime. I will be back just now. This is nuts. That shit is crazy. Also, I'm not gonna do the XQC or Hassan thing where I just let the video play and then I'll run away for an hour. So see you now.
Bro's going time to fuck the TTS www.777 777 777 77 I have crippling depression, dodo. 99 bread balloons. .ww2.77.edu. Blade was 90s perfection. Blade 2 was too big for its britches, but still enjoyable. Blade 3 convinced me that Patton Oswalt probably murdered his wife.
Here's a list of fun nicknames for a bald man. Mr. Clean Chrome Dome, Baldy Egghead, the Shaved One Skinhead, not to be confused with the subculture, Captain Smooth Cue Ball, the Bald Avenger, Silver Fox if graying, the Dome Master, Slick the Polished Prince, Head Turner, the Smooth Operator, Nimbus, like a cloud bald eagle, the Shiny Wonder, the Glimmering Gladiator, and Smooth Criminal.
Right. Sorry about that. Just had to go and deal with my kid waking up in the middle of the night. A full list of nicknames. Not surprised. All right. Let me make this very simple. I gotta make this clear about something, right? No meme, no joke. Also, yes, I'm eating because I haven't had a meal the whole day, so I'm eating a fucking sandwich. What's up, Benji? Right? Think about it this way. When it comes to blaming like religion and shit on stuff, it's really, really easy to blame the religion. But crazy people tend to group together like fucking nutcases. And they'll always find an excuse to be fucking crazy people. And when you take away their excuse, they'll find a new one.
The problem with hiring women and BIPOC is when you do layoffs, you're laying off women and BIPOC. It's best just to avoid the whole issue and not hire them.
Exactly. Don't hire people based on identity. Hire them based on performance. So, let's say you got all these religious groups, right? In my country, there's a gigantic group of Muslims, right? They've got their whole community set up and shit. They've been here for like ever, as far as I'm aware. You know what the Muslims in my country aren't doing? They're not strapping bomb vests to themselves and running into crowded theaters or into parking lots or into large buildings. I.e., they're not fucking crazy people. You take away the religion, the guy putting on the bomb vest is still putting on the bomb vest. He's just finding a new reason as to why he's doing it. You can see it in any religion, right? You can see it in fucking Christianity. You can see it in Judaism. You can see it in Islam. Is it okay to say yet? When I start doing it, we'll see. But I've never seen the Muzzies in this country act up like that. I've seen the Muzzies in my country defend their community. So that when there was those riots going around where a bunch of people were like breaking shit, all the Muslims like got their AK-47s out. And when the rioters and stuff came to invade like the shopping centers they went to, they had like millions of these like rioters and thieves. They made them get on their hands and knees, take off all their clothes, and crawl out of their areas while they watched them with AK-47s, which was pretty based of them. And you know what they did afterwards? They didn't bomb anyone. They went back home. They fucked off back home, right? They were defending themselves. They were defending their communities. No problem there. So, you have a group of fucking crazy people. They're gonna be crazy. And they're gonna amplify their crazy the second they get to like collate into a group. When are we gonna get another Guild Wars 2 video so that you can traumatize Muckluck? I'm working on one right now. But it was 3 hours long. I've managed to get it to 2 hours of long. I'm trying to get it down to at least 1 hour long. So I'm hoping either at the end of this month or next month it'll be out. No memes aside as well. I had a ton of muzzies in university. Super ultra devout, no gambling, no alcohol, no bacon, none of that shit. Ultra devout. No one had a problem with them. You know why? The angriest they ever got was when they lost at chess. They got fucking mad when they lost a chess game. They didn't bomb people. The closest, actually, that we had to a Muslim guy in our university exploding was there was a Muslim guy who, he had a prearranged marriage to some chick, and they were both doing a degree, the same degree, in engineering.
You know, I'm reading Elon's petition and I don't see anything illegal. That said, a bunch of people are saying it's illegal and shit, and are not saying anything when Madonna offered blowjobs for people to vote for Hillary back in 2016.
They'll find a reason. This is the whole, you take a political sports team side and you never do anything wrong, but everyone else does. So they'll find a reason, Jimmy. They'll figure it out. They'll find a reason. So the closest we had to a Muslim guy who nearly exploded, or who did explode at university, was he and his wife, because they were already married, in the same degree. He exploded behind one of the university buildings when he got caught with her and she was sucking his dick. That was the biggest explosion a Muslim had on campus. Their families were so mad. I don't care, I already voted. It's possibly $1 million. It's not telling me who to vote for, that I just need to be registered. That's fine. Do it. Do whatever you want, dude. I'm going to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you how people are going to behave, right? Also, Devlis might be right. No one wants Madonna's mouth on their dick. Unless you got some real problems. And if that's what you want, you got bigger issues than wanting a blowjob from Madonna. Now let's continue with this absolute downward fucking spiral of a video. Holy shit. Yeah, no one's gonna pass up $1 million, dude. You tattoo a dick on your face for $1 million. I would. Because you can get that shit lasered off after you get the $1 million. It's $1 million fucking dollars, dude. People can't afford groceries. Of course they'll fucking do that for $1 million.
In fact, the cool thing about Discord, which I would praise, but I can't anymore, they have something called transparency reports, where they'll actually show you how many times law enforcement has reached out to Discord for information. And the reason why I can't praise this is because they stopped doing it in 2024. Awesome. I love.
They got in trouble. They got in trouble for being like, by the way, the FBI reaches out to us on a daily basis.
Not having transparency in a transparency report. But taking a look at the Q3 2023 transparency report, the important thing I want to look at is information requests. And you can see when it comes to the United States government, Discord, they get like 13.
Yeah. Every day. Every day. The US is like, yo, can we get that guy who was talking about banging femboys? He might just be mentally unstable enough to shoot the next president. We need his information now. Can we train this man to hold an AR?
To fuck Elon California sued SpaceX when he didn't hire a Mexican guy, but the guy couldn't prove he was there. Legally, SpaceX has a rule to not even hire janitors unless they are vetted properly. National security and shit.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I told you, Super God. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about going out of your way to be the biggest piece of shit you can and attack the opposite side and then pretend that you've done nothing wrong. That's how it is.
1,300 requests and they give 1,200 requests. However, when we get to international government information requests, that's where things look really horrible. Argentina, 2 requests, 0 produced. Australia, 12 requests, 0 produced. Produced basically means, like, did they actually give
I'm actually shocked that Australia hasn't done more. Their government oversight is actually insane. They get really aggressive on people for progressive shit, so I'm shocked that that number's so low. But maybe, again, that's just because all the old people in government don't know what Discord is.
Information, just to make that clear. But you can see, all zeros until we get to Brazil, and that's when the whole Brazil thing was happening. Out of the total of 186 requests, only 26 were granted because of Brazil. I looked through all the reports, and out of the ones that identify specific countries, Turkey...
Where's China? Oh, wait, no, China doesn't need to do that because everything you do is relayed through a server over there anyway.
He only submitted 3 reports. 0 for 3, baby. They did not get any actual information from Discord. The reason why Turkey didn't get any information is something I can only speculate on, but this could either be government...
There's some fucking boomer in a back office, and he was like, all right, 3rd time's the charm. He submitted it to Discord, and they were like, no. And it's like, this system's impossible. And then he made his report.
Refusing to follow any basic instructions that Discord lays out, which does happen. I've dealt with police agencies that are borderline brain damaged. Or the refusal to give information might be because of mutual legal assistance treaties, law and all that stuff is really complex. Or this could just be Discord not doing anything. I do want to point out, though, that out of all the depressing stuff I just said in the last minute or so, that haha server, the one with the extortion, has been banned from Discord, and I'm pretty sure that all the messages have been archived for the courts. But there's actually one more thing that could be the reason why Turkey didn't get any information from Discord. Because in a BBC article talking about how Discord got blocked because Discord refused to share information, the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure said that this is a completely closed system. You cannot enter and exit as you wish. This makes it sound like Turkey wanted complete...
Why is the guy whose job is buildings and buses, why the fuck is he the guy talking to Discord? Where's the Turkish Minister of National Security, the data agencies? Where are they? Why is the guy whose job is buses, boats, planes, and buildings, why is he the guy talking about this? Hashtag just Turkey things. They are part of NATO, but allowed their people to take American soldiers as hostages, basically. Nice. Well played, Turkey. Jesus Christ. Turkey's shady as shit. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And Jimmy, what Armenians? What do you mean? Nothing bad ever happened. Armenia's not a country. Anymore.
Complete control and access to Discord servers, and Discord said no. And the thing is that this is not actually that much of a reach, because there's an article by the EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Those letters mean something completely different in my country.
That talks about how Turkey is doubling down on violations of digital privacy and free expression from 20...
You know what this actually reminds me of? The way they're playing this? It reminds me of how South Africans will never have Starlink internet. Do you want to know why? So, Elon Musk was demanded by a government that if he wants to operate Starlink, he must hand over like 30% of the entire Starlink business to the South African government. Right? It must be in the hands of the South African government. 30% of his entire business, if he wants to operate in South Africa. Obviously, Elon Musk was like, no, I'm not going to just give you 30% of the fucking company. What's wrong with you assholes? And then my country turns around and says Elon Musk hates blacks. Wasn't it just South African black people? Yes. It had to be 30% South African black owned. Because everyone else in this country is not a citizen. Only black people are. So they come here, they were like, yeah, we can do Starlink internet. South Africa says, unless you give us 30% of this country, of your company, that needs to be owned by South African blacks, we're not letting you in. Elon's like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'm fine. You don't get it. And then the South African politicians turn around like, Elon hates black people because he won't bring Starlink to South Africa. That's how the game is played.
2020. It turns out Turkey implemented the emergency surveillance decrees after the 2016 coup that granted the Turkish government unrestricted access to communications data without a court order, which basically means they could go into any application and get information on it, which is basically...
This is so politicians can jerk it to naked pictures of little children, not so that they can actually assist in doing anything useful.
Government spying. Considering this happens in 2022, it's not a far reach that Turkey was trying to...
SuperGuard, it doesn't work anymore. I know someone who got a Starlink delivered from a different African country, put it on roaming. It works for 3 months, and if you don't return to the country of origin, it stops working entirely. Right, so they've patched that issue. They fucked it up.
To get complete access to Discord to, again, fulfill their major surveillance program, which also would majorly surveil on anyone that criticizes the Turkish government.
Yeah,
which, again, as a reminder, does not comply with Discord's guidelines of overly broad or vague requests. I feel like this is an issue of Turkey asking for everything and Discord saying, follow our fucking rules, you idiot. And in terms of Turkish government trying to spy on you and censorship in general, if you look at Turkey's Freedom on the Net 2023 score, it's 30...
Imagine being a government body with entire pure oversight of absolutely everything going online in your country, and you still can't stop kids from fucking murdering each other. It means they know about it, but they have no idea what they're fucking doing. Remove Discord from the situation. Move it onto a different platform that's in Turkey. They still have no clue what's going on. They still cannot stop this shit.
Out of 100, it's actually classified Turkey as a country not free. And just to give you an example, Turkey banned Wikipedia for almost 3 years. They eventually ended the ban. And the reason why they banned Wikipedia is because, you know, Wikipedia, that basically tells you everything that has ever happened, refused to delete articles critical of Turkey's government.
Wait, I thought, wasn't there this whole drama where someone went onto the Turkish wiki and replaced pictures of all the politicians with cockroaches? And that made them really bad, and then they banned Wikipedia for that? Wasn't that a thing that happened? I'm pretty sure I remember that. Everyone uses VPNs anyway. Roblox is banned in Turkey as well. Yeah, not surprised.
Now, getting back to Turkey not being free on the internet, I'm going to have this article linked in the description because it is absolutely ginormous. Looking at Score B1, limits on content. It turns out during the February 2023 earthquakes, the Turkish government blocked Twitter for 8 hours, ostensibly to combat disinformation about those incidents. What disinformation are you going to have from an earthquake? But the Turkish government...
Someone posts on Twitter, Turkish government needs to change. Earthquake was signed from God. That's your disinformation, is someone using it to be like, even God hates the government.
Government blocked Twitter for 8 hours during an emergency, which hindered emergency rescue efforts as people have been using Twitter to try and call for help following the disaster. And the craziest thing I've seen on this article is Score B5 are online sources of information controlled or manipulated by the government or other powerful actors to advance a particular political interest. They got a score 1 out of 4. When you hear this, you're gonna straight up just, I don't even know at this point. Ahead of the May 2023 general elections, pro-government disinformation was rampant online. The president shared a misleading video on social media depicting the CHP candidate standing alongside wanted terrorists. That'll show them. And an
oh my god. Government wasn't responding and people criticized that, like FEMA. Well, to be fair, there's been a lot of bullshit in the media after Helena, but a lot of it was misinformation that's been causing some real problems. Didn't they say that? I saw the conspiracy that people were like, this was a man-made weather event. That they were putting weather machines. Now, if you have a weather machine that can cause a fucking tornado, or like that whole storm, why the fuck would you aim it at yourself? That's like inventing scissors and the first thing you do is cut your own dick off. Man, I saw some of that shit. I thought it was wild. I love crazy conspiracy theories where it's like, keep in mind, I know this because we've done this. Weather manipulation is an actual real thing, right? I'll give you an example of this. Weather manipulation is real. It's an actual thing. So what happens is you've got some region here,
Hurricane Milton
and you're
was a
trying
punishment
to
from the Jew for not giving them enough money.
Fuck's sakes. Oh, god damn it. You'd think if they, you know, it was a punishment from the Jews, they would have at least shaped the hurricane to look like a synagogue. It's sloppy work. So there's this thing you want to do. So let's say you've got a piece of land that is viable for farming. The soil is good. It's got all the nutrients and shit that soil needs. But the problem is the sun. Right? It's just too hot. It's just too fucked up. Area doesn't get enough rain. Now what you can do is you can pipe in a bunch of water underground to irrigate this area. And that might work for a while, but these pipelines are fucking expensive. They break, you got to maintain them. It's terrible. So what you can do instead is you can get a nice little plane, put that shit in the sky, and make this thing seed the air with certain saline mixtures. Not saline, fuck. I forgot the name of it. But you can make it seed the air the same way you do with crop dusting. And that will condense the dew point to a point where it can cause rainfall. And all you need to do is do this like once every 3 months or something. And you can get rainfall and you can change the weather in a certain area. Right? This is like an actual thing you can do. Cloud seeding. Yeah, there you go. So weather manipulation is an actual thing and technology. Hurricane manipulation? Come on. Come on. If that was a thing, we'd be a type 1 civilization. We're not. We'd be harnessing the power of the sun directly, like building a Dyson sphere and shit around it. Weather manipulation on a mass scale like that, way more difficult.
Independent media report found that the AKP paid $10,000 to an Egyptian company to develop and promote the video. And it turns out, according to numerous...
Damn. I gotta get on this Turkish propaganda. They'll pay me money for it.
Reports, they have revealed that...
Type 2, you mean? No, isn't it a type 1? I mean, I know we're supposed to be apparently type... Oh, wait, no, type 2 is Dyson Sphere. You're right, Super God. Type 2 is Dyson Sphere. Type 1 is multiplanetary. We're at like 0.7 right now.
That the ruling AKP party has enlisted an army of trolls, numbering around 8,000 individuals as of 2023 to manipulate online discussions, drive particular agendas, and combat government critics on social media. Oh, hi.
These guys are so... I'm sorry, Turkey is so small time. They gotta pump those numbers up. China has this shit down to a science, man. China's got this shit down to a fucking science. They need to take some lessons. They need to like knock on their northern neighbor's door and be like, yo, China, so you got this amazing surveillance state. How the fuck do we do that? We're struggling here. We can't get Discord to give us information.
Hi, honey, you just got home from work. How was your day at work? Oh, man, it was tough. I had to talk teenagers online, but thank goodness the government's paying for it. So anyways, that's all I got in terms of the Turkey ban, but I just want to say that Discord has to get their shit together. This is only one of these extortion communities that's based in Turkey. I know 4 communities off the top. I want to tell you guys a story.
Sorry. That was a decent video. That was pretty good.
Data leaks.
I don't know if it's Discord's fault. I don't know if I would call this Discord's issue. I would say you've got a bunch of fucking crazy people that need to be arrested. Because now, if they couldn't access Discord at all, they'd just go somewhere else and do the same thing. Right? And they're not going to stop. Discord's just the most viable platform for them to do it on. They'll find another. They're not going to stop just because you took away their Discord. That's just how it is. This is a bigger issue than Discord gets its shit together. Because these people just go underground and do it again. And do it in a worse way. Crazy people that need to be in a mental clinic. Maybe. Probably. If you're a teenager and you're going out there dismembering other teenagers. First, you had some game, kid. You had two kids. I mean, two girls your age that you could have like done the horizontal tango with. Instead, you're chopping up their fucking bodies. You had game, and you misused it. Jesus Christ, that's pathetic. That's worse than the people with no game, because at least the people with no game are just like, they suck. This guy could pull two girls and still fucked it up. Do you think he got nervous? He was going to have sex and then instead he just got autistically nervous and just started chopping her body up? Because that's what he knew because he was a butcher? Fucking hell. What kind of suck do? They do the self-suck. These are the kids who practice every day. Balancing on their shoulders with their head between their legs. Trying their best to reach. They do the big suck, but only to themselves. Instead of, developing the ability to talk to girls. And then the ones who can talk to girls are apparently fucking murdering them. Jesus Christ. But would you like to know where England stands with all their cams on the streets? Yeah, don't they have like 1 million cameras in public in the UK? I'm pretty sure they do. Or at least I've heard something about that somewhere. Alright. I'm gonna get off the path of politics. Honestly, politics and all of that shit bores the fuck out of me. I see the same cycles over and over and over again. I see countries doing crazy shit. I see politicians being subhuman pieces of trash, regardless of country, regardless of location. Some are just better at hiding it than others. That's all I see. Now on to things that actually matter in life. We're going to look at 5 Spoken as a palate cleanser. Dunkey's videos, always good videos, always amazing videos. And then we'll move towards Ashes of Creation. I think that's the way we're going to go because I need to start prepping for Ashes. I need to start figuring out how bad is Ashes going to be when it launches. But first, Thongs of Liberty. The game that made it fucking impossible for me to play. Throne and Liberty was such a piece of shit that they launched in every single fucking continent on the planet except Africa. And that leaves me wondering, Amazon, why do you hate blacks so much? Amazon, why do you hate black people? Why do you despise those of darker complexions? What do you have against them, huh? Why will you not launch game in Africa? Why will you steal Asian man's product, publish it in the West, and then not give it to Africans? What are they going to do? Do you assume that all black people are going to play Thrones and Liberty and just go around stealing everyone's bicycles? Do you assume that all black people in Africa are just going to be begging for food online? Like what was the idea there, big boy? Huh? Why limit the region? We can play on European servers. We've been doing it forever, goddammit. You didn't need to do this to us. But now, I'm going to do the thing that everyone in your left-leaning office loves to do, and I'm going to accuse you of racism. You are omega racists for not letting a poor little African boy like me play your game. For shame. For shame, Amazon. I thought that the company with a multi-billion-dollar budget, whose logo is quite literally a little fucking smirk, I thought you would be in it for the money. Apparently, you just hate Africans that much. Do you assume black people are going to rape all the maidens? Shaka Zulu calls out Amazon for racism. I mean, fair. Every continent can play Throne and Liberty except Africa. Amazing.
Welcome to Throne and Liberty. This is gonna be trash.
A lot of people, they've called it pay to win trash. Like,
he's just outright gonna say it like that. God damn.
Verbatim, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
pay to win trash. Like,
before you play, you have to accept the code of conduct from Sea of Bones. I'll go with the classic mode. No, I'll keep it classic.
Classic.
Graphics quality? Give me epic graphics.
Oh yeah, please. Why does this look like the they just copy pasted from Lost Ark for this opener? Is that just me, or like I'm getting Lost Ark vibes just looking at this?
The only thing I know about this game is Amazon logo, but I'm thinking this is gonna be like a Last of Them level game.
The Starborn.
The Starborn, of course.
The wizard Jan Junith.
Oh, Jan Junith is in this? Fire! Yeah, that's what you got on there.
Oh shit! Oh, no! We must protect the children at all costs.
That's exactly what Epstein said. Also, that voiceover was terrible.
We must protect the children at all costs. Oh no, evil lady. Oh, but this guy has lasers. Oh, but she has lasers too. Oh, that's a good storyline. Oh, but he has 2 lasers?
Objectively, she's hot. She's hot. I can imagine most dudes standing over her bed at night, trying to figure out a way to insert their entire beanbag in her mouth before she wakes up. And so at least they got that going for them. She doesn't look like a dude who's hiding a curtain railing between her legs.
Lasers? Oh no, but she has a big laser. I'm gonna be the lady because this reminds me of Forspoken. By uploading a photo, you are consenting to Amazon using it to derive data to customize the appearance of your in-game character.
Oh shit, that's right. They got that thing where they take a picture of your face and now they own your face forever. I forgot about this.
Data may constitute biometric information in certain jurisdictions. Well, doesn't work at all actually. This button.
Dunkey's lying. That's actually what Dunkey looks like. Dunkey's just lying to us. That's actually Dunkey's face right there.
Just straight up doesn't work. And this button doesn't work either. That's how you know you're playing a good game. Where you just get stuck on the first menu. Guess I can't play as SpongeBob now. Start game. Come on, let's go. Start it up. Start it up.
Hold on. Is there an evolutional reason why crazy chicks are usually hot and I'd be willing to risk it? Yes, there is. Right? The hotter a girl is, the more shit she can get away with. The more shit she can get away with, the crazier she can be without being apologetic. Right? Here, I can diagram this out for you. Right? This will make it easier to understand. Right? So, you have 2 people. You have a man and a woman. Actually, no, we'll go with 3 people. You have a man over here. Right? And you've got 2 women. You've got one chick who's really, 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 really hot. Like, I'm talking insanely hot. Hold on. Like, beyond imagining hot. For no reason at all. Like, insanely hot. And then you've got another chick who's like average. 5 out of 10, maybe. Right? And you got the 5 out of 10 here. Right? Here's what happens in nature, right? This chick has spent her life, whenever she's gotten a little bit crazy, people have treated her been like, you can't fucking behave like this. You can't behave like this. This is ridiculous. You're insane. Stop being insane. And slowly over time, this berating turns her into a normal person. This chick who's ultra hot never gets that. Because everyone's like, because this is a man problem. Where what happens is, this guy will see her behaving like a crazy person, like an absolute insane person. And the thought going through his head is, wow, I really shouldn't put my dick in that. However, and then she acts crazy. He doesn't stop her because he's thinking, maybe if I agree with her, I can get some. Maybe if I agree with her, maybe if I let this pass, I'm getting laid after this. She seems crazy enough that she can flip from rage to stabbing me to banging me. And then she registers at some point, wow, no one's going to stop me. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And so she does whatever the fuck she wants. And then more men see her acting crazier and crazier. And they keep saying, wow, I really shouldn't put my dick in that. However, and so what ends up happening is 5 out of 10 chick here usually ends up going and getting married. Being a stable person who, just like every other person on the planet, has a few crazy moments. They have a family, they have kids, they have all this shit happen. They get old, they say life well lived, and then they die. And then, after they die, their kids and their grandkids go, Grandma was a pretty cool person. What happens to this person is they don't get married because guess what? They're super hot. They don't want marriage. They can get whoever they want. They can always trade up emotionally to some other guy who's really hot. And these guys keep saying, wow, I really shouldn't put my dick in that. However, and so they bang her whenever they can. And then she hits the wall. Right? She hits the wall, smashes into 1 million pieces, and the one thing she had going for her was her looks. That's all she had. But now she's hit the wall. And she's spent none of the time that this girl has developing a personality, finding out what is and isn't acceptable, being a cool person, being someone that people genuinely fall in love with. And she will marry some guy who's like, you could be a 2 out of 10 and I'd still want you in my life. You could go through a horrific car accident where gasoline burns off all your skin and I'll still want you in my life. This person is now just a really, really old, crazy person. Because the crazy didn't go away. It just got worse over time. And now they're crazy and miserable. And so evolutionarily, in this entire cycle, that's the problem. Because dudes want to stick their dick in stuff. And if they didn't do this, and they treated her the way they treated her, she'll probably end up here. That's my thesis. Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Mistake. They do get married, but they get married to a rich guy, then divorce him. Yeah, but this is what I mean, is they don't stay married. Marriage is a mechanism for them to absorb resources. It's not like companionship, life partner, kids, shit like that. And if they do have kids, they use those kids as leverage against the guy they divorced. Because they're crazy, right? They're insane. And they never get checked on their insanity. Marriage is a weapon to them, not like a union between two people. This is why I actually genuinely believe that if you're a dude, right? If you're a guy and you see a really, really hot girl, what I want you to do is close your eyes and imagine, I was going to say imagine your sister, but that doesn't work in certain states in the US. Imagine a crazy, crazy, insane fucking person on a New York subway. Is she behaving like a crazy person on the New York subway? If the answer is yes, you're in for a bad time, no matter how hot she is. Because guess what? At some point, she's going to lose those looks, and she's still going to be crazy. But this girl right here has had to spend her entire life developing into a person. That's what happens. And every now and then, there is an ultra hot chick, we call these unicorns, who is actually treated like this her entire life, and somehow ends up here. But they are few and far between. They are very, very few and far between. Because when you're that fucking crazy, you can get away with a lot. And as men's standards have like also dropped, and when I'm talking about standards, I'm not talking about looks, right? I'm talking about who a person is on the inside. Some dudes are so desperate to not be alone that they will accept anything from anyone. And that standard is a dangerous thing to drop. Because when it does, you fuck your own life up. I know. And do you know how I know this? Because that was me. I was the simp in my previous relationship. I let my ex get away with the craziest fucking shit imaginable. And I never checked her on it. Because I thought, damn, I really, really shouldn't put my dick in that. However, luckily, I had to learn my lesson. And a lot of guys have to learn their lesson. And the big problem with when guys learn their lesson about this shit is they, instead of being like, okay, that was a fucking crazy person, now instead what they do is they blame all women for the behavior of one psychotic bitch. And then they end up down that like incel spiral where they think they become like a mega simp, or they like form some kind of parasocial relationship, or they just hate women now. They just hate all women because of the behavior of one of them. Right? And this does happen backwards as well. This happens to women a lot, where they see a really, really hot guy, and they see that he's a complete dick bucket, but they'll be like, wow, I really, really shouldn't let him put his dick in me. However, and then it happens in both directions. And that's how you have women being like, fuck all men, I hate them all, they're all pieces of trash, blah, blah, blah. Why am I alone? And then you have dudes being like, all women are pieces of shit, blah, blah, blah. But you're not looking at the sane, rational people in your life. You're looking at the fucking crazy people just because they're attractive. That's how it happens. That's my thesis.
Oh, the game is starting. Oh, that's the Lich King. Select the target with left mouse.
That was pretty brave of them. I think that's pretty brave of Throne and Liberty to just copy Soldier of Godric like that. Joke's on you, I can't manage to get either, so I'm safe. No, that's because you're not approaching a woman in the right way, Barando. The best way you can approach a woman is late at night when she's walking home and she's entirely alone. To look attractive, what you've got to do is you've got to dress in a dark hoodie and put the hood up, right? And walk at a pace that's like, you got to show confidence when you walk towards her. So you got to walk at her with a mildly aggressive pace, right? And if you do that, she's going to turn around and look at you and go, wow, I've never seen such confidence in a walk before. Can I have your number? And just remember, if she starts running and screaming, she's just testing you. You know the way, like, rabbits, female rabbits choose a partner by like running away from the males and then chasing them and turning around and attacking them and shit, just to check that the male is physically fit enough to breed with her. Women late at night are doing that exact same thing. So you just gotta fight her hard enough.
Use E to attack. Use X while attacking and stop the attack.
Oh, cool. This is like the Guild Wars 2
intense battle.
This is just like the Guild Wars 2 MSQ. You can just sit back and nothing happens.
Okay, so I select him with this, and then I hit him. Start hitting him with World of Warcraft moves.
There you go.
Oh man, that was really intense. Yeah, I might have to stop playing Devil May Cry for this.
It won't be very satisfying facing enemies of this caliber.
Yeah, it does feel kind of pointless.
Camera moves.
I mean, yeah, it kind of does. Real talk, you want to go on a morning first day coffee milkshake day. Real talk, Super God. It doesn't time doesn't matter. Find a time that's like appropriate to you. If you want to be a gentleman. I don't know if they teach this in schools anymore. They used to teach us this. We used to have a class specifically in my my school. Like, this is no meme. This is not actually a meme. This is actually a real thing. When I was in school, we used to have these things called gentleman classes, right? And what they would teach you is the correct way to, like, you know, approach a woman without being a fucking psycho, right? How do you think I managed to marry a hot woman? It's because I just applied some of these lessons. Date number 1 is always in a public place, right? It's always best if there's no alcohol around, so you can find out who this person really is. You get to see how they treat people who are waiters, right? If you see them, you know, treating a waiter like shit, you get the fuck out of there real fast. Bad indicator. They're going to feel safer in a public place. You can then be a human being to them and figure out who this person is. A lot of dudes, unfortunately, are hostage to their own cocks. And instead of trying to figure out who a girl is and like what their personality traits are, if you can imagine spending your life with this person, you instead, all you're caring about is how quickly, what combination of words can I say that's going to end in me nutting inside this person tonight? Right? That's the problem dudes have, is they're governed by their fucking dicks. So I'm not saying this is a meme. I'm saying this is a real thing. Before you go on a date, jerk off 2 to 3 times, right? This is actual advice. Jerk off 2 to 3 times. Get your head nice and clear. Bust some fat nuts. Burn yourself out. And then go on that date. It'll make you more of a human being. It's disgusting, but it's true.
The person walks like it's, you know, it kind of is working.
Now, stop them!
Okay, hit Q. Q, right? And then I'll kill him. All right, here I go.
It fucking just paused. The game paused for you.
Q. A little easier than Elden Ring. Here comes this guy. Oh man, he's getting me. It's okay though. His attacks literally do 0 damage. Do a Forspoken dash. Whoa.
You know, okay, I know he's memeing on this shit and stuff, but right, think about someone who's never played an MMORPG before, who has no idea how an MMORPG works, right? Don't think about your seasoned veteran gamer who knows what the fuck is going on. Someone who's trying an MMO out for the very first time, that's probably not a bad system to put them through. Right, is to give them time to figure the shit out, to look down at the keyboard, and then press the correct key. This is a good way to do it for someone who's brand new at MMOs. But for anyone who's played anything for more than a year, yeah, this is probably very stressful. It's like it's painful. Which is why, like, tutorials, I'm actually a big proponent of this. I think that MMO tutorials need to have an actual difficulty slider. Not the rest of the MMO, But the thing in the beginning, they should be like, yo, are you a complete newbie to MMOs? Or do you know what the fuck you're doing? And then give 2 different types of tutorials with 2 different damage meters to them.
Oh, I'm a lion. Hey, wait, how come I'm not lying no more? Oh, I'm a lion. When is Will Smith gonna show up in this game? Oh, look at that big guy back there. He probably doesn't do any damage either. Oh, I just had the worst nightmare. I was playing the Forspoken MMO.
Running makes my arm hurt.
Stop running on your arms.
Whoa, the whale.
It's nice to see, though, that when my ex gained all that weight after we were done dating, it's nice to see she still got employment. It's always nice to see. Like, I know we broke up, I know there was a whole terror, but it's always good to see that, you know, she moved forward with life. She's getting employed. Like, that's always good to know, because then they're fine. They're going to stay away from you. Their life is good. Yours is good. Always good to see that they're doing well. Not going to lie, having everyone go through a tutorial like this would drastically improve the skill level of the average Guild Wars 2 player. Probably. I need them to teach the dodge function in the tutorial, not in the game. In the quest line.
I like the whale. I will say the graphics are better than the Will Smith game.
Lottie just let her go to Moonshade Town.
Why are you going to Moonshade Town?
Oh, I need to repair something in Crescent Town.
Damn. Can we please have an MMO that's a collaboration of Western gaming design with no monetization and just the Asian guys just working on the fucking character models, please? Please, God, can we have that one day? It's just game mechanics made by people who know what they're doing in the West. Right? Not the DEI shit, like actual passionate people. And then they just like hand over their MMO in base format to like Asians so they can just make the hottest woman ever. The hottest people. Dudes running around with 12 packs and giant schlongs and women that are just the hottest shit imaginable. We need that collaboration to happen.
What? So you said Moonshade Town.
Crescent Town.
Enjoy the festival.
Who a little goblin guy?
You and Lottie left Wesperian's fortress.
Who is this narrator?
Follow me with your piton and grappling hook.
What is a piton?
You and Lottie made use of the piton and your grappling hooks to continue on.
Pecan?
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Are we almost there? I want to talk to this little magic smurf. I flew into the tree with this magic smurf, baby. Oh, that guy? I like this little guy.
I wish I was joking when I say someone wants to fuck that. Someone wants to fuck that thing. There's probably porn of that thing out there somewhere right now. I wish I was joking. The 3rd expansion story teaches you combo, CC, and dodging. For real. They need to put it at the beginning of the game, not the 3rd expansion.
You defeated the Black Mitrans.
Is that you saying that? Acquired Bald the Eagle morph.
You know what? I'll probably fly next.
Now you're just being ridiculous.
I'm a bald eagle.
A free-to-play game usually is just infested by bots, and AGS doesn't have the best track record with bots when it comes to Lost Ark.
Yeah, and we are definitely bringing.
To lower my faith in humanity.
You're welcome, Filter. You're welcome. Anytime you need your faith in humanity devastated, I'm here for you. Have you not seen Zelatath's feet and hilarious thick ass in... yeah, I have. But I don't play WoW anymore, Devilus. I just need to go into Rule 34 for all the valuable parts of WoW now.
Bringing those bots from previous games into the throne launch.
I'm coming to save you.
Nice.
How did you get here? I got a magic bracelet, and apparently I can turn into an eagle now? I guess this is something I can do now. Oh no, Orc Soldier? We can never defeat him. Oh wait, we killed him in one hit actually. Orc Commander?
I love these tutorials where it's just apparently you're God and everyone else sucks. I love that.
Come on now. You think I can beat that? Come on now. I'm not level 50 over here. Boom. Oh, he's dead.
Hey, look, it's
this guy's level 1 trillion.
It's fucking.
What if I just start auto attacking him though and just walk away from the keyboard? Will I win?
Yes.
It won't auto attack him from over here. Oh, that's it. I'm hitting 3.
His eye is his weakness. I'm going Super Saiyan.
How did you know that my eye was my weakness all along? I feel like all the money is right about to leave this game.
You know what that tutorial actually reminds me of? That whole cutscene there. It actually reminds me of the very beginning part of Ion back in the day, where you had this epic cutscene of you fighting as an angel, and then the game starts and you just fucking suck. That's what that reminded me of.
No.
Touch Luna Zero's head.
Lunar Zero, I'm touching your head. Touch his head. Yeah. All right. He's like a knack, but only 5 rocks.
That was some very out of place laughter. That was very strange.
Hey, don't do that. We didn't even find Will yet.
He missed an opportunity here. I'm very disappointed in Dunkey. He could have had that scene of the eagle cut to a clip of the eagle flying into the Twin Towers.
Werewolf is in this. Oh, Dune Worm. Oh, look at all those people battling them.
Hey, look, it's a worm from Guild Wars 2.
Big battle for Spoken City. Everybody's jumping off a cliff, turning into an eagle. Gondor from Lord of the Rings. Oh man, I'm getting hyped now, man. This is giving Skeletor's tomb. Oh, that's the final.
You know what's insane? He just said Gondor and from Lord of the Rings. And I bet that Throne and Liberty is a more faithful recreation of Lord of the Rings than Rings of Power is.
Raid boss. Oh, we gotta all team up together and get on the level. Oh my god. Oh, we're going to Hogwarts, baby. Come on. Welcome to Jurassic.
Oh, damn, that's just Lion's Arch.
Disconnected from server.
Oh, there you go.
You don't get to play.
Hey, this is exactly like Guild Wars 2.
It broke. Man, I was getting so sucked in.
Collect decomposed hearts from violent harvesters, poison stingers from wasps, and contaminated horns from scarabs.
And with that, I'm out.
Okay, you played the best parts of the game and left. Based. Star Trekking TNG. Wait, Star Trek TNG is more faithful recreation of Lord of the Rings. Every time I take like a violent diarrhea filled shit and I look into the bowl afterwards, I'm like, that's better than the Rings of Power. Based, Dunkey. Absolutely based. I'd give you a like, but guess what? YouTube's broken right now. I can't even hit the like button. I don't know why. You know, YouTube said they were removing the dislike button. I wonder if they just removed the like button as well. That's what I'm starting to think. I think I'm being tested. I'm being A/B tested by YouTube. They won't allow me to like videos. They're taking away all that information. It's all about the views. It doesn't matter if it's a like or a dislike. Man, Dunkey makes such good videos. What a bang of a video. Now, okay. That is most of the shit in my Discord that I needed to catch up on. Right? Before I start leaning towards these videos. Right? We're going to skip the VTuber stuff. Because I think I'm going to like probably go down a VTuber rabbit hole at some point where I've just dedicated a stream to figuring out how to like put AR shit into my streaming stuff so I can quite literally walk into a video game and molest the people in the game, right? But until that happens, I want to like leave the VR stuff aside. I am looking at it. I would really like to, just like every good VTuber, become a filthy rigger, but that's going to take me some time to get there. So I'm going to start leaning towards the Ashes of Creation stuff so I can start actually like prepping myself for the game, and I'm gonna open up a notepad and start taking notes on anything that's actually important. I'll post it in my Discord, the New World Review by Teapot, and I will take a look at that on my next stream on Thursday. How's that sound, Devilish? Right now, I'm really, really hyped for Ashes, and I need my sweet, innocent little soul devastated by what people say. There was a video that was linked there. We'll start there in Naylor's non-verbal tips, because like any good autist, we're all non-verbal. Are you a big rigger? Not yet. I'm not enough of a big enough rigger yet to know how to do all the VTuber stuff. We'll get there one day. You're still hyped for Ashes? Yeah, I'm always hyped to see Alexandria, AOC. I see her in AI generated bikinis. I'm always hyped for that. Fixer. Do you have to pay several $100s to play Ashes? Yes, Benji. Which is why I 100% recommend no one fucking do this. I was not going to do this. Someone actually paid $350 like 2 years ago and said, I want to see you play the Ashes of Creation. And I think you're in here and you know who you are. Thank you very much. You asked me not to say your name because you're probably aware that people were going to bully you for spending $350. And so that's completely understandable. But I am hyped to try out Ashes on a personal level. But I'm also not fucking stupid enough to come out here and tell people, damn, you should be paying money to play an alpha. You know that thing where they used to have to hire people to test games, and now they're getting you to pay them money to test their games? Yeah, you should definitely spend $300 fucking on that. Disgusting behavior. Sickening behavior. I don't think anyone should be doing that. I don't think that's rational. I don't think it's logical. I don't think any human being in their right fucking mind should be spending any money on Ashes of Creation. It's not a game that exists. It's not a game that's published. It's Alpha fucking 2. And guess what? Alpha 1 was 2 fucking years ago. 2 years! And we're only at Alpha 2 now. So from a logistical standpoint, it's fucking insane. Don't do that. If you have $350, take it into your back garden and set it on fire, and you will have more value in the warmth you get for the first 5 seconds of that money burning than you will spending it on an alpha. Don't do it. Bad idea. So we're going to look at Naylor's non-verbal tips. Now, Naylor has 4 subscribers. I don't know who this man is. I don't know if this is his first video. He's got 50 views. But I'm willing to bet he probably put together a better video than I could. Path of Exile 2 is doing it, and PoE cultists are talking about it like it's full release. Of course they are. I'll bet you money on this one, Devilish. I'll bet you all the money that I don't have that there are people in Ashes treating the Alpha 2 like it's the full release of the game. They think that Alpha is the full release of the game. And it doesn't matter how many times Steven Sheriff says it's not. It doesn't matter how many people say this is going to be a buggy fucking testing mess. They're still going to treat it like it's full release. Because words don't matter. Actions do. And the actions of the Ashes of Creation team are pay us a bunch of fucking money to play our Alpha, bitch. And I feel fine in saying that because I didn't spend $350 on the Alpha. But someone else did. And thank you. But you could have done anything else with that money, dude. I hope you're filthy rich, and I hope that didn't hurt you financially in any way whatsoever. I hope at least that's the case. So let's see what the non-verbal tips from this random autist with 4 subs is. And you know what? It's not fair. This is not fair. This man made an entire video, and I can't like or subscribe. What if he's really good? What if this guy is the next fucking, the next narc? That's not fair. That's really not fair. There we go. Change browsers, got the like button back. Let's see what this man has to say. Slow intro start, very nice. Within the first 10 seconds of his video, he's lost the entire TikTok audience. Great filter. We're 24 seconds in, he's now lost the YouTube Shorts crowd.
Hey guys, my name is Stephen Sharif, and I'm the creative director here at Intrepid Studios.
God damn it, Stephen. It took you less than 24 hours from my last video for you to release the verbal non-disclosure agreement. You do realize what this means?
Hold on, okay, so there's an NDA. I know nothing about this. I've been blind to everything in the Alpha 2. So I know nothing about this. All of this is new information to me. I might have to look into that. Used to buy supporter packs way back. Okay. Good Sunday, testers. Let this message serve as the official notice that you are free to discuss both verbally and in written format your experiences from pre-Alpha 2 testing. The visual restrictions still apply, meaning no screenshots or videos of content from the testing. Guess what's going to happen? Someone's going to break that. It is important to note that while you may discuss your experience with other players, it is all of our responsibility to appropriately set expectations. That's Stephen being like, please don't tell them the truth. Which is going to be us as a team reacting to the stability, performance, and bugs. Wasn't this the thing that New World did? Wasn't this the exact same thing that New World did, or am I just misremembering this? You all have been phenomenal putting up with the pain. Hold on. It's important to note that while you may discuss, okay, we've done that, as you have seen us work to improve the game over these past couple of months with testing, you've all been doing a phenomenal job putting up with the pain, and it will be worth it. That's what you say during anal sex. Ashura, you're right. This is exactly what a Dami mommy says to her sub after she's done jamming the entire metal rod down his penis.
It's time for a class tier list video. Just kidding, it's another video, a spoonful of information full of spoilers and all sorts of boring stuff. Let's get into the nitty.
Naylor, a tip for this video in the future, bump your audio. Whatever editing software you're using, your audio should be somewhere around -6 dB. Just to make it easier for everyone to watch the stuff. Because if it's super soft like this, I have to boost volume, and I don't know if everyone else can hear it.
Nitty-gritty of it all. There is a client launcher which contains around 60 gigabytes of data for the files and another 60 gigabytes for the test realm.
Okay.
The installation does not
So, still smaller than Call of Duty. Cool.
take too long unless you are using a cup and string. The character creator has very limited options, and the rest of the races are still missing. You get the standard human, ugly troll called a Vec, and an elf. You can edit.
How long before people are calling the trolls Veckers? How long before your average MMO community is calling the Vec doctors, lawyers, and engineers? I give it a week.
Edit the files to unlock the other races such as the orc, the dwarf, and the other little people.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Here you go. According to everyone on the left, this is the black people of fantasy worlds. Never mind. The Vec are safe. This is just me without a shirt on.
However, the racial armor sets are not in the game, so beware. Don't do this on your main character. Thankfully, Tome are not in the game. This race is an abomination and must be stopped at all costs.
Based.
The races will unlock later on during Phase 2 and 3. I will now give you a rundown on classes.
Okay.
Do you like healing? Do you like watching health bars go up and down?
No.
The cleric is S tier and a requirement for any serious party. The bard...
I'm avoiding that like the plague because I played a Resto Shaman all the way through Wrath of the Lich King, and I'm never going to be herding cats again. It's so devastatingly painful.
Just as we assumed is more akin to a crack dealer.
Nice.
Dishing out mana to the party. Support buffs and a blast to play. It is also S tier. Tanks are bullies. They like to call people names and have an easy time holding the attention of enemies by using video clips on their mobile phone.
Okay, so we're playing a tank.
Don't be fooled, they can still deal damage and are gear dependent.
Cool, so these guys are going to be a devastating problem in PvP.
Mega is a class for those who like to blow up balloons and perform magic tricks for little kids in backyards. I'm not salty that they do the most damage in the game, and they synergize well with their enchants. They also have a shield as a get-out-of-jail-free card, F tier. Fighters are more of a melee skill class and are good once mastered. You need to understand key mechanics and be able to play DDR while stance dancing and avoid...
So what he's saying here about fighters is this going to be the worst fucking class imaginable. Because we all know that your average MMO player has 4 brain cells and 5 of them are on holiday. This is the class you avoid if you don't like it, if you're not like actively turned on by people yelling at you all the time.
Avoiding damage. Cleave damage. Cleave damage is very useful, but for any ranged fight you will be stuck auto-attacking with a bow and falling asleep. Rangers are physical...
Oh, never mind. Maybe we're playing a ranger.
Damage focused. A lot of their skills do not hit the target and decide to only work when they feel like it. This...
Cool, we're playing a ranger.
Class is for selfish people who don't want to bring anything to the party except damage. Should anything go wrong...
I'm sold. I'm sold already. You can stop here. I'm sold, Naylor. Okay, I'm sold. Damn. Shit, dude. You don't have to push the point home. I understand.
It will be the ranger to be first to run away. This class is mostly single target, however it does have a useful mark to use in raids. When you finally beat the Q boss, the first thing to do is to open your settings and enable auto attacks. This will cure you of future RSI and damage loss.
That's a good tip. Hold on. That's actually a super useful tip. That's important.
Progress to Lion's Hold, the main things to know are: most of the quests are shit and not worth it. The quest, Sweat of Your Brow, is a quick crafting tutorial which rewards a horse which is pretty slow and likely to die.
Okay. Okay. Get shitty horse from UK Donald's quest. Okay. Good info.
Rewarding you with a 10-min cooldown timer. Commission boards quests are not really worth it unless you are specifically going to be in.
For a legit second, I thought this was New World. This is the same commission board shit that we saw in New World. The other super overtuned XP-wise commission boards. Amazing.
In that area, or farming materials. Gathering is very time consuming. Processing costs you money and is literally a loading bar you can set and forget. Crafting weapons out of rarer materials will shit on common weapons. Caravans no longer have a level requirement. You can start using these as early as the node is at stage 3. Apparently if you abandon it, the RSPC will be called and you will no longer be able to own one. There is a building which can be built in a node which has the cost of cargo to make money generation easier. The rest of
Wait, what was that? There's a building which can be built in a node which halves the cost of cargo to make money generation easier. Oh, okay, no, that's for people who have friends. That's how you know this MMO is going to be a failure. Because you need to have friends to be able to do buildings and shit like that. So you're fucked if you're not part of a good guild, or if you're not willing to shake your ass on cam to get into the bottom tier of any guild.
Easier. The rest of the stuff I've already said. Now get out there and enjoy the game.
Good video. Actually, solid video for a guy who's got 4 subs. Well done. Well played. I'm actually subbing to him. Very well played. I like that. Fix your audio. Not bad. Didn't waste my time. told me valuable information, got filtered all the TikTok people out in the first 30 seconds. Brilliant. I think he's got a future until Ashes fails. And it's only his 3rd video. Well done to him. I think he just needs to keep making videos like that and he'll get somewhere. Then at some point in the future, when he's a multi-million sub channel, he can get arrested for molesting kids or something. Not bad. Actually really good for a first video from this guy that I've never seen before. But bump your audio. That's for streamers and guilds coming from other games exactly in a video. And no one wants to play with me. Except me.
Hey, what up, boy?
Okay. This is Narc. As we know, the biggest Ashes simp. This is an important video. I'm gonna have to index all of these. That's why I'm gonna be moving them to like a different thing, so that I can actually get the like and dislike ratio here. Oh god, how the fuck?
Hey,
oh yeah, that's
boy?
right. It's because it's Chrome, not Brave. Okay, I'm gonna say this now. Narc has a bright future. Narc has a really bright future. But if Ashes fails, fails, the disaster that is Narc's channel is going to be really entertaining. Because he's going to be sitting there like, no, I built my whole life around this. But let's see what he's got to say.
So
Brave is better than Opera browser. I wouldn't know. I haven't used Opera filter. Otherwise, I'd give you my hot take on it. I just like Brave because it's like a clone of Chrome. It doesn't waste all my RAM, and it blocks a bunch of ads and shit. I like it nice and simple. I'm not going to add in a bunch of extensions and add-ons and blah, 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 this and that and XYZ. I'm not going to customize the fucking browser. I'm not doing that.
After our last interview before the official Alpha 2 launch, Stephen J. Sharif officially released the verbal NDA for the current pre-alpha spot tests for everyone to express their opinions and experiences with the alpha. But before we get into that, sit back, relax, and grab yourself a Kyopa Kyola, because today I'm going to try and break down
that crack open of those cans is probably the best part of his video. I don't know why it satisfies some part of my brain so much. It's a bit loud.
All the most relevant info as we spoke to various testers in Twitch chat, Discord, and the infinity amount of DMs that I had open today. However, I do want to explain why I am not speaking on my own experiences. That's because I didn't want to spoil my perception of the game before it released on the 25th. I've not played the pre-alphas, and I want to—
What are you doing, Narc? What are you doing, Narc? This is your whole channel. What do you mean you're playing this game for entertainment purposes? How you talk about this game if you haven't played it, goddammit? Your point as a YouTuber is to be the scummiest piece of shit imaginable. Ruin the game by giving us as much information as possible. And then pretend like this was all part of your plan and you never did anything wrong. Come on, Narc. Disgusting. I expect worse from my YouTubers.
To save my first impressions for you live over at twitch.tv/Narcoverse so we can have a legitimate first impression of the game when it releases this Friday. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we?
That'll be nice, yeah.
Now, before we start with all the leaks, I want to address the one thing that I'm personally focused on for Ashes of Creation, and that's the general movement around the world and how it feels to reposition in and out of combat. This is a major part of what makes World of Warcraft feel good, in my opinion. So it's important that I got intimate, one-on-one.
Makes World of Warcraft feel good. He's, okay, objectively, he's not wrong. Alright, World of Warcraft is probably the most satisfying part of the game is the gameplay. Story's a mess, leveling's a mess, figuring out anything about the lore is a fucking mess these days. The gameplay, the actual combat and movement, he's probably right. if I'm trying to look at this objectively. Bobby Kotick is what makes WoW feel good. No, Bobby Kotick's Rufalin that he's feeding to his secretary is what makes him feel good.
Knowledge about this aspect, because my guild also understand the importance of this aspect. Ashes of Creation does move similar to World of Warcraft, however, it is not exactly the same. Ashes of Creation is much more akin to Guild Wars 2, with a high level
give me a second. I just gotta clean up a mess under my desk. Just give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Sorry, some liquid got on my ball cam. Sorry about that.
Of animation, but precise movement as you quickly spam left and right for instantaneous reactions to mechanics. However, whilst in combat, your ability to move so precisely is slightly hindered by combat animations. My guild members are confident that full non-inertia movement is available in combat, but the animation itself does lessen the satisfying experience that is available in a game like WoW. In addition, jumping is freely available all throughout the combat, whether you're swinging your weapon, using an ability like Whirlwind, or jumping out of a mechanic. You can jump to your heart's content, which apparently feels really good and shows...
Fantastic. Fantastic, but I wonder if how that's going to work with spell cancelling. Right, if this game has PvP in it, and you can jump and not interrupt what you're doing, how does that work with spell cancellation when you want to bait people into certain high-level PvP fights?
There's a clear amount of understanding and talent within the combat design team. Speaking of combat, we'll talk about the specifics of that next, because it is likely the thing that you guys are most curious about, and a lot of the feedback was in unanimous agreement. According to the majority, the combat in its current state feels really quite good with the movement and the moment-to-moment gameplay. Pressing a button and using a skill feels very good in Ashes of Creation and doesn't feel clunky at all, much like it is presented in the live streams over the last 6 months. The mob AI is fairly interesting, with a diverse roster of unique abilities to keep you on your toes, and the difficulty heavily relies...
Okay, Knock. Okay. Alright, give me a second. Alright, I get it, okay? Diverse movement. Diverse combat. That's all cool and all. I get that. Right? I understand what you're saying. But are the characters diverse enough? Where's the black lesbian in a wheelchair class? How are you going to get that DEI money if you don't have that going for you? Exactly. That's what I thought. Dead on arrival. Dead on arrival.
Upon the recently revealed star ranking system they use. Do not expect to be challenged solo by a 0-star mob, but do expect to group up to efficiently deal with 2- and 3-star mobs. The classes, on the other hand, are where the majority of the concern lie. Apparently, all the classes are fleshed out more or less to...
There are 64 classes, apparently. How the fuck do you balance that?
To the extent that Intrepid showed over the last 3 years, but classes do feel like they're lacking identity and depth within their gameplay. The tank especially is lacking, but I think this was because the majority of people discussing the classes within my community are tank mains, so their passion for improvement is skewing their opinion slightly. However, the mage and cleric also had a fair amount of criticism related to it in its current design. The ranger, bard...
So that's how you balance it. Right. You make 64 classes, but you make them all non-unique. You make them all exactly the same, and you just change the color of the flashy light around your character, but they all work fundamentally the same. That's brilliant. I can't wait for League of Legends level balancing. That's never happening in a video. League of Legends has evolved past that point. They're now down to selling $500 skins to people because they know they'll make fucking bank on it.
and fighter seem to be in a very good state, so the community are hoping for some additional polish to bring up the mage, cleric, and tank to their standards. Ultimately though, it all comes down to opinions. The weapons and their skill trees also had a fair amount of critique flying around because they unfortunately share quite a few similarities.
This doesn't look very innovative to me. This is just, obviously, this is the first time I'm seeing this. This doesn't look that good. Got me a little bit concerned about, you know, variety and choice and so on and so forth. And I'll show you why. Let's use an esoteric, weird, old-ass MMORPG that no one remembers. Just to make this point. Do you see this? Anyone recognize this skill tree? Yeah, it's low poly. I know. I just found the first image I found on Google. But this shit had a lot of variety to it. And this was a failed MMO. This has some complexity, some decision making. It feels good when you get it right. It feels bad when you get it wrong, and then you get better. I'm not seeing that here. But maybe I got it wrong. Hey, let's add some copium into the mix. Maybe I got this wrong. Maybe it's just because this is not the whole picture I'm seeing here. Maybe this is like, you know, just one little bit. Maybe this is just some little small bit that doesn't actually matter. Oh, what up, Lloyd? Just woke up to see your stream, so what happened with the Muckluck embeds? I went through a whole thing. I've decided that Muckluck is innocent. He's a sweet little innocent boy who's not doing this maliciously. And if he is, he's an idiot because he's not doing it maliciously enough. So I don't think he did this to fuck things up. But I mean, you can go back and watch the whole thing if you want. Like, there was a lot I dug into there.
Between them within their archetype.
Also, I did have a special guest on to explain it, how to like actually properly embed to make millions of dollars on Twitch as a streamer. He had some pretty good takes, I think. If you listen to what he said, you'll understand why Muckluck's probably not doing this maliciously.
The skill trees do technically have different traits between the one-handed sword and one-handed mace. However, the differences are merely what type of damage it does. Slashing for sword, blunt for mace, etc, etc. Overall though, for the combat at least, it's difficult to really take the feedback for these as gospel right now because everyone has differing preferences related to combat in an MMORPG, and we'll just have to wait for the 25th to try it.
I prefer complexity in this. I prefer that these skill trees get super complex. I think it's way better when you're getting down to the point that a 2% difference can make all the difference in the world. And there's a lot of wide variation in combinations that you can use, and your class can end up completely different to someone else's, and you're playing the same class, but yours is different because you chose different things. I always like that kind of shit, especially at a higher level. This looks very simplistic to me. But, you know, like I said, again, maybe it's not the whole picture, you know? As we all know, Ashes of Creation is the next big MMO, and it's going to be just, it's going to be perfect. It's going to be flawless. The game is fully releasing on the 25th of this month, and there's going to be absolutely nothing wrong with it.
It ourselves, where I can give you guys a more intimate review after I get my hands on it. The next interesting and probably the most important question related to the combat is how long it takes to level, and how does the leveling curve actually feel? Well, apparently the content within the test is as we feared. Only the quest markers actually present on the map is what we've actually got available, and
fuck. Okay, so that's an important note. That's an important note to take down. That's disappointing.
Unfortunately, in order to level up, a large amount of grinding is required. According to almost everyone, it's fairly easy to get to level 5, but from level 8 to 10, the leveling speed takes a significant nosedive, let alone beyond that.
You know what? Maybe that's a good thing. This is what I want. All MMORPGs that I've seen these days have the same problem where the leveling is not something significant or fun. It's just an extended game tutorial. Maybe it's better that it takes longer and it's actually of some degree of value. I don't think that means you should force people into grinding, but you've got to make your leveling interesting. It's got to be a fun game component that people like experiencing. If it's just kill 10 bears and collect 10 bear asses 10,000 times, that's going to drive me up a wall.
Up to level 20. The main reason people feel this way is because of the lack of things to actually do, as the quests are not very compelling in their current state, nor do they reward a satisfying amount of experience for time invested. This, alongside the current lackluster class design, seems to leave the game in a state that is less than ideal for a testing environment, and many testers are expecting a large drop-off if this leveling curve isn't addressed for Phase 1. My opinion...
So, Phase 1, people are going to play it until level 5. Autistic retards like me are going to play it until level 15. And every normal human being with a life is going to give up after level 5. Because they're going to be like, this is not worth my time. Interesting. If the questing sucks, padding leveling through mandatory grinding doesn't make it fun or significant or anything positive. Yes, Fikso. You're 100% right. New World has this problem where when you get to like level 40... you hit this gigantic leveling chasm. It's gotten better, but it's not good enough. It sounds like, from what he's saying, Ashes is going to have the same problem, but on steroids. Based on what we're going to see in the Alpha 2. Now, hopefully, by the time this game is released, in the year 2100, they'll have fixed that problem, but it seems like this is going to be an issue right now.
On the matter is, like I've been trying to explain since it was announced, the 100-hour leveling curve is perfectly fine for Phase 3. However, for weekend spot tests where players are disconnecting constantly, it just isn't going to be a reasonable expectation for players to dedicate hundreds of hours to see the majority of their class kits and then give feedback on it. But anyway, I'm trying to keep my opinions out of this video and focus on the opinions of the testers. So let's talk about the Riverlands itself. Again, just as we were worried about, 2/3 of the Riverlands is completely devoid of actual content outside of the points of interest we see.
So you're fucked. They built a world. They spent 8 years building a world and putting nothing in it. That's not a good sign. The leveling process is the game, not the end game only part. Yeah. So they've spent 8 years not building an MMO. Is Ashes just another version of Star Citizen?
And grinding mobs within them, and this side of the world looks significantly less polished than the section that had been shown over the last 2 to 3 years. However,
that's not good. That's not good. When was Ashes development started? If small regions like this, right, are not like polished enough at this stage. Remember, Black Desert Online, for as like fucking shitty as all their monetary systems are, remember Black Desert Online built their entire game in 8 years. Keep that in mind. So the fact that I can see regions here and regions over there, and you've got this region over here that's done at this point, and this region's bare bones, that's not a good sign.
This was caveated by the fact that the areas have improved week by week, but almost seemingly like the team have been developing it in real time, rather than just catching up on previous development like they stated was the case.
Sorry, I'm having Vietnam flashbacks of New World here. Sorry.
It turns out Intrepid haven't been hiding anything this whole time, but hey, anyone with half a brain cell already knew that already. In addition, the desert and tropics started off...
Wait, what I'm seeing is the size of full Kalimdor in WoW. I'm going to need some degree of proof, but I hope you're right, Newgash. I do hope you're right.
2 months ago as basically nothingness, but slowly had landmass, trees, and mobs added to them throughout the last remaining 4 weeks. This is great to hear, of course. However, it's a real shame that the desert that they showed back in 2022 wasn't what they had at the time, and are instead currently developing these zones, or at least that's the impression of the current testers. Changing subjects now, based on questions asked, the character creator is sadly not quite in the state it was 2 years ago.
Fuck. Character. That's not good.
With a lot of bugs and features not even fully implemented. The tattoos are present and the ability to sculpt the shape of limbs is there, just as they demonstrated 2 years ago, but it also means that the options available within the character creator don't seem to have any additional hairstyle.
I fucking hate presets. I'm gonna be honest with you right now, I fucking hate presets. I hate when they cop out and they put a bunch of presets there. I think that's very weak game design to just have presets. I think if you got like a few presets and then there's like a wide variation on what you can do to your character and make it look way better, cool, I understand. Great, fantastic. Keep your presets there. But if you have very little control over changing certain aspects of what you want your character to look like, I think that's a problem. But I suppose that's only something I'll really be able to see when I'm playing the game itself.
Or presets. You cannot make characters as intricate as Asmongold. However, there are 3 races present to customize with limited availability instead of just the expected 2. There are the male and female versions of the Kalar humans, the Vec orcs, and the Empyrean elves.
So that's the female version of the Kalar humans, right?
Finally, we'll touch briefly upon the artisan skills, because these are also a major part of the game, and the part that I am most excited about. I've only gotten this information from quite a few limited sources, but they are in a very basic state right now, with functionality around the barely working mark. Fishing is a simple AFK activity. Hunting sounds bizarre in its current state. You just...
Oh... Have you ever noticed that fishing in every single MMORPG fucking sucks dick? Is that just me, or like, has anyone else noticed that? That fishing is fun for the first 5 minutes and then it just sucks. Just like in IRL. Devilish, that's because you're fishing wrong. In IRL, you can dynamite fish. I haven't actually done Warframe's fishing, now that I think about it.
Pet a docile mob in the world and then it becomes a corpse in your inventory. I don't really get it, but the crafting right now is what you'd expect from, say, an MMO like World of Warcraft. Finally, resources like herbs and ores seem to be displayed randomly, rather than having any kind of rhyme or reason to it, but I'm sure there's some logic to it that we will figure out in the Alpha 2. But it's not all bad news. Apparently, the tree tech works very well, and there are a diverse roster
That was just straight up a New World animation.
Of interesting trees available in the world. One including a braidwood, which is white and has roots braided around the trunk, which sounds really quite interesting. So I'll say this about the crafting for now. I think this system...
Typical. Large company wanting you to chop down the whites. How dare they?
Is an extremely long-term goal for Intrepid to get right, and thus it'll be a while before they can really act upon or flesh out these systems, so it is okay for the general state of the artisan skills to feel bare bones for now. A final note is that there is...
Okay. Secondary systems suck dick.
Currently a test that has been running persistently now for about 2 weeks and does plan to continue up until the release. The launch will of course be a fresh wipe for all servers. Speaking of servers, when it comes to the networking, well, it's difficult to really state definitive knowledge on this because people are saying that they have 600 people, Steven's saying that they've got 300, and others are going on about barely having 50. So I think for now, we'll just comment on the server meshing tech, which has had significant improvements over the last few tests, and the performance across the...
As far as I remember, the last thing I heard about the server meshing tech was that there was a bunch of misinformation about people not understanding how it worked. So I'm going to reserve my opinion on that until I actually see it in game. Because some people were saying that it's like phasing, and other people were saying it's not like phasing, and X, Y, Z. I don't know. I don't know. I know someone's explained it before, but I'm not even going to take their word verbatim because I just want to see what it looks like for myself.
Board is in a pretty good state. This is, however, people who are using top-end PCs, so if you're using a middling one, prepare for some issues when the servers get slammed by thousands of people. Now, I think it's very important.
So if you've got an okay old toasty beneath your desk when you're playing this, expect to get fucked. Expect for 25 people playing the mage class to hit a spell and disconnect everyone from the server. Awesome.
To probably conclude on this, because it was the main thing that all the current testers consistently said. During the beginning of the Alpha 2 tests, the game was in a really bad state, and although things have improved significantly, the game is still likely going to be in a bad state. However, much like with Alpha 1...
Cool, good information. Game sucks dick. Cool, very important to know.
Intrepid are very good at fixing bugs fast and adding content across the board. This is great news, of course,
I hope so.
And gives a lot of people hope. However, this is the age of Narg who wants to destroy all hope and crush the game between his fingers. So it is important to...
Narg has joined the rest of us in our cynicism. It's about fucking time, dude. We've been waiting for you. Welcome to the average MMO enjoyer of MMOs. We all fucking hate our main game more than anything else in the world. Have a seat. We've been waiting for you to catch up.
Note that Intrepid are currently in crunch, and crunch can't last forever. Now the doors are slowly being opened.
Tell that to the sweatshop workers, those little kids. Crunch can last forever.
It's important that we now acknowledge that what we're going to get on the 25th isn't around the level of what they've presented in showcases during these last 3 years. But
okay, so... Cool, good to know.
I'll end the video on this. It's difficult to really sift through all the opinions of a verbal NDA because people can make broad statements without any actual proof. This is seen a lot in Star Citizen when they release their verbal NDAs. So for now, I would just advise that you go listen to Richie.
Even Narc is comparing this fucking game to Star Citizen. That's not a good category. And what was the point of showcasing what they did? Money! NVIDIA, money! That's what the point was. Getting people to give them $300 to play an alpha. That's what the point was. How are they going to build out an average MMO if they don't have billions of dollars? God damn it.
SH's opinion, as he's just released a video, and I'm pretty sure Nice Gaming is about to release a video if he hasn't already.
Yeah,
Both of those will
Nice
be linked
Gaming
in the description below. But as usual, I am just one nerd, desperate for a good MMO. And the people who I've spoken to about all this have been well over 50 in DMs, Twitch chat, and Discord, providing a very diverse set of opinions that I've tried to round up in a reasonable manner. But ultimately, we're just going to have to wait 4 more days and see for ourselves on the 25th. So come join us over at twitch.tv/Narcoverse to enjoy the shit show and convince ourselves that everything will be fixed for phase 2 because we're high on copium.
You're goddamn right we are. Right. Pretty good video. Pretty decent, pretty solid. Surface level information. I like that. Let's see what the first impressions of the verbal NDA are. I thought he was going to link Nice Gaming's video. Narc, you goddamn liar. How dare you do that to us? I want to see Nice Gaming's. Now, I don't know anything about Nice Gaming. I've never watched his stuff. I know that Sawman has interacted with him a bunch of times. He seems cool, but I don't know anything about the guy personally. So this is the very first time I'm watching any video made by Nice Gaming, right? Get on the wheelchair and scream money so people can fully understand. That's for when the game launches, Devilus. That's for when the game launches. I have to save the wheelchair for then, okay? If I'm going to be playing a disabled game, I better look disabled when I'm playing it.
Hello, gamers.
Let's see what Nice has to say about this game.
It's nice, and I hope everyone counting the days until they can play MMO Ashes of Creation is having a nice day. Today, I'm excited to announce that the verbal NDA for Ashes of Creation's Alpha 2 spot testing has been lifted. For those of you unaware, a lot of people have been testing this game for months now, and the game has progressed significantly since the beginning of all that testing, all leading towards that goal of launching the long-awaited Alpha 2 test on October 25th. Also, I'm excited to announce I've had my chance to get my hands on Ashes of Creation and play. So in today's video, I want to provide feedback from my personal experiences, give you feedback from experiences from members around the community, and of course, get you hype whilst also subverting expectations. Before we get into that, I'd like to thank all of you for the recent support. I appreciate everyone who subscribed on YouTube, everyone who became YouTube channel members, Twitch subs, and more. Also, I want to thank you for the overwhelmingly positive feedback with our recent interview with Stephen Sharif, creative director.
Okay, stop with the Muckluck Supreme. Get onto the info, boy. Come on, lad.
I'll have a link to that at the end of the video in case you missed it. Also, now's a good time to make sure you're subscribed. So, with nothing else left to do, let's discuss Alpha 2. So, as I mentioned, Steven released the NDA for current Ashes of Creation spot testers. However, keep in mind this was a verbal NDA lift, so you'll have to suffer the generic background footage of the game us content creators have had to edit with for years, just for a couple more days. I'd first like to remind our audience how Alpha 2 is structured. Remember, the Alpha 2 phase has been broken up into 3 different phases.
I'm not going to lie, that boss fight looked pretty good. That boss fight looked pretty fucking solid. I've also seen this graphic way too many times. It's starting to feel like a crypto scam, if I'm being honest. I thought you talked to him. I'll rewatch it after. I did talk to him, Lloyd. Sorry, I only saw your message now because my multi-chat's broken. I did talk to Muckluck about the whole thing, but it was in DMs. He didn't seem like he wanted to come on stream, which is perfectly fine. But yeah, he didn't lie to me, which is the important part. There are 2 types of problems. One, they could basically fix anytime, like not enough content or flesh out appearance customization. Those are fine since they can fix it later. 2, type is much worse, like deep underlying problems in, for example, combat system or technical ones like performance. And it sounded like Ashes of Creation has quite a lot of type 2 problems. So, Barendo, what you're telling me is this is just New World 2.0.
With different goals, different amounts of systems online, and overall, different amounts of polish expected. I think it's important for us to remember that the goal of Phase 1 is essentially to test networking, performance, and stability. While I expect you all to have fun in this test, especially with friends, do keep in mind that this is the main goal, testing the net.
Remember, never forget the spaghetti. Remember, Ashes of Creation wants you to pay them money to test their game. I want you to always keep that in mind. They want you to give them money, hundreds of dollars, to test their fucking game. Remember how everyone was bitching that the price of games are going up to $70? $70 for a fully complete game. And people are bitching. $100 for an alpha. $100. Dues gone in a second. Pay to work. Yes, this game is redefining pay to win. It's now pay to work. It was $500 for Alpha 1 and $250. No, it was $350 for Alpha 2. I checked the other day. It was like $350 that the guy paid to get me into Alpha 2.
Working. There are some systems available.
Maybe the price dropped at some point, but I saw $350. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's $100 now. Okay, does the $100 you pay now for alpha testing guarantee you the game when it comes out? Doesn't mean you get, because this is a subscription-based model as far as I'm aware. So do you get something like, I don't know, a month free, or is it just like, fuck you, here's the alpha, now go buy the game later, bitch? Is that what's happening? 1 month of sub. So you paid $100 to test their game, and then they only gave you 1 month. Is it $100 a month to play this fucking game? Because if not, you're still getting ripped off.
Some basic artisanship is online already. You have your mounts available and everything like that. Also, fun fact, there was until recently an unattended feature which allowed you to basically Grand Theft Horse and steal someone's mount, but this has been corrected apparently. I don't want to spoil too much here, as the first time you load into this world is special and I don't want to ruin that for you. I will say
it's gotta be fucking special, alright? It might just be fucking special needs from what I heard from Narc.
Ashes of Creation showcase titled Lionhold Preview did a very good job showing you the first 10 minutes or so in Vera as you load in. However, I will always keep it honest with you all. This stream started with your character in front of the portal having arrived in Vera, right? Something you did not get to see is the character creation. The character creator was originally planned to be in the hands of gamers before Alpha 2, but as we all know, this is no longer happening.
That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. You're telling me that we were supposed to have this, and now we don't? Oh dear.
For some people, the character creator isn't a huge deal. You just choose a default appearance and load in. However, way back in March of 2022, Intrepid showcased one of the best character creators in the genre. Unfortunately, this is not the case currently, as there's still some bugs to work out, but you will definitely see the potential there. I think we saw a scaled up version of this, and the character creator simply just isn't the...
Also, I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw your thing, right? Where you said go to the shop, and it tells you exactly what you get. So, last year, this guy paid for this game for me, right? You know who you are. Steven? Steven, did you just kill this page because I was going to show them how much this guy spent? Steven? Steven, please. Let the people know. You can't just do that shit. Oh, I just needed to hit a refresh, never mind. It's right here. $375. Our beta test is not a thing anymore. We're not even at the beta, Lloyd. This is still the alpha. I would argue that those $70 games are also alpha in disguise, but yes. Okay, but they are... Okay, we can argue about which ones are in testing and which ones aren't, Barando, but there are certain $70 games that are feature complete. There are games like Baldur's Gate 3 that, okay, sure, Act 3 was a little bit short, but guess what? That game was entirely thrown out there. Really good game with its price tag, and I don't even think that game was $70, if I remember correctly. $375, and every time I select it, it tells me that page not available. Not a good sign. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of fucking money.
Priority right now.
You can go to Zimbabwe and have hookers until you die for that amount of money. Because you'll die of AIDS, but still. Until you die.
Also, keep in mind that only the Kalar humans, Vec orcs, and Empyrean elves are currently available for me to play as expected. So if you had your heart set on that badass Renkai fighter from the Fighter Showcase, well, just know you got a while to go.
Yeah, fuck
Next,
yourself,
I wanted to
basically.
talk about networking and performance before we get into combat, leveling, questing, and such, as this is the main goal of Phase 1. I heard that performance has come a long way from months ago when spot testing first started. I'm proud to say, as far as connectivity, it's a lot better.
Okay, when you say it's come a long way, do you mean like when you take your pants off in front of a girl and you say, I'm a grower, not a shower? Or do you mean like an actual long way? Long way, that could mean anything, man.
Better than I expected. I put in a lot of hours, but maybe only disconnected about 2 times. Will it be perfect or even as good as this once the masses join on?
Also, yes, sure, it is a sub game. It's a monthly sub game. Oh, cool. You mean I got over half a year for a game that I'm going to play when I'm in an old age home? That's pretty good. It's not bad. So 9 months, and then I can die. Awesome.
Alpha 2 launch day? I don't expect any live service launching to a large amount of viewers and gamers will go well. I'd expect lag, queue times, and more just as a worst case scenario to prepare yourself.
Yeah. What he's saying there is absolutely every single launch of every large scale MMO. So don't expect anything any different. What's going to happen, right, is when I log into Ashes to play the game, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be logging in and I'm going to be leaving myself in the queue for the next 3 days while I do my job. And then when I get to the front of the queue, I'll start streaming just so you can see as I get kicked out of the queue and have to restart all over again.
Other than that, Intrepid proudly boasted its server meshing technology with seamless transitions, and I will go ahead and tell you that dynamic gridding is currently not a thing. The team is still, however, working on it. When you first begin to explore Vera, it will be blatantly obvious to you where these meshing borders are. However, despite how Alpha 2 may or may not
Okay. Important note.
Not launch, I expect Intrepid to respond quickly. Something I think us as testers of this MMO should monitor is not necessarily what's there at launch or how well launch goes, but how quickly they correct issues, fix bugs, add content, and stabilize performance. How this team responds to feedback and how quickly it does so.
They will not be able to respond to all feedback. I'm telling you this now. With the sheer number of people who've got an alpha key, how much money they made off of it, their team is not big enough to respond to all feedback. They will take forever. I'm predicting this now. Okay. Serious cam time. I think it's going to be they fix one issue just for 10 more issues to show up, right? I'm starting to get some real Vietnam flashbacks of what happened with New World here, and that's very concerning. But I'm at least gonna try and pretend like everything's okay. But we'll see.
During phase 1 will be very telling of the future. Now let's talk combat. Spoiler alert, I started off as the tank archetype, and it's the archetype I have the highest level with currently. The combat in this game feels phenomenal to me, and I think it has potential to end up among the best in the genre. It feels exactly how I thought it would feel while I
Okay, so this is the one thing I've heard now twice, is that the combat feels good.
Was mindlessly binge watching showcases over the years. Think your traditional tab target combat, but you have an action cam perfectly mirroring the action cam of a Guild Wars.
If you have to go tab targeting versus action cam, guess what? Everyone's going to go tab targeting because it's guaranteed hits. Right? Action cam is always inferior if there's a tab targeting system for consistent damage. Why bother going action cam if you can guarantee your damage? That's just an optimization.
Wars 2 or Throne and Liberty.
Guild Wars 2 has this problem, by the way. If you're a ranged class, if you're an engineer, if you're someone using long distance spells and shit, why the hell would you ever go action cam? It might be fun, it might be cool, it might be awesome, but you will always lose to the tab targeting monster who's going to guarantee hits on you.
And intent. Now combine that with an action style combat of a new world via true cleaves and hitboxes where your melee basic attacks and weapon combos actually hit all targets it should in front of you. This cleave is also applicable to a lot of the melee skills, just like
that seems cool. I like that. I like that there's cleave. That seems awesome.
Tonal abilities in World of Warcraft, such as
what that means is you can stack up a bunch of mobs and farm them, like you used to do in WoW Classic back in the day with a mage when you use Blizzard. You just go into a stacked area, run around, and then just cleave them down with a Blizzard and level up instantaneously.
The Warrior's Revenge ability. It truly feels like a perfect blend of action and tab, a true hybrid combat system. The tab target style felt good, but I mainly played the action camera as it just feels better.
Be prepared to be fucked by the tab targeting players then, nice.
For melee, whilst a traditional tab/classic camera mode suited the ranger and mage better as you'd imagine. Using a ranged weapon via the action cam sometimes felt okayish, and you can still hardlock or tab through targets in this cam mode as you expect. However, when
action cam might suck dick.
Not hardlocked, my basic attacks would still go to a target nowhere near where my reticle currently was, so I expect some kinks with this until it's perfected. Far as the tank archetype itself, there felt like there was a lot of threat generation added to every active skill, so I could easily hold aggro. There's a hard taunt ability, and you have a plentiful amount of ways to mitigate damage from allies. The kit seems like a true guardian or protector, so surely we get the name change to one of these instead of the terrible tank name archetype. Sorry, Steven. I won't go.
They're not going to change names for you, sorry. Tuned in with that camera. Welcome to my stream, Tasos. It doesn't get any better from here, I promise. I used to play an MMO called Dragon Nest, and I can't get used to tab targeting when it comes to a game like Guild Wars 2. I don't blame you. It comes down to your background and shit. Because I came from WoW, tab targeting is like super comfortable. For someone like Sawman, who came from ESO, action cam is going to be incredibly like important for him. Whereas I've got the backed up skill of tab targeting. But if tab targeting gets phased out and everything just becomes action cam, I'm fucked and he's got the advantage over me. So it purely depends on what your background is.
Onto every active skill here, as there's
also suck dick means good or bad. It means bad in this case, in this context.
Things that are constantly changing, but I like the current direction. I'm not a huge fan of the skill trees in Ashes of Creation, but they may grow on me. The universal skill.
Cool. You see that? You hear that, Copium? I don't like the trees, but they might grow on me. You know what also grows on you? Tumors.
Skill tree to make your sprinting, dodge rolling, and active blocking better is already in, as well as your weapon skill trees. Another quick random note worth mentioning is that they have a good work in progress settings / keybind system with a lot of good specific settings to cater combat to your liking. Let's quickly talk difficulty. This game is not solo friendly. Yes, we've been told this for years, but I have to hammer this one home. I'm not saying you won't be able to do any.
Okay. Important. Important point. Very important point.
Grind spots or anything like that solo, but leveling solo feels bad and it's just less fun. The mob difficulty from what...
Okay, another point. Cool.
You may originally perceive as a trash pool in another game will inevitably punish you eventually. Also, you will find yourself resting a lot every couple of pools to recover health and mana. The recovery is almost non-existent early game.
Okay, cool. Downtime. Cool.
This isn't perceived fun by most players and can be very annoying, but I think that's what the developers want, weirdly enough, as it does not actually feel bad when you're in a group. You're resting a lot.
Stogan, if the fucking group finding sucks dick, this game is in real trouble at this point in time.
Less when you're in a group. The crazy concept of needing to be social in a MMO may have been fixed by how annoying the resting mechanic is alone. From what I've seen, solo cleric seems to be the easiest, as you're not needing to rest for health in between pulls as much, being that you can just self-heal. You perhaps will eventually rest up just for mana, however, but it's just a night and day difference compared to other classes while just solo or duo. I think it's obvious, especially in a PvX environment, that when one archetype can self-heal while the others cannot,
guess what? The people who can self-heal, just like paladins in classic, in vanilla, guess who's got the advantage? Guess who's clearing SM by themselves? Guess who's the guys who are stacking fucking cash while you sit there having a goddamn stroke? Yeah. Isn't the trash pool can kill you experience what all the classic Andes were loving? Yes. And then they started bitching about it. They can't decide because they're like, back in my day, things were better. But it's like the same way an 1800s peasants will look at a toilet and be like, back in my day, shitting in a bucket is how you got things done. This is, yeah, it might end up being in the same like category as that, or it might be fun and challenging, where people with 5 brain cells can solo stuff and people with 4 brain cells can't. So it really depends on how bad that is. If something is just purely unsoloable, or if you can skill your way through it if you're good enough.
It's going to end up on the tier list. Eating rations speeds up health and mana during rest, so I recommend you get some of these ASAP when you load in. So yeah, there's a nice difficulty curve and an incentive to group up. Leveling is an extremely long process as intended. This may feel bad for some, especially with phase 1 being weekend only tests. Luckily, there is a current PTR within the alpha testing that I'm doing, and it's just been pretty consistent for I think over a week. So this hasn't been too much of an issue for me. Now let's talk questing. I have some area of feedback for this. Doing questing or commissions is unfortunately not as rewarding as just straight up mob grinding. This never feels...
Oh shit, that's a big issue. So grinding feels terrible, but questing sucks dick. Ooh, that's a bad combination to have in a game. That's real bad.
Good in games to me. This is an early alpha stage, of course, and maybe this isn't intended, but I like when quests incentivize me to do them or explore the world, learn its narratives, and just try to hook me to the lore/story. Though, to be fair, this game invites conflict and wants players fighting over grind spots, so perhaps making these grind spots more attractive than questing is a design intent. This is purely a matter of opinion, however. I like doing both mob grinding and questing. I just feel like they should be closer to each other in terms of a time to benefit ratio, if that makes sense. Remember, the test is capped at level 25, and even getting to level 25 takes about 100 hours. I did quests and commissions that totaled 900 XP, whereas I could have just killed 5 level 3 mobs for about that amount. The highest XP for quests I've seen thus far was 3,500. And when I got to the very last step of that final boss/elite to complete the quest, it turned out to be bugged. Essentially just
Okay, that's unsurprising. It's an alpha. You're paying to test their game.
Wasting my time for the amount of steps I put into this quest, and it felt bad. Which leads to my next topic. I have to once again...
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool, good to know.
Stress that this is an alpha test filled with bugs. Anyone not prepared for that is going to rage. In fact, I'm surprised that I have yet to fall through the map. There's some NPC animations not properly telegraphed, some duplicate NPCs you see that are not actually there technically, and I've also had bugs where I cannot basic attack after weapon swapping to my longbow, visual bugs, especially near meshing borders, maybe some...
None of this is surprising. Congratulations, welcome to an alpha playtest.
Skills or statuses aren't actually working as intended, and much, much more. This test should only be judged as a test. I'm not here referring to the monetization, key sales, cosmetic packs, prices, etc., or just, you know, saying you can't criticize Ashes of Creation, but when it comes to criticizing the game and the test as itself, I hope it's done so in the right manner. It's hard to currently predict player retention, but I think most gamers will get in and see the potential of this MMORPG, no matter the experience they have their first weekend. I suggest having a group of friends to play with to get the most out of your experience. And just looking at the patch notes and the rate at which this test has apparently already improved shows potential. Now let's talk about griefing and corruption. I was once worried this would be a huge issue with this test and that the game will forego the stereotype so many have tried to put on it, calling it a gank box, but this is not the case. However, originally, the penalties were not near...
Ooh, this game has always on PvP and it's a gank box. Oh no. Oh no.
Really impactful enough to where players could just literally PK and camp level 1s as soon as they came through the portal. This has since been adjusted in a recent patch. I won't show the exact current penalty for corruption here, as this is a work in progress and likely to change before you even get your hands on the game, but just know corruption is harsh. Gear drops are even happening at corruption level 1 now, whereas before corruption level 1 just wasn't enough to deter PKs.
Well, duh, because player killers don't care about corruption levels. This is something MMO devs actually need to learn, is that most player killers don't give a shit about the punishment as long as they can fucking kill people and murder them, because it's entertaining. It's enjoyable to do that. To punish them all you want, they'll just say harder, daddy, and come back later and do it again.
There's even a huge stat dampen for being corrupted as well, to the point where I don't think you're going to be doing much damage and just having like a chain of PKs.
So kill people, corrupt, clear the corruption, do it again.
You know? Another issue was that the guards were extremely slow and weak, and this has also been fixed. So these guards will ensure players think twice before PKing. And this hopefully ensures PKs are more rare and they feel more meaningful, you know? Even
That's very cute. That's super cute that he thinks that some in-game system is going to discourage PKing. That's incredibly cute of him to think that. What the fuck? I went and played like 3 games of League. Took a 2-hour nap. How the fuck are you still streaming? I just am, Zay. I just am. I've got about another 3 hours or so. And then I'm going to duck off and start my day and start working and stuff. I basically had such a miserable work day yesterday that I passed out most of the time. So I have to make up for that today. So yeah, my day starts today at 8. It is currently 5.
Even as a PvP main, I think this was for the best, and I am glad this was addressed. There's also the idea of a PvP suppression zone supposedly happening, but we'll see. I hope the new deterrents are enough, and I haven't seen any corrupted players since, really. The devs do have the ability to turn PvP off if they choose, and this has been utilized in the past, and I think this will be like...
That's not a good sign that they've been forced into a situation where they have to turn it off. Gotta go, it's 5:10 a.m. Yeah, dude, go live your life, man. God damn it, I told you, these fucking streams are not more important than anything you have to do. Go and live your goddamn life. My shitty streams will always be here to ruin your day. Don't you worry about that. You know what? I'm going to say this one last time. I'm going to say this again because people still don't seem to get this. If you have anything to do in your day, if there's anything you need, whether it's sleep, go outside and jerk off, fucking beat your child, whatever busy activity you have to do, whether it's important or not, it is more important than the stream. Okay? Go live your life. I promise you, the VOD is on YouTube. You can always come back here later. No one should be mad at anyone for having a goddamn life to live. End of story.
The only way to punish PvP players that do PK and camp and shit is very easy. Just let them do it. If you let them go full hog on PvP, they will eventually cannibalize their own population, then complain why nobody wants to do PvP. Something mortal online.
Yes, but that's also how you kill your MMO, Jimmy. That's if you're trying to run a profitable MMO that lasts for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, that's sure, it'll burn out the PvP player base, but it'll also burn out the game.
You know, hey, this didn't work out. People are still PKing too much. We'll turn it off for now. However, the fear of this game being a gank box has been...
I'll have you know, Zed, just by saying that, by saying the cock cam has 2 little cock in it, that's racist. Just because I'm white, okay? That's very racially motivated of you. How dare you?
Pretty much put to rest. I've always said that I'd rather them make the corruption penalties a little bit too harsh and unforgiving than have it not be harsh enough and then have to correct it later. And I think we're at a fine middle ground. Is it perfect? Is this the final form? I don't
Probably
know,
not.
But we'll have to see. Since this NDA has been lifted, I've been asked a lot. Should I buy the Alpha 2? My answer is...
Fuck no. Fuck no. It is an alpha. You don't fucking buy, you don't spend money on an alpha. Doesn't matter how hyped you are for this. You are testing their game for them. Don't do it. Terrible idea. You should check out the demo for a game called Erenshaw. I'll put it in the whatchamacallit, the React requests, and I'll look at it next stream maybe.
Access to these testing phases is very expensive, especially for a game in its alpha state.
Yes.
I say this as someone with a referral link in the description you can use if you want to buy Alpha 2. If you're thinking that the test is priced high because it's some quadruple A masterpiece, then you're sadly mistaken. If you're expecting
That's exactly what people think. What he said there, Oh, it's priced so high because it's a quadruple A masterpiece. That's exactly what people think. This game's going to be amazing. That's why it must be so expensive.
A fully polished MMO? There are plenty already out there, and in fact, we technically got 2 more MMOs this month. However, that is not this. This is a real alpha. However, if you're wanting to get in on the ground floor of a true MMO RPG with the potential to shape the genre and have your feedback heard from developers who care and actually listen to it, then this is your chance. I think testers will have fun despite bugs or lack of content or whatever the case may end up being, and even more fun as the game progresses to later phases with more features and network stability. If you're skeptical and or want to wait, I think that's extremely reasonable. Remember,
Yes.
Alpha 2
Wait.
as of October 25th will be completely NDA free, so you can watch gameplay and streams from myself and anyone else before seeing if it's a fit for you and making that purchase.
You don't even have to watch other people play this. If you're not into it, don't bother. Wait for the game to release 50 years from now. And you're right, Silver. Potential is a very dangerous word to use here. Hitler had the potential to fix Germany after performing an economic miracle. But then, yeah, some other stuff happened instead. There's a potential to do a lot of shit. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Don't fall victim to FOMO. Just evaluate if you think the experience will be worth it for you. And that's all I got to say.
No, the experience is not worth it for you. You are testing their game. Do not give them money for an alpha test. There used to be a respected actual position within a game dev studio where there would be a guy specifically going out there to alpha test games.
On that front, I will spend the rest of this week getting in more testing time, and I am truly excited to play Alpha 2 with all of you. If you enjoyed the video, please click like so others can find it. And I would like to say how the larger public or those less informed may perceive the Alpha 2 and what larger content creators say on the test remains to be seen. I like Steven's response regarding the potential fear of Alpha 2's first impression when we interviewed him recently. If you haven't seen the interview, click the video on screen. We have streams planned, fun guild activities, videos, and more. Stay up to date with everything in our Voices of Vera, Ashes of Creation specific Discord. Thank you so much for watching. It's been nice.
Okay, cool. I think that gives me a decent idea of this. I'm not going to watch Richie's video. I'll watch that offline. I think that's given me some semblance of what the fuck is going on. Right? This is a pretty complete list right here. I think. But it does leave me with a question, right? And I'm going to need you to answer this question for me. This is going to be an important question for you to answer. Because I need to understand your perspective on this. Because if I look at this, go into the game, enable auto attack, get shitty horse from the UK McDonald's burger quest called Sweat of Your Brow. Questing sucks dick, character creator sucks dick, secondary system suck dick, game sucks dick, presentation of game is a complete lie, world sucks dick, action camera might suck dick, solo play is gonna suck dick, solo leveling is gonna suck dick, downtime sucks dick, winning a fight sucks dick, and PvP sucks dick. Nah, that's a lot of dick sucking. That's a lot of dick sucking. And I just gotta ask a question. I'll put a poll up. Which one of these two entities sucks more dick? This is a fair comparison. I'm seeing a lot of dick sucking. If you don't know who this is, keep it that way. Keep it that way. You tell me right now which one of these two sucks more dick. I'll put up a poll and you can decide. The poll's on Twitch. I don't know how to do a poll on YouTube. The one on the right. I don't know. There was a lot of dick sucked in the past here. I understand that this is all future dick sucking, so some of it might not happen, but hey. This might not be the game or the alpha to play, because goddamn, Ashes of Creation looking at all the people with an alpha key right now like, it ain't gonna suck itself, boy. Get on them knees. No, I'm not gonna get you knee pads. I wanna see them knees get red and sore. You're gonna test our game, and we're gonna make you pay for it. That's what I'm seeing right about now. I see no dick there. That's for later. That's for the speedrun ban. Yeah, that's the right response. Get ready to suck some dick. Pay to suck. She's a hub streamer too. I didn't know that. I'm outdated with my porn law. Right, so based on what I'm seeing here, the unequivocal winner of dick sucking is gonna be Ashes of Creation. God, she didn't even clear one vote. That's disturbing. That's incredibly disturbing, because she sucked a lot of dick, dude. I hope she's not doing porn. She's probably old by now. That's not good porn. That's sad porn. That's like Remember the Good Old Days porn. No one wants to see Remember the Good Old Days porn. That's a bad one. Oh, man. For the prices of alpha keys, I expect my dick to be sucked. For the price of what they're charging you for an alpha 2 key, that game should suck your dick, do your laundry, play with your toes, not neglect the balls. It should come back later, read you a bedtime story, and wake you up in the morning by sucking your dick again. Man. Oh man, Ashes. You cleared the Sasha Grey bar. That's a bad idea. Oh fuck, man. Eesh. What image is this? Oh, that's Rift. Okay. I now have enough information from videos on Alpha 2. Now, before I go and jump into Guild Wars 2 and do just a little bit of leveling, so that I can get some hyper-specific clips that I need for the video I'm currently editing for my main channel, I'm going to quickly look at the Ashes of Creation website. I need to know if there's a way for me to like pre-download this shit. Is there one more in the React request? It's a 5-minute. Okay, well, I'll check. I already watched that one. Shielder. That was literally the first one I watched. That was quite literally the first one I watched. Now, is there a way for me to actually look at some kind of preload that I can do for Ashes of Creation? Or is this just going to shill me more pictures to buy? Are they just shilling me their NFTs? When you're done with Guild Wars 2, you should try Guild Wars 1. I did play Guild Wars 1 way back in the day. Way back in the day. I might actually go back and play it sometime next year. When I got the time. 1,000 cock stare, and yet the game doesn't even have a chance to get back. This game is parking the back tires of your limousine in its mouth along with the dick. Your balls are being swallowed at the same time. It doesn't even need hands. According to all of you, Ashes of Creation is giving you the fucking grapefruit technique. Jesus Christ. I can see our faith in Ashes is in the correct place. Let's see if there's anything of value here. Or whether we just have to wait all the way until Friday. No. Join the alpha, it immediately takes me to the thing where it says pay more money. Great. Alpha 2 begins soon. 25th of October. Start our first Alpha 2 testing phase. Be an active part of the development. Provide feedback, voting on features, and helping shape the world. Okay. If I click on this, does it take me to the shop? Oh shit, it didn't. Very nice. Guide to Alpha 2. I'll have to watch that closer to the time. I'm going to save this probably for Friday while the game is downloading. We'll watch this one. You could install Warframe right now and get more value for free. I know, but I don't want to jerk off on stream, Jimmy. I'll leave that kind of stuff to Darkside Phil. He seems to be better at it than me. Jumping puzzle from Death Halloween seems they added baby mode last year, if you want to check it out. Yeah, I'm going to do a stream at some point where I'm just doing Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzles. But I do want to stay on track with what I'm doing because the video I'm working on has taken far too long for me to get to this point, and I really, really want to get it done by either this month or the beginning of next month at some point in time. I don't think they've discovered pre-downloading technology. Probably not. They may be not doing it because they don't want data mining. That might be an actual thing. Okay, so this is the map we've got. This is what we've got to work with. Now, apparently, according to Narc, this whole side of the map needs work. But this side of the map is okay. So I hope this is just like... I hope you're right. I hope that this is the size of Kalimdor like you said it was. But if it is, it's a little concerning how sparse these points are. But maybe that's because you're supposed to build nodes wherever the fuck you want. So the empty side of the map is complete. Yes, Zare. Yes, that's what it is apparently. Left side's the fucked one. Okay, did I misread that when Narc said that this side is the fucked one and this side is the okay one? Is that just me being retarded and not understanding what he said? During Alpha 2, Vera will contain a wide variety of interesting poise that include areas such as Lion's Arch, various nodes such as areas from Skyrim, and Citadel of Steel Bloom, an area that hosts the Firebrand raid. None of those words mean anything to me, except raid. There is one raid in the game. Confirmed, Ashes is going to have less dungeons than New World. The dragon you saw... Oh, okay, so that's the dragon raid. Okay, I'll give it that. The dragon raid actually looked pretty fucking good. Alpha 2 archetypes and skills. Upon launch of Alpha 2, the game will consist of 6 out of 8 archetypes. Okay, so we are 6/8 of a person. That's better than 2/3, I suppose. We've got the bard, we've got the cleric, we've got the fighter, we've got the mage, the ranger, and the tank. Can I say something? Can I give you a hot take right now? I'm not gonna do my math, say. I know what I said. Can I give you a hot take about all these classes? None of these seem particularly inspired. None of these blow my dick off. None of these, like, make me go, oh god damn, I've gotta play that one. Ranger seems like generic person with bow. Tank is obviously generic person with shield. Bard is generic person with musical instrument. Cleric is generic heal slut. Fighter is generic migrant who hopped the border. And mage is just generic incel, complaining about fighter who hopped the border. That's my hot take. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But none of that seems like particularly inspired, like I see one of these where I'm like, oh shit, I have to play this. Right, so there are two ways I can see that you can guarantee a spot in a raid group. Is either as a tank, which seems like, from everything I'm hearing from all these people, everyone's playing fucking tank. Right, everyone's playing tank. Heal slot's gonna be the obvious choice if you want a guaranteed spot because no one wants to play it. And the rest of this is DPS shitters. Except for Bard, which is support. Which means no one wants to play support because that's an even lower tier than healer. I see we're avoiding ad sponsorships with those comments. Filter, I'm a brand risk from day one. I'm gonna give you my opinion and no one's giving me money. The Life is Feudal team found that out when I said I'm not gonna shill your game to a bunch of people because you're asking me to lie. Why would I stop now? 64 classes should have been one of the biggest red flags in their marketing, but somehow people instead... Hold on, I gotta go scroll back up to see that. Oh, great. Fantastic. Twitch is broken. It won't let me scroll back up. Where was that comment? 64 classes should have been a red flag. Somehow people instead lost their minds getting hyped for it. Of course. Big number, good. Big number, good. Pick cleric RP as an eagle, easy. Yeah, I'll need to install a fiend. I'll have to install a voice changer because everything's got voice chat these days. I'm going to leave that open on a separate tab because I want to stay on task. If you just link me porn though. Okay, that's Aaron Shaw. Are you seriously just linking me the alpha trailer of Ashes of Creation right now? Are you fucking serious, Jimmy? You motherfucking troll. I can't believe you're linking me the Alpha 2 play of Ashes. How fucking... God damn it, dude. That was brave of you. That was real brave of you. To just show me the Ashes 2 gameplay like that. Aren't you under some visual NDA or something? I just want you to know that Steven Sheriff's coming after you for breaking that NDA. He's probably coming straight after you. Weapon skill trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on, let me scroll down to the bottom of this page, see if there's any embeds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's hope that this changes between now and the 5 decades it's going to take us to get to full launch. You want to play? You want to pay $100 to play the alpha, to test out exciting weapons like a book? Not Tome. Not some fancy epic word, book. I'm just saying. I don't think... You know what I actually haven't heard a damn thing about, right? When it comes to that. That was a little bit concerning. I don't know how... We're only at Alpha 2, 2 years later after Alpha 1. That was concerning. Like, that's seriously concerning. But I'm starting to get the perception that Ashes of Creation is going to be a zero lore MMO. That the story, the actual lore and story and background of Ashes is going to be as shallow as New Worlds was. Maybe even worse. Because at least with New World, people wanted to fuck Isabella for a little while. That's seriously concerning, actually. Every other MMO is launched with 2 times the weapon. I'm a book user IRL. Congratulations, Connor. You're 2 steps ahead of all of us because you can read. Rest of us have to pretend to use our schizophrenia to use wand. I'm honestly surprised they didn't call wand magic stick after seeing it's called fucking book. Not tome. Not Communist Manifesto. Book. Fuck. They say that the lore will be player generated. Okay, do we have any examples of player-generated lore that's worked out in the past? My mind automatically goes to EVE Online. But I can't think of another one. Like... Maybe it's just because I've been streaming for the last 7 hours. Maybe I'm just being fucking retarded. I can't think of a single other game aside from maybe EVE where the lore is like player generated. EVE Online has some wild player lore, but the game also has good actual lore. Now, everything that those guys talked about in all of those videos, none of them told me what the story is. None of them told me what the lore, the reasons we're in this world are. What's the story? Why are we fighting that dragon? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Every night I can feel my leg. I don't... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna stop wasting time there. I at least have some idea of Ashes now. I'm going to need to plan for it a little bit closer to the time. I need to seriously get some fucking Guild Wars 2 clips. I have a request, a special request, because I don't know if anyone else is here. I need a very, very unique, specific clip. That I need to generate for Guild Wars, for my video. What this clip relates to is something absolutely disgusting. EU. I'll play EU because I can't play in the US because the lag is just too bad. I can't even remember. Like, after I've been flashbanged by flash gangbanged, actually, by what I've seen in Ashes. I'm a little bit I'm a little bit out of it right now. I need... I've accepted this before. Jesus, every single time I have to accept it now. I need a hyper-specific clip. Now, this is my level 80 character. This is the character I'm taking to level 80 to get some hyper-specific clips for the video I'm working on. What I need is hideous and disgusting and shouldn't exist, but I do know it exists in this game. What I need is someone in the kinkiest clothing they've got on their Asura character. And I don't know all the emotes in Guild Wars 2. But whatever's the filthiest emote you can get is the one I require for my video. It's gonna be sickening. It's gonna be disgusting. But it's part of the video, and we all have to make sacrifices for our art. Nick Ricardo had to lose all that weight. I have to do something even more painful. I have to look at an Asura in kinky clothing. Nothing worse than that. Now, I've got a clip list. Oh, whoop. Hold on. My script is a clip list that I put in it. That I just need to pull up. Hold on, that's the wrong document. So this is my Guild Wars 2 video. This is the script for it. I hope you enjoyed that sneak preview of 72 pages. I have a clip list attached to this. And it's why I have to cut it down from 3 hours to 1. And clip number 1 on my list is a hideous, disgusting clip of sexy Asura. So do you see why that video is taking so long? Because I've been hesitating ever going near sexy Asura. Seeing some disgusting shit. Has Muck seen the last video I dropped or still waiting? Shelder, he's not going to react to it because it'll fuck up his brand. He's family friendly, it'll destroy his brand, so I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all for not reacting to it. He has seen it, he watched it offline, he said he liked it, but he can't put that up on his channel. And I can't blame the man. I'm not going to sit here and blame him for being smart enough to not destroy his entire channel. Let's see. I have flamethrower clips done. I have some of the Vigil's Keep clips done. I have some of the Hylic clips done. So let me just hold on. Give me a second. I do need to check something. Now, a piece of my flamethrower that I built did fall off just a little bit. Did you at least talk to Muckluck? Lloyd, I had a full conversation with him on Twitter. We messaged back and forth. He showed me dick pics. I showed him dick pics. I got the whole story from him. But I'm not going to leak DMs. That seems like a dickheaded mood. So yeah, I did. So I just... yeah, that's about as good of an angle as I'm going to get. That I do have to fix. Hold on, but I might as well turn off my fucking thing so you can see this. I do have to fix this right here. That has to be fixed. But as far as I can tell, most of this seems to be accurate to what a flamethrower is in Guild Wars 2. I do need some sanding and polishing, but I can probably get away with it. I think my biggest issue is probably I don't have the grooves and the guides here that match the top from what I'm seeing. And I think the big mistake I made when printing this is too narrow. But it does look fine from the side. So I'm just going to need to be careful of that when I'm doing this. But I'd say it's probably as close as possible to what I'm going to get for an accurate one. I'm not reprinting the entire thing. Jace Vic, which part of the title? So let's see. What are the clips I need? Muckluck embedding. I went through an entire thing. Yes, he does embed, but he's not doing it maliciously. So let me put it to you this way. Okay, so if you were here in the stream about maybe 6 hours ago, you would have seen me talking about it. I decided to go for a clickbait title because I thought it was funny and entertaining. Muckluck is doing embedding. I'm sorry to tell you this, but as your dad right now from this angle, I feel like it's important that you know the truth. Santa isn't real. The Easter Bunny got locked up for being a sex pest. And Muckluck embeds. But he's not doing it maliciously. If he was doing it maliciously, he's doing a really, really poor job at doing it maliciously. And there's a whole, 2 to 3 hours of me going through why it's not malicious. So you can always go back and watch that. The VOD's on YouTube. It's never going away because Twitch just deletes everything. It's been a long time since I've seen that POV my uncle used to play. Well, I'm glad I could bring you back to the good old days. I'm glad I could remind you of a special moment you had with a family member. Also, thanks for the resub, Mega Crackhead. How you doing? Have you played a new A Quiet Place? I haven't. So, like I said, I need a sexy Asura. Or a disgusting Asura in the sexiest clothing possible.
We've got to tread lightly. These Hylic are
And none of this matters.
of outsiders. We need to gain their trust. That means none of your grandstanding, youngster.
Am I exposing the other ones too? No, because I don't care about them. They weren't valuable enough for me. Plus, I don't know them. I don't know their content whatsoever. There was one right in... are you fucking serious? Did I just... Oh, damn it. Hold on. Get me the fuck out of here. Where's that escape button? There was a way to leave these things. I've been editing for so long. Valen embeds on Guildgen website. So does Muckluck. Muckluck does as well. But I don't know anything about... There it is. Oh yeah, let me take a screenshot while I leave. Whoops. I meant to hit character select. Oh well. I hit the wrong button. This is what happens when you spend too much time editing and too little time fucking playing the goddamn game. Oh, there you are, you filthy whore. Right. Right. I need the most disgusting emote you've got. Come here. No, don't. Come here. You're too far away. I need you right here in the camera. Yeah, Asura, you can't be an Asura at that distance. You're like a dwarf in a fucking building. It's just a dot in the distance. Yeah, that's better. Oh. That's disgusting. Yeah, that just about does it. Yeah, that does it. That's good. That works. Whoop. That works. Just stay there. Yeah, that'll do.
Does your
That'll do,
character
pig.
still have the heroic Anduin voice?
Yes, I recreated my character entirely as a secondary character. Right, so these two characters are... Hold on. These two characters right here are the exact same character that I've recreated as faithfully as possible. You can see I fucked up a little bit on the face, but everything else is exactly the same. And I've had to re-go through gigabytes of footage that I have just to make sure that every single choice I've made is exactly the same. Just so I have the right clips. Thank you for your help, you disgusting animal. I hope you delete that Asura. I hope you don't tell your parents. I have 2 accounts, by the way, just so you're aware. One that'll never see the light of day, and this one. Just so I could double check all my research and stuff.
We've got to tread lightly. These Hylic are
This poor
extremely
man.
suspicious of outsiders. We need to gain their trust. That means none of your grandstanding, youngster.
I just needed a filthy Asura. I'm sorry, I can't stay around Asura too long. That's how... You don't beat the allegations by staying there too long, Devilis. I'm sorry. Okay, now I do have some of the highlight clips.
Please, my brother served with you for many years. Help me save him.
Your brother fought for the right to be our champion. Why would you take that honor from him?
Go to sleep, Tape. I'll say this over and over again. This is going to be a long, boring journey of me taking the same character that I've already leveled, doing the exact same things, to get to the exact same point I did with the character that I leveled on stream a long, long time ago. Go to sleep. I promise you this is not worth it. This is work.
You there. We're from the Vigil, and we're here about the sacrifices. We heard you talking to that guard. Maybe we can help.
I don't know, but I do need help. My brother was our champion. He offered himself as a sacrifice to save our village. They say it is an honor, but the champions never return, and we just keep sending more. I want to rescue my brother before it's too late.
Maybe we can help each other. If you get us in to speak with your leaders, we'll come with you to save your brother.
I can do that. I'd do anything to have my brother back. Come this way.
Anything? Anything,
This way.
Mr. Frogman?
If we want to save him, we'll have to hurry.
You'll get stuck in the dishwasher for me? You know, I feel like Guild Wars 2 really missed an opportunity with the highlight, the more I think about it. All they needed to do was give these little bastards French accents. And they'd be all good. Come on. Knife for me. So you witnessed a Norn woman dying on your feet again. I'm gonna see them die again. All over again. They do P. Diddy on the frogs. Listen, it's hard to keep up with P. Diddy. That man was doing freak-offs with every creature on the planet. Dude was really special. Which French accent? Modern day French or classic? Definitely classic. I want to hear them say things that make French people cringe, like sacre bleu. Hon hon hon, oui baguette, you know, all the classics. Those matter.
Time for some fun.
Flamethrower clips. Like I said, this is gonna be boring as fuck. A lot of this. I warn you. I warn you now.
You crossed the line.
If you have anything better to do with your day, do it. Fucking do it.
Stay away.
Modern French Sharia law. Mashallah. That's the new bonjour. Better this than watching you cope with Ashes. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to fault you for that take. You can say whatever the fuck you want in my stream. I'm not going to ban you because you had a spicy opinion, I promise you. Whatever you've said, I've said things 10 times worse.
Stay close.
You can ask anyone in here. It gets fucking real spicy in here sometimes. No one's getting banned because they said some words. You break the Twitch TOS, I have no control over that. But beyond that, do whatever the fuck you like. Oh, here we go. This is that part of the game where Ashes does the thing where my health goes from 100 to 0. Is it just me, or does it seem like since the expansion there's been a little bit of a graphical upgrade to the game? It feels a little bit less chunky than it was. I don't know if that's just me, though.
Another point for me.
Shows a bloody great time to do Guild Wars 2. 9 Asura lovers online at the moment. I think all but me AFK. Nice. I've got perfect timing, what can I say? Why are there no pharmacies in Africa? Well, it's because we just use witch doctors, right? They're far more efficient because they give you a cure to something and then it's never your problem again because, well, if you're dead, it's not your problem, right? Whoops. That was the wrong button.
There's my brother. No! What have they done to him?
You can't take meds on an empty stomach. Well, there's that too,
Stop him.
right?
That fool frog is going to get himself killed.
They added more graphics options to customize post-processing. Well, that came out with Soto, I don't remember. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's been a little while. Hold on. The true Guild Wars 2 experience. Sometimes I really battle with these mobs. They're a real challenge. Like the APM you have to keep for this game sometimes is just like, well, it really blows me out the waters. The base game experience, pretty difficult, but pretty challenging if you don't pay attention all the time.
Thing is not my brother. My brother was a hero, a champion. The undead turned him into this. And it was the priests who sent him here. Unforgivable.
Yes, it's shameful. Each village champion becomes another undead soldier in the dragon's army. We have to stop this.
Then we'll need to prove it.
Aren't even using Juggernaut.
Take the head from this.
Now I'm not going to use Juggernaut ever.
The priests and chiefs see it. They'll have to believe us.
I'll tell you why, Super
I
God.
admire your determination. Such a shocking display would be very persuasive. Leave the rest to us.
I'm trying to recreate what I did the very first time I leveled, whatchamacallit. I'm trying to fully recreate what I had to do when I first leveled the engineer, and that means playing like shit on purpose. Right? Very purposefully playing like a chunky motherfucker who doesn't know what's going on. Because when I first leveled that character, I was a chunky motherfucker who didn't know what was going on. Not much has changed. But now it's more like I'm doing this on purpose. Did the entire personal story without using a weapon. He played a ranger and let his pet... Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Now do you see? It's
I'm
like
not surprised.
Our champions are returning as undead.
I see. You may pass. Show that to the High Priestess.
I actually like the core story. Yeah, doing it once is fine.
the next
right?
champion will be.
It's got
May the
very
sun god
boring and
smile
dull
on you.
parts in the story. And I think what's going to make the contrast even worse is when I'm into the expansions and shit. The expansions are probably much better. And it's going to, by comparison, then make the, whatchamacallit, look worse. It's going to make the base game look even
To the
worse.
High Priestess. We have proof that the champions are being killed and turned into undead.
I've seen your proof, but the High Priestess is not here. She's gone to prepare for the procession. She doesn't know Sabiti, and she's tired of hearing this from you. She'll say that head could be anybody's and dismiss you as a troublemaker.
We took it straight from the undead thing Sabiti had become. What will it take to prove your sacrifices are actually making things worse? This is pointless.
I'm going to tell you something.
Come on, Ikniu.
About the cutscenes, the dialogue stuff. I'm going to tell you something really disappointing about the dialogue stuff, right? I feel like the way the dialogue is formatted, where it takes you into like a cutscene, whether you got two characters on either side of the screen talking, I feel like that's a really, really poor implementation in Guild Wars 2. It's like you can have all these beautiful, fantastic action scenes, even for a game that's this age. But then you're taken immediately out of the action to watch a high school, no, not even, like a preschool recreation of Shakespeare, where everyone just stands around in costume and talks at each other. And it's not the voice actor's fault. It's just the way the system is designed. Takes you out of the game itself. And also I need a clip here. Yeah, not Fogel. There we go. Just give it a second because this is part of the script where I'd be talking, blah, blah, blah. Getting one of these frogs to suck me off with their tongue. Give that good gluck gluck supreme, you know. This part is you gotta do it twice for the AP. You gotta do the base game story twice? Oh, wait, no, you're replying to Super God. It's why they abandoned it almost immediately. I hope they did. It was a bad system. I hope in later expansions they abandoned it and, like, put it more in-game so it's more interactive. Speak to your mentor. Okay, there's a clip I need right about here. Got this one down in my notes. Like I said, this is going to be boring. This is going to take me a while. I'm going to be doing this both on and off stream so that I've got everything I need. And the thing is, because my recording software that I'm using for this, I could theoretically just sit here, and this is just the rest of the stream. Is me just sitting here like this talking to you. And I'm still getting the clips I need. And this is just the rest of the stream. Now the problem is I don't have big, nice, juicy titties. And I'm not wearing a thong. And I'm also not a woman on Twitch. So that's, you know, this is not how you drive up viewership. This is how you crash your channel into the ground with how fat and ugly I am. So I'll only make you suffer through that every now and then. Should have worn tighter pants. I should have worn no pants in a video. One day I'm going to get on stream, and it's going to be hot outside, and I'm going to be wearing boxers, and there's a real chance my dick slips out. There's a real chance that happens. Oh wait, hold on. Foreskin, I got to talk to him. Let's see. My first choice that I did was... wait, no. Wait, nope. I'd like to know more about the tournament was the first thing I clicked. And then I clicked High Priestess. Yeah. I'm ready to decide. I'll win the tournament. Will do. Cool, thank you. For pants. Did I choose pants? I think I chose everything that had the highest power at the time. Which means it was those. That's not too big of an issue, it's pants. Yes, I'm aware of what my bag looks like. I'm scared to delete anything just in case. You know how you need more Asura footage? Yeah, I probably do need more Asura footage. I'm gonna need a few clips to choose from, to be honest. Expansion stories are better. I 100% agree based on what everyone else has said, but I'm not gonna make that statement because I haven't experienced it myself. But everything everyone else has told me, yeah. In the original game, I didn't just click the little button. I actually walked there. Like I said, I have to recreate this as faithfully as I can. Oh god, that's horrifying. Yeah, that'll work. Oh Christ, that's bad. Give me your filthiest emotes. You know how they say you can't polish a turd? I don't know what the devs were thinking when they put this shit in the game. Yeah, that works. That's good. That's good. I'm gonna be back for more clips later. Thank you, you dirty little slut. Okay, now I can sprint through here with my mount because these parts aren't important. What's my next clip set? Let's see. Clip of somewhere near, but after the High-Lek area. So this will work. This will work right here. Hold on. Just about there. I can cast shadows using editing pretty good over here. So it gives me time to catch up on what anyone says in chat about how shit the gameplay is. Because I'm bad, not because the game is. Salad is back on the menu. Yes, I'm recreating the entire way I got to level 80 with this character so I can get some hyper-specific clips for the video I'm editing. Whoever's saying monkey wearing a golden ring is still an ugly thing. Yeah. I mean, it's not a nice way to talk about family members, but I suppose if it's true, right? So you need 1 full story, 3 up to like 50, and 5 up to 20. I'm not sure what you mean, Super God. Maybe I'm just exhausted. Thanks for looking at my video. More of a meme joke for my Oceanic Guild. Well, Naylor, your video provided more information in a shorter period of time than most people. So you did a good job. Just bump the audio a little bit. Increase the audio. That way it's more audible. You gotta remember, everyone on YouTube is deaf and retarded. And they have the attention span of a small child. How bad will this be for Noxie? I don't think this one will be too bad. I'm going into... Okay, wait, hold on. Let me double check. Okay, this might be bad. I do mention North Korea. And executions. That might... Okay, there might be chunks that, Noxie's just entirely cutting out. Never mind, it might be bad. It depends, I suppose. How much, Muck is willing to pay her. Pay them, I don't know.
Over, but there's still time for you to participate. You must beat 3 challenges. Vision, words, and might. And unless the High Priestess says otherwise, you must beat them alone.
I'll beat off all you
the Vigil
frogs.
stands ready. As senior officer, I'll observe as the Crusader here beats your challenges.
What's so bad about that? It's real life. Yeah, but real life is illegal. Post real life on Twitter and see how people respond. That's the problem. And he's running a PG stream. So he's trying to be family friendly, and here I am.
Ceremony. Who brings these outsiders here?
I do. The Vigil sent us a contestant who would gladly serve as our champion.
The Vigil? We need nothing from them. We will secure the Sun God's blessing on our own.
But isn't it true that all who live are beloved by the Sun God? Why can't a willing outsider compete?
Shut up, bitch.
Ignew is right.
Let me in the ring.
If an outsider earns the Sun God's favor, then an outsider shall be our champion.
Look how lifeless and dead their eyes are. It's like all the girls on Tinder. Okay, tell me about the challenge of vision. Blah, blah, blah. Which one did I press here? Yeah, it did say, do I have to use the turret? And then I didn't use the turret. Why is there a timer? I did click that. And then I click, I understand, I'm ready. Then I needed a clip over here, somewhere near this arena. This won't be level of censorship for you, will it? What do you mean, Lloyd? I'm gonna have to start censoring swear words and shit on my YouTube, which I fucking hate. I think that's the dumbest thing in the world. But I'm gonna try and at least do it in a creative way.
But this is not the only test. The outsider can still claim the Sun God's blessing.
Perhaps. Our chief will administer the next test, and then we shall see.
Hear me, Chief Kekwan. I offer this for the challenge of words. My eyes are the keenest, my strength the greatest, my bravery the fiercest. I have slain everything that walks, swims, or crawls. I have claimed new breeding and hunting grounds for our people. I am the one.
Well said, Techutli. You are indeed blessed, but we must hear from the newcomer.
Basically, she's breeding with everyone. That's why she deserves an advantage. Valiant of the Pale Tree and bearer of a dire wild hunt. Defeated an unkillable murderer and avenged those he'd wronged. Yep. What did I say after this? I said... exposed and avenged the ugly betrayal, I believe. It might not be important. This might not be a clip that makes it in, so I might be okay with getting away with this. Saw the threat posed by the Elder Dragon. Oh, fuck, I don't have this one listed. I think I said the first one. Most of my choices were using fisting, not the other stuff.
Hear the words of your chief. I declare that the outsider has won the challenge of words.
But the test is not over.
Fucking
the
poetry,
next
man.
challenge is the challenge of might. Challengers, to the testing grounds. Prepare to face the beasts of land, sea, and air.
You know that certain frog species don't need to see what's in front of them. Did you know that they're so retarded that most of them, if you put something in front of their mouth, they'll try and eat it immediately?
The beasts of the air will challenge all. Only a champion can defeat them.
I am not afraid. Test me, O son. I am ready.
Okay, we gotta go in here. Please don't start, please don't start.
You're in trouble
now. Yeah, there we go. That's the clip I needed. And now I can just stand here and win because frogs suck at fighting, apparently.
I will die.
Should just leave this other frog to die, to be honest. I like Muckluck and Noxy, but I want to watch your video with all the things that makes it your video. Yeah, fair. Right? But I know that Muckluck has his own, like, community. And there are people who would never in the world ever watch one of my videos. And they're there for him and his reaction, not for my original video. So, like, you know. That's always going to be a thing. And I'm not going to take that away from people. That just seems retarded. Doesn't really matter what I do here. This isn't a valuable clip section, so I can just kind of burn my way through it by not paying attention and just right-clicking. There we go. There's the weird-looking dog.
Not me.
It's more like watching the Amazon burn burst. A little bit. Actually, a little bit, yeah. These are like plants that fight back. This is like, you know, vegetable wars. The closest you'll see to vegetable wars in real life is going into like a disabled clinic and watching people in wheelchairs battle each other. Actual mecha battles. Is this the Zoltan they keep talking about? I think so. I mean, it's certainly a far more interesting fight than that one at the end about that big lizard in the sky that no one remembers.
It is done.
The sun smiles upon us. Come, Victor, and receive your honors.
Hold on, this is important. I'm just gonna need this clip. Now, don't take this out of context. This clip is not what you think it's for. It's not a sex thing. Ah, Shakespeare. Here we go.
Listen to me. Your previous champions have all been turned into undead. They are now slaves and soldiers for the dragon's army.
Silence! The sacrifice of champions has kept us safe because the sun god wills it so.
You're wrong.
What you tell me, white boy, about being a slave?
Because they're raising an army. And when that army is large enough, it will find you and wipe your village off the map.
The sun god chose these outsiders. They speak for the sun god. We must fortify the village and defend ourselves.
No! They will not spoil the ritual. If the champion will not be our sacrifice, then I shall. I will protect the village, even if no one else will.
See, that's the way a woman talks.
But I don't see the need. We are going to fortify the village and make a stand with our new champion here.
Those creatures are certainly stubborn. Dedicated, I mean. I may not
Even
like
if no one else will. I'll do it. You're welcome. I've heard these conversations. I spent a very long time in a bad relationship, so I know how all the emotional manipulations work. And then, did I click this button? Doesn't matter. Combinations. I did click that. You can combine field skills with finisher skills for powerful combos. I don't remember seeing this. Is this new, or did I just skip this the first time? Well, the first 8 times. Shit. Some of my clips might be fucked because there's the expansion. I probably ignored it. Oh well, if I didn't write it down in my bullet point list, it's not that important. Let's get rid of some of this. Yeah, leave me alone. Mail, do not read out loud. Cool. And what do we got here that's pushing me towards something? This doesn't matter too much. Because I just went wait, hold on. I think I did max out alchemy. I didn't put this down. This doesn't matter too much, though. Yeah, none of this really matters that much. If you are, after clip making, interested in making mega dough, swap those Wizard Vault tasks to PvE only. I will at some point, but I'm likely not going to get all the clips I wanted to today. Because I'm going to have to start my day in about an hour and a half or so. So I doubt I'll get that far. Because remember, I have to level this character like I'm a Todd. And now I need to figure out...
Look at your whispers and tell me what you think of the Whisper Char name.
Alright. Oh, do you mean on Discord? I don't see any whispers. Oh, you mean in-game? I see bow job. You can do better. Should name your char character Bobbed Pen 15. Or Haitian Snack. Okay. Is this the point where I decided to abandon levels and then grind to a certain point or not? Let me just look at my my list here. It's gonna, yeah, and my main account will remain hidden for eternity. Forever and ever, amen. Especially because if I'm ever doing research...
Hey!
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh yes, that's right. Wait, okay, that's a dynamic event. That doesn't matter too much. My main account that I've got like a bunch of characters that I kept leveling and deleting will always remain hidden. Because let's say I want to go double check a bunch of information. And I want to see if there's any difference between a single player experience and something that's more front facing where I'm playing it online. Like and streaming at the same time. I don't want the streaming experience to then like perfectly corrupt the solo play experience that someone who picks up this game, has no friends, is looking to burn a few hours, might get if they... Oh my. Hello. That's better. That's what I needed. Oh dear. I don't remember her being here. Okay, I did do this frog part. I didn't abandon questing. I did do this before I went off and did a bunch of other shit. May as well burden you with this question. I've been looking for a budget laptop to play Guild Wars 2 on the go. How would you choose a portable goon station? Laptops are a mixed bag because some of the really good ones still overheat like a motherfucker. And, I mean, it'll keep your dick and balls warm while you're gooning, right? But that might be an issue. I think any standardized laptop that you get that's got a dedicated GPU in it, after the year of 2016 can probably handle Guild Wars perfectly fine. You should be good. Okay, now this part doesn't matter too much. But I do just want some spare clips just in case. Takes a lot of skill to do this little damage as you're doing. I know! And it's on purpose. Why didn't I make a Norn female? Do you not understand, Luna Linny? That if I'm gonna be here playing Guild Wars 2, I want variety. I want to see all the bangable pairs of cheeks, not just be staring at one. Guild Wars 2 is an everything game. And I want to see everything. I don't want to be distracted by one thing. Also, I'm still waiting for them to add in a scissor emote, then I'll consider it. Whoop.
You've been
Why not
busy.
minsize an Asura and look up constantly?
It's too close to reality, that's why metal.
Not long. I will not
There's
let
already a
this village
scissor
die
emote.
because I could
The
not see such
proper
an
scissor
obvious
emote?
threat.
I've learned to rise above my mistakes.
The one
You
where
should
the
too,
interstellar
Chief.
theme starts
The
playing
enemy
and
is
two
cunning,
Norn mommies
relentless.
start just moving towards
Identifying
each
them
other?
as a threat is the first step
No,
toward
I didn't
victory.
think so.
I'm grateful that you opened my eyes.
What's
Now
dedicated
I must see
GPU?
to the
Any
main gate.
laptop
I sent my best
that's
scout
got
to observe the
a
enemy.
GPU inside it,
back soon.
as opposed to trying to use
It
onboard
would help the
graphics.
villagers to see you standing with us. Would you check the rest of our defenses and make sure they're done?
Okay. Double check the fire. Okay, none of this matters. None of these clips matter. Let's make sure. What's the next clip set I need? Okay. Alright. We sit here. We get some clips of this for no reason at all. Do that. And we leave. Like I said, I'm getting hyper-specific bullshit clips
Doesn't come easy to an old soldier.
to try and recreate what I did with that
me.
character that I'm building for this
I won't
video.
give up on you. We do this together.
Like I said, 72 pages of script.
Listen, my people. Listen to your chief. The sunless dragon spawn deceived us. They defiled our champions and are now coming for us.
Don't you hate it when they hide the goods on Forgel by giving him a cape?
Our best scout to observe their approach.
I want to see his bulge from the back.
Ready to.
And they took that away from us. These game devs definitely have no vision of good game design. I'm just saying. We could have had something magical here, and they took that away from us.
Don't. It's too late. They're already here. Run then. Hide yourself. We will come for you when the battle's won.
Disappointing. Is there any Zaitan in the video? There is.
By the holy sun.
Currently, I've got to cut it down. There's about
The sunless are here.
63 minutes, approximately, of me bitching about Zaitan. I've got to cut it down a lot. But I I can really just actually stand here and like be an asshole. None of these clips matter that much. That's 60 minutes too few. Look, it's a 3-hour long video that I'm trying to cut down to 1 hour, okay? I'm trying to make this a video that people actually watch. As opposed to someone watches the first 2 minutes and is like, yeah, this is gonna take too long. And just never looks at it again. I might. But if I do like a full Zeitan video, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a full video about MMORPG boss design and shit that works and shit that doesn't. And I'd compare it to other games and how you can actually royally fuck people's opinion on a game if the climax to certain portions of the game are just disastrously bad. Like I've got like 4 or 5 different videos I want to make, and I don't know which ones are going to be good enough to actually put on YouTube. I have like a ton of shit that I can make, but that doesn't mean it's worth making. Oh no, my village. How dare they do this to me? My village. Tybalt's, I'm gonna give you a hot take right now, Fiend. Tybalt's overrated. Tybalt and his apple cider bullshit. Overrated. I'm gonna hurt your feelings. I'll give you this though. The components of Tybalt's story are not bad. Objectively, they're not bad. He is one of the more memorable characters. It's just he does nothing for me personally.
The sunless are strong, but we are stronger. This battle is lost, Cakewalk. So is the village. Get your people out while you still can. Hey, you're right. Amini, to the front.
Okay, yeah, I do need a clip of that.
Everyone else, flee!
Yeah, then all the French running away, like they're so used to doing. Kill the undead. Okay, still kill the undead.
She's one of them now.
Man, these boss fights are so hard sometimes. Really challenging. Oh, shit. Hold on. There we go. Outplayed the 1-1-1 method. You damn right he did. That AI was programmed damn well.
Gone. Our homes, our hunting grounds, our breeding grounds, all gone. But it would have been worse without the vigil.
True, it could have been worse. But this is just a sliver of the dragon's power. Unless we all work together, this will happen to all of Tyria.
Then send for me when you need allies against the dragons, and I will come. For my brother and my village, I owe you that much.
You know, they say the words breeding grounds a lot.
When the time comes,
Filter.
defeating the dragons will take every soldier we can muster. We're expected back at
Someone out there has probably made porn of these frogs.
My respect. I wish you luck in
I've seen
finding
porn
your
of
new
Asura.
home.
I've seen terabytes of porn of Char. I can't be surprised at this point. I'm jaded, and I'm aware that someone out there wants to fuck these frogs. Someone out there is into the shit. It's just... Like I said, I'm terrified to delete any of this because I may need it to match the gear I was using on my main character. Just to make sure that the visuals match. So far, we're doing a pretty good job of matching the visuals. I may have fucked up by getting those pants, but it's not that big of a deal. And yes, I'm aware of Scrapper. It's my favorite, you know, high spec. It's wonderful. Just smacking people with a hammer. Now we're back to the Halloween events. Fuck out of my bag. Ooh. How different do these look? Damn it. Damn it, that makes the variation look too, like too much. I'm gonna have to keep these. You're putting more work into continuity than most movies. I don't know, I'm autistic about this. I can't help it. It needs to be as continuous as I can make it. Otherwise, what's the point? Otherwise, people are gonna immediately see it. People who watch YouTube videos are fucking autistic, man. You have no idea. You make a clip of something that doesn't match the previous thing, and they're like, hey, I saw that change, you motherfucker. They see these things. Okay, I finished the frogs. Let me just find where I was. There's a few things I need. Hold on, I need to go into my archive here. My goon archive. This is, yeah, okay, that's way too far ahead. No, that's PvP. What level was I here? This was level 60. I was fucking around with the Hylex before level 60. This is level 57. I don't have that thing on my back, which might be an issue, but I think I can get away with it if I edit things just about right. Okay, level 57. Highlight area. Mild fuck up, I'm wearing a hat. I forgot about the hat. Also, my levels were a bit off, but that's fine because the clips here are not that wide and very... Oh, there's the important clip. That one's purely for my entertainment. So I got through the Hylex area. I finished this. I was level 55. I believe it was at this stage that I started getting lost in the PvP. I did PvP for a while. I got to level 57. This was when I started grinding. Okay. So I need to know what level did I grind to so that my level matches the next components of what I'm doing.
You know what's purely for your entertainment? Closing the map in-game.
Close it. Yeah, I know there's something there. I can hear sound effects. I know something horrific's happening there. Okay, so I was still level grinding up to this point. When did I meet the short Behemoth? I met another boss before the short Behemoth that I'm gonna need clips of. I know that for a fact. Okay, there we go. Short Behemoth, level 62. So I need to get to level 57. Doesn't matter how I get there. Then at level 57, there's a boss I met. Then I need to get to level 62 and find the short Behemoth again. What the fucking Minecraft? God damn! That's better! That's so much better! This is the gameplay I played Guild Wars 2 for. This is what makes this game worth it. God damn! That shit's amazing. And they got her sitting with her legs open. Based devs. 100% based devs. Omega based devs. Okay. Just let me save that. That one's not going in the video, but that one's for later. Okay. What am I looking for? I am looking for... Where is it? I'm looking for a boss. The Great Jungle Worm. Now, I'm not looking to kill the Great Jungle Worm. I am, though, looking to see the Great Jungle Worm. I might need to, like, do this offline, this one, and then, like, just be waiting around the area where it spawns. Where's that little, like, code location? Caledon Forest, Witchmire Swamp. I suppose it doesn't matter. All of these are in the Witchmire Swamp. One of them will do. Wait, hold on. Witchmire Swamp. But keep that open. Go back to the boss and click on the event on that page. Hold on. You see, I don't need the event. I just need to see the boss. That's all that matters. Right? I don't need the event. I don't need the dynamic world. As fun as those are. What I need is to just see the boss. So I might just wait around for someone else to do it because I don't want to get involved in it. Boss only spawns during the event. I know. Wait, there was another world boss. Giant green worm. I know there was. It was like a roaming boss, I think. You can type /wiki et. Oh yeah, I saw that in the whisper. There may have been another one. Okay, these are the event timers. Okay, that's what ET stands for. Hold on. There was a giant worm, just a regular giant worm that was oversized, that was also wandering around the world. I may have some clips of it, actually. Somewhere in my archive. It's definitely before the shard Behemoth. Definitely not here. There's two worms, one in the top red, and one in the hard red section that's triple worm. It's not the triple worm. It's definitely not the triple worm. It might have been somewhere around this area, actually. Not this area. It's some form of minor boss. Yeah, it's a minor boss. I don't think it's actually the Great Jungle Worm. It's a minor boss I saw pop up in the world, but it was before I got to the shard Behemoth. Might have been one of these clips here. No, none of that mattered. No, it wasn't that one. It's somewhere around here. Here we go. I think it's this one. No. No, it's not this one. This was a waypoint. Tell us, is it in this map? It might be Blood Tide Coast. It might be. I'm fairly certain it's somewhere around this area. Oh, wait, no, it's... Did I kill the Corsairs before or after? I don't know, I'm just gonna keep looking for it. I'm pretty sure I got a clip of it. It's a minor world boss. It's not like a major one. It was literally, I was standing in a field and this thing just popped up. And there was no one around killing it. It was just there. And I don't think I got enough clips of it, to be honest. Greyhoof Meadows in Kessex Hills. I don't think it's there. But it might be. I'm not good at... this is my worst part of Guild Wars 2, is I'm not good at remembering the names of areas. I barely remember the names of anyone. This was definitely not it. This was not it. It was a green worm. I know it was a green worm. It has a big worm boss. Hold on. Maybe it is Kessex Hills then. Could be the decapitated head of one of the triple trouble worms. I don't think so. It was a singular worm, it popped out the ground and it nearly fucking killed me. I may not have gotten a clip of it, which is going to be very disappointing to me. Shit. Shit. Did you, did the place have metallic rubble with toxic clouds? I don't think so. I think it was actually pretty close to a water source. But I might be completely wrong and just misremembering. If I could find the clip, I could tell you yes or no. Okay, no, this is when I was staring at tits. That's not it. It was before that moment. You found it for me. did. Where is it? Okay, it was before this. It was before I got there. Whisper in game. Vathian Waypoint. Yes, that looks familiar. That looks familiar. I've seen that rocky outcrop before. Fuck. The waypoint's contested. Where was it? Yeah, it's here. It's here. It's somewhere around here. There's like a big fucking spider over there, and there's a worm somewhere. Oh, fuck yeah. Take me to it. Oh.
Alert!
That's better. That's the gameplay we came here for. Northwest of the waypoint. Thank you. I would have never found that fucking worm. Holy shit. Must be Jeffrey Epstein Island. I mean, yeah, he let everyone see his worm. I don't know if it was a mini boss though. Yes, okay, this is the area. This is familiar. Yeah, that's it. It wasn't one of the mini toxic worms. There was a bigger one than this. That's the motherfucker. God damn it, it's dead. Fuck. Motherfucker. Damn it. What's the respawn time on this thing? Shit. They killed it 5 minutes ago. Fuck. Okay. At least I know where it is now. I can always come back for this. Kessex Hills. Greyhoof Meadows. Kreiter to the right. Brisbane Wildlands to the left. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. Respawn isn't too long. Are you sure? Someone just died here. Yeah, I'm shocked that you managed to figure that out, Super God. It's a micro boss. Oh, don't come on me. Motherfucker. I love how I hit the one ability that didn't do anything. Demure brat. I have no idea what either of those mean. And I have no interest in any more brain damage. Thank you very much. Now, I don't need to kill this boss. But what I do... Fuck off. Okay, that was just a plant. That wasn't this asshole. I do need to see this motherfucker spawn in. So at least I know this is the correct area. There aren't a huge amount of worm bosses. You know okay, so this relates to actually a part of the video that I'm working on, right? You know what this big problem is that Guild Wars 2 has? In the base game, at least. There are so many reskinned mobs. So many ridiculously reskinned mobs. To the point that sometimes going to a new area is confusing for a new player. Because they're actually just killing the same mob that's been reskinned. But, and this is the big but about this, people seem to think it's because there's not that many mob variation models in the base game. But looking through the catalog, looking through how many mob variations and different kinds of enemies there are, there's actually a fuck ton. It's just when they built the base game, they didn't use the interesting ones in like a largely significant way. There are worms all over this game. It's one of the issues with it I noticed. Do you ever, should I have a break? You might as well do whatever you feel is right, man. Whatever you feel will work for you, you do it. There's actually only 10 different model types and every single enemy is built on those frames. I know. I know. But there are super cool ones that they didn't use. That they could have. Hold on, am I taking damage here? Oh. Like, worms are all over this game. The base game has worms everywhere. They should have used Ettins in more places. They should have used Ettins in more places. They should have used those big tree mobs that were in one of the old loading screens, where it's like a walking sentient tree. Your mom has worms. My mom's dead, so if her ash box has worms in it, I gotta clean that shit out. Worms are everywhere. Worm bosses aren't super common, though. They're not. But the problem is not the bosses being super common. It's the enemy type is super common. Don't world bosses take a day to respawn? I hope not. I don't know, is there a wiki for this worm in particular? What's its name? Big worm? Very creative. I do love the fact that there's a worm called Gus the Terrible. Toxic worm. Greyhoof Kessex Hills. Knocks back. Creates poison field. You have a respawn timer I can look at? I don't see a respawn timer. Oh, thanks for the raid, Amethyst. How you doing? You just sent your viewers to the worst place on the planet. I apologize in advance. Now, while we wait around for this worm, let me give you some unsolicited opinions on Israel. Let me tell you how to solve the conflict between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Let me show you my dick. Thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. Apologize to your viewers the next time you stream. You put them in the worst place on the planet Earth. This is how you get cancelled. I hope you're aware of that. This worm is taking longer to respawn than it takes for your average guy to get an erection. Come on. And I've got like the perfect angle here. This year's dick is the stinkiest. Welcome, you belong here. Tell him how you feel about politicians. It's gonna be like 2... Are you fucking serious? It's gonna be 2 hours? You're kidding me. As soon as I leave, it'll respawn. Probably. I'm gonna be real mad if this fucking thing respawns, like, as soon as I leave. Is there a site that tells you the mob respawn timer? Mini boss mob respawn timer, let's see. Guild Wars 2. World boss spawn here, less than 15 minutes. Hey, there we go! Oh, good morning, Schlong. I missed you. Hey, there we go. That's what I needed. Thank you so much. Ah, rise and shine, you big fucking model. That's just the same average worm model, just upscaled. Beautiful, isn't it? Majestic, even. I was about to leave, too. Magical, that's exactly what I needed. See if I can get another view of this. Without aggroing it. Please don't aggro. Please don't aggro. Ah, it aggroed. It aggroed. God damn it. It aggroed. Okay, well, good enough. I got what I needed. Get me the fuck out of here. That's what I needed. Thank you, God, for not taking 2 hours to respawn. That would have sucked. Okay. 2 goals at this point. Getting to level, I think it's 62. What was I? Yeah, getting to level 62. Doesn't matter how I do it. But okay, this was me just going out of my way to stare at titties in the game. Got any tomes of knowledge? No, I don't. Doesn't matter how I get there, though. I'm just gonna pick an area and grind. Or grab waypoints or something.
Not worth the effort.
All I'm saying is I know the evil behind that door. That's how I get lost forever, is going near that fucking clock tower. Do we have an estimated date on the next leveling video? Somewhere between the end of this month and next month, depending on how good I am at catching up on my job and doing things that matter. Let's just grab this waypoint, if I can, and we'll go from there. Cool. Okay, Shift H, second tab on the left, then you can get Tomes of Knowledge. Yeah, I'll look at it now. Just let me get away from the people with a giant horse dick who keep on stealing the human woman. Okay. Wizard's Vault. Daily. Cool. Second tab on the left. Tomes of Knowledge. Fantastic. 1 for 8. I've never used this system. I've actually never touched Tomes of Knowledge specifically because when I was leveling my first character, I wanted to do it in a way that was authentic to the experience. Okay, cool. It's just rare candies from Pokemon. Since this character doesn't matter, and I'm gonna be probably deleting them. I'm gonna do this carefully so that I get to the correct level. I told you Megado. Also, first character, you don't get it until you're first level 80. See, I wasn't aware of that, but that's probably a good idea. Because otherwise people would just boost the shit out of their characters. There it is. Okay, that's the level I needed to get to. Yeah, I'm riding a tamed mount. Nintendo's coming for Guild Wars 2. I hope you pieces of shit who play this game as a main game understand that your time is limited. Nintendo's coming for you. I hope you know that. Nintendo's coming for your asses. You're walking around, your character has 2 legs, that's a patent violation. Your character has a mount they ride on, patent violation. Your character breathes air, patent violation. You can affect something's health bar from a distance. That's a patent violation. Guild Wars 2 is running on limited time. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You did this to yourself by developing a game that works. You should have seen this coming. Nintendo's coming for you hard. Now, which one did I pick? Pauldrons? Okay, I need to go back to my archive. What was I wearing at level 62? Do I get a shot of my character? Yes. Somewhere here. Hat. Jacket. Fuck. I can't see my character.
God, we are fucked.
I had the mask on. I had the mask. You are fucked. Oh, fuck. No, that wasn't it. Did I have different shoulders on? I did. I had these shoulders on. I should keep them on. Fuck. I think I may have fucked up. I needed a different jacket. That's fine. That means I just can't overlay the two clips. I gotta pick one or the other. Seals don't matter.
The Shadow Behemoth will be up soon.
Will it? Okay. These... matter very little. All of this doesn't matter. That shit don't matter. And now I've got to fix my inventory. Shit. I'm getting rid of this. Are any of these coats closer to what I was wearing in this video? Yes, this one is. Is this one? Yes. Okay, so both of these work. So even if this is better gear, I'm going to abandon it specifically for consistency. Get rid of that as well. Not going to use pistols. None of these matter because this is a temporary character anyway. Okay, that's pretty close. Close enough, at least. Yeah, okay. Okay, filter, I'm trying to replicate it so that I have consistency between what I'm showing on the screen. So all of these clips are like the initial run, but I didn't get enough clips for certain specific sections of what I'm doing.
And I won't be stopped by those shabby centaurs. Who's with me?
So I need to build an entire stack of clips that are for hyper-specific sections for my 72 pages of Guild Wars content.
Clear this camp. If it has 4 legs, put it down.
Yeah, the Shadow Behemoth is up at 7:45 apparently. It is now 7:09. Alright, thanks. I see your name, Super Lightning, in game. I see you say... Okay, I do see that message, don't worry. Let's go to...
Cut them down.
It's a God-lost swamp. This motherfucker's here. Do you know you can just transmog? Yes. I am aware. But I kind of feel like it's a waste if I'm doing that when I want to do it in like a way that kind of matches the shit I have. Plus, I can work with the consistency of what I've got, and if I can run out of, like, if I can not be in my own way more than I have to be, that's perfectly fine. Okay, now, what angle do we want this at? He's over here. I really actually don't want to, like, waste all the wizard points, to be honest. There may be other uses for it. Okay, so, shot Behemoth spawns over here. It's going to be probably one of the last things I do on stream before logging off. Now, there is a certain thing I have to do that's going to make no sense. Absolutely no fucking sense to anyone but me, because I'm the one who schizophrenically wrote out 72 pages of information here that I can do in the meantime while waiting for this to spawn. I thought I had it here. You kidding me? Did I not buy it? I'm certain I had it. Hold on. Did I hide the game? I don't verify my login information, goddammit. Now's not the time. Where did I put it? Yeah, I just need the base game. Is it going to ask me for my banking details? No. I'm about to do some of the weirdest shit you've ever seen, okay? Don't judge me. This is for the video. There's a lot of shit in the Wizard's Vault you should buy before it resets in about 3 weeks. Yeah, but this is a throwaway account, right? I'll worry about this later. I'm not too interested in, like, getting FOMO'd into something when it's less important to me than making sure that I can get out a good video. If that makes sense. So, like, I care about that stuff on my main account. But this one, like, I might make this a main account in the future. But what's kind of nice is Guild Wars 2 doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like a dude at a bar pressuring you with a drink full of roofies. So, like, I don't feel like I'm missing out anything fundamental just because I didn't collect the most wizard points immediately. Or because, like, you know... I didn't drive as insanely hard as possible. It's really nice about the game. Now, here's the part where shit gets weird. You may have noticed that. Yeah, I know it's only in 30 minutes, Super God. I'm aware. 7:45. But I'm doing something in the meantime that is important. And this is going to be real weird for you. I'm literally playing this for one clip that's maybe 5 seconds long. This is still Guild Wars 2, by the way. This is gonna make no sense to anyone except me. Now we need to fight our way through the cell stage. Are you kidding me? You're kidding me? This game's gonna force me to fucking work with EA. Oh my god. I had one of these at one point. Just gonna do this quick. The email address didn't match. Okay, I'm gonna need an account that's linked to my email currently. This is why I say I've got all the time in the world to wait for that fucking shark behemoth to spawn. At some point you should go shower right now. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Anything in your life is more important than what I'm doing here. I can promise you that. Oh, come on. EA, please don't tell me you've made this game unplayable. Oh, that was my password. Of course I put the word fuck in there. Sure, I'll recover my account. Apparently I do have one. Okay, EA. Thank you for the security code. For recovering an account I don't care about. Okay, fine, we'll change the password. You won't let me use that word. That's cool. Now let's try that again. You know, it's fuck my ass 123. No, that's the old password. I've had to come up with a newer one. How's about you just let me, how's about you just let me play the game? How's about I don't give a shit about that, huh? What's the most Guild Wars 2 looking world here we got here? That one will work. of this matters. This is where it all comes together. This is where it starts to make sense, okay? Oh wait, let me turn on my recordings again. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Let me, yeah, I don't care. Settings. Let's bump the graphics. Man, it thinks my system can't handle this. Depth of field, nice and high. Thank you very much. Resolution. Like a nice 1920 by 1080, please. That would be good. Cool. Now we can resume the game. Now, none of this matters, because I just need to get through this stage to where it is important. While we wait, while we fucking wait for the shot behemoth to spawn. Hey, I got an old monitor, Grishi. Okay, don't judge. We got an old monitor. Let me wipe that ass. Let me Kim K that ass a little bit. Oh shit! Yeah, okay. I don't care. Oh, there we go. No, that thing doesn't matter, but sure, we'll pick it up. This is the true Guild Wars 2 gaming experience you all came for. I know that deep in your hearts, you never wanted to play Guild Wars 2. It was all about Spore. The best part is, I'm not leaving this category. I'm not leaving the Guild Wars 2 category for this stupid shit. People are gonna come in here and be real fucking confused. Yeah, you're thinking about Napster right now. Yeah, you're realizing how old you are. Oh, that doesn't matter. You're realizing right now exactly how fucking old you are. You're registering at this moment that there's nothing you can do to stop the progressing of age. This is just how it is. As God intended. Don't worry, we'll get to the long body. That comes later. This is not the stage I need to worry about. It's the second stage. It's the running around on land stage. You know, I'll get a few clips here as well. Why not? Fuck it. Man, Guild Wars 2 is so engaging. Imagine how fucking confused someone is when they just come in here and they just see some dipshit playing fucking Spore in the Guild Wars 2 category, being like, what the fuck is this retard doing? Most disappointing shit of their life. Fucking hell. Come here. Come here. Let me eat that ass, boy. To be fair, Spore got better graphics. You know what the worst part is about the cell stage of Spore? If you were to put this part of the game on just a mobile device and make it multiplayer, I think there would be some pretty much banger shit. You know that one itch.io game where it's just like worms like moving around the screen, and different people are doing different things to each other, and like trying to kill each other and shit? Put this on a mobile device, and this shit would be a fucking blast. You want to kill 5 minutes waiting in a doctor's office to find out if you've got ass cancer or not? This is what you want to be playing on a mobile device. They did. It's Worms.io. Did they literally make Spore first cell stage? I remember Worm.io, and that's the one where they've got all the worms running around each other and shit. But is it exactly this? And if it is, then do they know that EA is gonna come fuck their asses? Are they aware of how devastating EA is with their patents? They make Nintendo look like a fucking joke. Yo, fuck off, dude. Yo, leave me alone. Come back here. No, that's one to watch out for. That's the one to watch out for. Okay, we don't do enough damage. We're kind of screwed with him. Okay, we gotta fuck again. We're gonna have sex right in front of our enemies. What's the time? I can't expand the body just yet. So that's gonna come a little bit later. If we all just went back to work, we wouldn't need sites like that. We wouldn't need all these disgusting things if we just, returned to work. Life would be so much better. This ain't Guild Wars 2. What are you talking about? This is exactly Guild Wars 2. It's happening. People are coming in here and they're very fucking confused. Hold on, let me just... Game? Because it's an old piece of shit game? Please don't tell me that breaks the game. Okay, short Behemoth's not here. Where's Spore? Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm literally doing this for one clip. You mind if I rewatch the VOD now, or would you prefer I keep watching? Like, do whatever you feel like, Lloyd. I told you, I'm doing stupid shit until I have to log off today. And some of that stupid shit is playing Spore. So you go watch the VOD. There's nothing of value occurring here. Now. I see you like eating ass. The spit poison thing that dude right here has. But he's too small. Okay. GG. Raid over. I died in fucking Spore. Supposed to, I'm gonna go kill myself now. What an incredibly disappointing moment. Raid wipe. My species can't continue. Why Why is it always the single-cell organisms with the long nose that are the problem? Why is it always them, huh? Okay, I don't care about his thing. I need a poison spitter. If I can get one. If I don't, it's okay. GG, not my fault. I was the DPS. I did damage. That was my job. You fucked this up for me. It's everyone else's fault that I failed. Was there any game over the years that iterated on the Spore early game? I don't know, and I don't think there was. Probably something on itch.io. I think that's the site. That's the name I've heard before. One of those IO websites where they do like 2D games that are in browsers. What elegant creatures. They fuck by dancing. Okay, this is temporary and not lore accurate to the Guild Wars 2 worm. But we do need to move faster so that I can get some of the poison aids. Right, we're cheating a little bit. We're using some exploits that you find in your average MMO because the programming's just that bad. That big bitch over there has what I need, but damage him? No. Ah, fuck. Okay. Leaving him alone. Till I'm bigger. The YouTuber Lathlin did a video on one, but I haven't kept up, so you'll have to do some digging. Yeah, somewhere out there's gotta be one. I'm sure of it. What engaging gameplay. Remember the good old days when EA wasn't always the bad guy. They were just a mediocre guy who kept on killing good games. Let me get bigger. I need a poison thing. Oh, there we go. I gotta hit one of these bitches at the right angle. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm gonna be right back to kill him. I need to fuck a little bit. Yeah, it was always been the bad guy. It was acceptable because they pumped out bangers in between their studio. Yeah, you know what? The gaming industry has proven that you could be the worst pieces of shit on the planet, but as long as you, as a gaming studio, could produce something that people liked, you could get away with it. Oh wait, I've already got the poison thing. Oh yeah, that's hot. Okay, now we're gonna put that on our ass, but that's only for now. We're gonna need that later. Okay, now we can evolve. Now that we are the most unimaginably toxic creature in the earth, which is, you know, anyone playing an EA game. Back. I think I hear my wife calling me. This is gonna be a fucking strange talk I'm having with her. Be right back. Right. I just had to answer to my wife. She was like, what the fuck are you playing? I was like, this is not Guild Wars 2. And I beg to differ. I feel like this is the best version of Guild Wars 2. It's like, what are you doing? It's just like, is this a cry for help? Which is a fair comment to make about Major playing Spawn. Let's be honest. Hold on. What about Nintendo? They make some really good games, but people hate them for the things they try to copyright. Yeah, right. Which makes like perfect sense. But you can get away with it because you make good games. Right. No one's debating that they don't make good games. If they made shitty games, people will be like triple mad at Nintendo all the time. Here we go. This is the biggest mistake Evolution ever made. Giving us a brain. It's all downhill from this point onwards. Cool. Path to sentience. Now this is the important part. Cool. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Landfall. Cool. Skip. We're on limited time here. See if I can remember how to do this. Fuck me. It's been a very long time. Now in the UK, this kind of girl is considered a 10 out of 10. Worms are longer than this, right? In Guild Wars 2. That's better. I need something that rotates this, but I don't know if it's gonna give me that. No, it's not gonna let me do it. That's fine. Let me put the penis inside the worm's mouth, please. That's better. Welcome to the Cash Money Guild Wars 2 gaming experience. 6 minutes to spare. Okay. Yeah, we got about 5 minutes. That's about right. Can it be longer? I mean, they keep asking, but look, I've got what I've got. Okay, Grishy? I'm working with what I've got here, okay? Cool, good enough. Worst animations in existence. I think they have a poll for that. No, that makes it harder, not longer. Okay, cool. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That matters. I did all of that for this one clip in a Guild Wars 2 video that's going to be an hour long. This is how autistic I am. Welcome to the nightmare of living in my fucking head. And you know what? Worth it. I'm saving this just in case I need more clips later. Is the shot Behemoth alive? No. And no one will know that I never changed categories. Now, what clips did I need of the shot Behemoth? Where is it? Okay, now I'm gonna need to be swift with this. I'm gonna need to be slick because I need both clips like this with no UI and some with. Zero context as to why I was playing Spore. Some fucking guy just got really mad at me for playing Spore. He spawns facing the north. So he spawns that direction. And I believe in my original clips, in order to match it up, I was approximately here in the God Lost Swamp. I was approximately at this angle right here. And I can get some clips like this. And now we wait. And some guy shows up on a pixelated fucking dinosaur, of course. Oh, fuck. Turned the replay off. I told you, I do weird shit for my videos. I've gotten in trouble a few times for putting porn games in them. Not everyone's found all the references to porn games. I've got another clip from a game that's in early alpha where I'm running around as a naked black man chasing women down. That might make it into this video or not. It purely depends on if I can get away with it or not. That's fair, Zach. Sometimes I move a little bit too fast with my editing. But also can't help it. Ever played the Spore game on DS? No. Yeah, you mean on the Nintendo DS? I had a DS for a while. But the same thing that happened to my DS happened to my very first PlayStation. Where my mom was like, well, I saw you weren't using it for a month, so I donated it and gave it away. Nearly had a stroke. Why do you know so many porn games? Because it's valuable research. Ah, there we go. It's starting. Okay, so this is the pre-game event. This is not that valuable to me. So I'm gonna be an absolute leech and do nothing. Yeah, I left it alone for a month, and then she found it in the drawers. Like, I never see you use this thing. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean I never use it? It's been a month. I was playing fucking Pokemon a month ago. I had exams. This is how I stopped learning to care about physical objects in my life. Is they kept on evaporating out of my life. While this is going on, to give you some idea, some perspective. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Never mind. I'll give you perspective some other time. Look at that spawn in. God, that's beautiful. What a cool enemy. Okay, now I need to move fast. I need a clip of him. Like that. Do 0 damage because I'm just that valuable as a teammate. Okay, we get the right hand. We get the head. Move over here. We zoom out a lot more. We pretend we're doing something useful. Okay, I'm at the wrong angle here. What an impressive boss this looks like. What an amazing boss this is. It's just too bad it does nothing. It looks like a real threat, you know? Ah, fuck. It'd be shameful if I died to this boss, by the way. I've never seen anyone die to it. Just gonna chill here. Not move anywhere. Look inside the boss, there's a dead guy. There is. The problem is I need to get my clips in here. I don't have time to look for dead people inside this black man. Go. Whoop. Fucked up a little bit. I'm at the wrong angle. Okay, that's good. Shit, it's 7, not 6. I'm too busy trying to get clips here. Oh no, don't tell me I'm going to be the first human being in human history to ever die to the shark behemoth. go. That's a good angle. Damn it, don't put your arms down now. You know what the worst part about this boss is? You want to know the absolute worst part about this boss? I'll show it to you right now. It's the worst part about this boss. It's this right here. This boss is not a threat to Tyria. It's not a problem. He sits in his toilet bowl. He spawns on a timer. And he's just a big fucking loot pinata. He is in no way or measure a threat. Oh shit, did I just miss... I just missed out on the chance to do that. Okay, wait, okay, I can still... Oh, fuck. Inventory's full of shit. Cares. Get out of my inventory. Get out of here. And I got something useless. Cool. Awesome. Now, that was the last clip I think I'm going to be able to get today. I'm going to duck off. I do have a job to do. I've got some dogs to take on a walk right now. Welcome to 99% of all open world bosses. Loot pinatas. That's what they are. Every single one of them are just a fucking loot pinata. They hold no value. Aside from having the fucking brakes beaten off of them. Yeah, you're right. It's bottom right of the screen has more stuff because it always pops up there like a level. I just needed that clip right there. Event rewards. The cuck helmet and some dude's bag. Some guy dropped his handbag on the floor. Useless. Useless. Whoops. Useless. And anything good? Why not? Did that change my character's look significantly? No, I can still get away with this. Awesome. You can break those items down instead of throwing them away. I know, but I couldn't care to do it right now. Like I said, this is such a throwaway character, I don't care. I know I should salvage them. I know I'm being wasteful, but guess what? I don't give the slightest of a fuck. I'm here. I do it for the money. I'm here because I needed those clips. It's more work to drag and delete, probably. But that's what I needed. I'm going to stop here. Right? There are about 90 different clips I need. And I need to go and do my life. Because that's what life is, unfortunately. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. I think I got the most important clip of all, which was disgusting Asura porn. We'll worry about that later. I'll have to bleach my eyes this morning before I get going. Hope you had a good time. My morning's starting. Your night is beginning. And thanks for the follow. Rekiada. I appreciate it. I don't know why you're all here in the most boring stream in the world, but I hope you enjoyed. What the fuck? Oh. Sorry about that. Sorry. I didn't notice that you fell over. That's my bad. Just so you know, you spent 9 hours of your life wasted here with me, and you could have been doing anything else. I hope you enjoyed. Now go live your life. Be free. Oh yeah, and one last thing. Just so I can bring up any repressed memories you might actually have about your uncle, right? I'm just